Chartist movement, Dühring, Landmarks of Scientific Socialism. Contents Chapter I Translator's Introduction Chapter 11 Prefaces Part 11 Chapter I Translator's Introduction 1 Dr. Eugen Dühring, Privatdozent at Berlin University, in 1875, proclaimed the fact that he had become converted to socialism. He was not content to take the socialist movement as he found it, but set out forthwith to promulgate a theory of his own. His was a most elaborate and self-conscious mission. He stood forth as the propagandist not only of certain specific and peculiar views of socialism but as the originator of a new philosophy, and the propounder of strange and wonderful theories with regard to the universe in general. The taunt as to his all-comprehensiveness of intellect, with which Engels pursues him somewhat too closely and much too bitterly, could not have affected Herr Dühring very greatly. He had his own convictions with respect to that comprehensive intellect of his, and few will be found to deny that he had the courage of his convictions. 30 years have gone since Dühring published the fact of his conversion to socialism. The word conversion contains in itself the distinction between the socialism of 30 years ago and that of today. What was then a peculiar creed has now become a very widespread notion. Men are not now individually converted to socialism, but whole groups and classes are driven into the socialist ranks by the pressure of circumstances. The movement springs up continually in new and unexpected places. Here it may languish apparently, there it gives every indication of strong, new and vigorous life. The proletariat of the various countries race as it were towards the socialist goal, and, as they change in their respective positions, the economic and political fields on which they operate furnish all the surprises and fascinations of a race course. In 1892 Engels wrote that the German Empire would in all probability be the scene of the first great victory of the European proletariat. But 13 years have sufficed to bog the German movement in the swamps of parliamentarianism. Great Britain, whose Chartist movement was expected to provide the British proletariat with a tradition, has furnished few examples of skill in the management of proletarian politics, but existing society in Great Britain has nonetheless been thoroughly undermined. The year before that in which Herr Dühring made his statement of conversion, the British Liberals had suffered a defeat which, in spite of an apparent recuperation in 1880, proved the downfall of modern liberalism in Great Britain, and showed that the Liberal Party could no longer claim to be the party of the working class. Not only that, but the British philosophic outlook has become completely changed. The nonconformist conscience grows less and less the final court of appeal in matters political. A temporary but fierce attack of militant imperialism coupled with the very general acceptance of an empiric collectivism has sufficed to destroy old ideas and to make the road to victory easier for a determined and relentless working class movement. But if 30 years have worked wonders in Europe, and disintegration can be plainly detected in the social fabric, the course of social and political development in the United States has been still more remarkable. In 1875 the country was still a farming community living on the edge of a vast wilderness through which the railroad was just beginning to open a path. 30 years have been sufficient to convert it into the greatest of manufacturing and commercial states. The occupation of the public lands, the establishment of industry, on an hitherto undreamed of scale, the marvelous, almost overnight creation of enormous cities, all these have resulted in the production of a proletariat, cosmopolitan in its character, and with no traditions of other than cash relations with the class which employs it. The purity of the economic fact is unobscured, hence a socialistic agitation has arisen in the United States, the enthusiasm of which vies with that in any of the European countries, and the practical results of which bid fair to be even more striking. This movement has arisen almost spontaneously as the result of economic conditions. It is a natural growth, not the result of the preaching of abstract doctrines or the picturing of an ideal state. The modern American proletariat is, as a matter of fact, given neither to philosophic speculation nor to the imagination which is necessary to idealism. Such socialism as it has adopted it has taken up because it has felt impelled thereto by economic pressure. Hence, apart from all socialistic propaganda, a distinct disintegration process has been proceeding in modern society. Each epoch carries within itself the seeds of its own dissolution. Things have just as much value, they are transitory, says Engels in his paraphrase of Hegel, and this is in fact the central idea of his dialectic philosophy. He criticizes the work of Dühring from this standpoint. He labors not so much to show that Dühring is mistaken in certain conclusions as to prove that the whole method of his argument is wrong. His diatribes, though the subject matter of his argument requires him to attack the Berlin tutor, are directed chiefly against all absolute theories. Eternal truth, in the realm of science, equally with that of philosophy, he scouts as absurd. To interpret the history of the time in terms of the spirit of the time, to discover the actual beneath the crust of the conventional, to analyze the content of the formal which the majority are always ready to take on trust, and to face the fact with a mind clear of preconceived notions is what Engels set out to do. It cannot be said that he altogether succeeded. No man can succeed in such a task. The prejudices and animosities created by incessant controversy warped his judgment in some respects, and tended on more than one occasion to destroy his love of fair play. The spirit which is occasionally shown in his controversial writing is to be deplored, but it may be said in extenuation that all controversies of that time were disfigured in the same way. He pays the penalty for the fault. Much of the work is valueless today because of Engels' eagerness to score a point off his adversary, rather than to state his own case. But where the philosopher lays the controversialist on one side for a brief period, and takes the trouble to elucidate his own ideas, we discover what has been lost by these defects of temperament. He possesses in a marked degree the gift of clear analysis, and of keen and subtle statement. The socialist movement everywhere arrives some time or other at what may be called the Dühring stage of controversy. There are two very distinct impulses towards socialism. The individuals who are influenced by these impulses must sooner or later come into collision, and as a result of the impact the movement is for a time divided into hostile parties and a war of pamphleteering and oratory supervenes. This period has just ended in France. For the last few years the French movement has been divided upon the question of the philosophical foundation of the movement, and the parties to the controversy may be divided into those who sought to justify the movement upon ethical grounds, and those who have regarded it as a modern political phenomenon dependent alone upon economic conditions. The former of these parties based its claims to the suffrages of the French people upon the justice of the socialistic demands. It proclaimed socialism to be the logical result of the revolution, the necessary conclusion from the teachings of the revolutionary philosophers. Justice was the word in which they summed up the claims of socialism, that inequality, for which latter term as Engels points out in the present work, the French have a fondness which amounts almost to a mania. Hence one party of the French socialist movement chose as a platform those very eternal truths which Engels ridicules, and which it is the sole purpose of the present work to attack. To kill eternal truths is however by no means an easy matter. Years of habit have made them part of the mental structure of the citizens of the modern democratic or semi-democratic states. Not only in France but to an even greater degree in the English-speaking countries these eternal truths persist. They form the stock in trade of the clergyman and the ordinary politician. Bernard Shaw directs the shafts of his ridicule against these eternal truths and smites with a sarcasm which is more fatal than all the solemn German philosophy which Engels has at his command. But Shaw is not appreciated by the British socialist. The latter cannot imagine that the writer is really poking fun at things so exceedingly serious and so essential to any well-constituted man, to a well-constituted Briton in particular. The British socialist is as much in love with eternal truths as is the stiffest and most unregenerate of his bourgeois opponents. He therefore too loftily declares that Mr. Shaw is an unbalanced person, a licensed jester. Precisely the same results would attend the efforts of an American iconoclast who would venture to ridicule the eternal truths which have been handed down to us in documents of unimpeachable respectability, like the Declaration of Independence, and by 4th of July orders, portly of person and of phrase. The eternal truth phase of socialist controversy seems to be as eternal as the truth, and must necessarily be so as long as the movement is recruited by men who bring into it the ideas which they have derived from the ordinary training of the American citizen. The other side of the controversy to which reference has been made derived its philosophy from the experience of the proletariat. This modern proletariat, trained to the machine, is a distinct product of the occupation by which it lives. The organization of industry in the grasp of which the workman is held during all his working hours and manufacture by the machine process, the motions of which he is compelled to follow have produced in him a mental condition which does not readily respond to any sentimental stimulus. The incessant process from cause to effect endows him with a sort of logical sense in accordance with which he works out the problems of life independent of the preconceptions and prejudices which have so great a hold upon the reason of his fellow citizens, who are not of the industrial proletariat, without knowing why he arrives by dint of the experience of his daily toil at the same conclusions as Engels attained as the result of philosophic training and much erudition. The Church is well aware of this fact to her sorrow, for the industrial proletarian seldom darkens her portals. He has no hatred of religion, as the atheistic radical bourgeois had, but with a good-natured non-possumus says by his actions what Engels says by his philosophy. Revolution is an everyday occurrence with the industrial proletarian. He sees processes transformed in the twinkling of an eye. He wakes up one morning to find that the trade which he has learned laboriously has overnight become a drug on the market. He is used to seeing the machine whose energy has enchained him flung on the scrap heap and contemptuously disowned, in favor of a more competent successor whose motions he must learn to follow, or be himself flung on the scrap heap also. This constant revolution in the industrial process enters into his blood. He becomes a revolutionist by force of habit. There is no need to preach the dialectic to him. It is continually preached. The transitoriness of phenomena is impressed upon him by the changes in industrial combinations, by the constant substitution of new modes of production for those to which he has been accustomed. Substitutions which may make an aristocrat of labor of him today, and send him tramping tomorrow. The industrial proletarian therefore knows practically what Engels has taught philosophically, so that when in the course of his political peregrinations he strays into the socialist movement and there finds those who profess a socialism based upon abstract conceptions and eternal truth, his contempt is as outspoken as that of a Fredrick. Engels, who chances upon a certain Eugen Dühring spouting paraphrases of Rousseau by the socialistic wayside. Engels simply anticipated by the way of books the point of view reached by the industrial proletarian of today by the way of experience, and by the American machine-made proletarian in particular. This is a matter of no mean importance. In the following pages we can detect, if we can look beyond and beneath the mere criticism of Dühring, an attitude of mind, not of one controversialist to another merely but of an entire class. The class upon which modern society is driven more and more to rely, to the class which relies upon it. For their popular support classes and governments rely upon formal. When the cry of down with the Tsar takes the place of the humbly spoken little father, what becomes of the Tsardom? When the terms liberty and equality become the jest of the workshop, upon what basis can a modern democratic state depend? This criticism of eternal truths is destructive criticism, and destructive of much more than the truths. It is more destructive than sedition itself. Sedition may be suppressed cheaply in these days of quick-firing guns and open streets, but society crumbles away almost insensibly beneath the mordant acid of contemptuous analysis. So today, goaded on the one side by the jibes of the machine-made proletariat, and on the other, by the raillery of the philosophic jester, society staggers along like a wounded giant and is only too glad to creep into its cave and to forget its sorrows and drink. As for 1875, many things have happened since then, as Beaconsfield used to say. But of all that has happened, nothing could have given more cynical pleasure to the old Jew than the lack of faith in its own shibboleth which has seized the cocksure pompous society and which he disported himself. The rhetoric of a Gladstone based upon the eternal truths which constituted always the foundations of his political appeals would fail to affect the masses today with any other feeling than that of ridicule. We have already arrived at the twilight of the idols, at least so far as eternal truths are concerned. They still find, however, an insecure roosting place in the pulpits of the Protestant sects. If blows have been showered upon the political eternal truths in the name of which the present epoch came into existence, social and ethical ideals have by no means escaped attack. Revolt has been the watchword of artist and theologian alike. The Pre-Raphaelite school, a not altogether unworthy child of the Chartist movement, raised the cry of artistic revolt against absolutism, and the revolt spread in ever-widening circles until it has exhausted itself in the sickly egotism of the Art Nouveau. Even Engels, with all his independence and glorification of change as a philosophy, can find an opportunity to fling a sneer at Wagner and the music of the future. The remnants of early Victorianism cling persistently to Engels. He cannot release himself altogether from the bonds of the bourgeois doctrine, which he is so anxious to despise. He is in many respects the revolutionist of '48, a bourgeois politician possessed at intervals by a proletarian ghost, such as he says himself ever haunts the bourgeois. The younger generation, without any claims to revolutionism, has gone further than he in the denunciation of authority, and without the same self-consciousness. The scorn of Bernard Shaw for the moguls of the academies and for social ideals is greater than the scorn of Engels for eternal truth, says Mr. Shaw, the great musician, accepted by his unskilled listener, is vilified by his fellow musician. It was the musical culture of Europe that pronounced Wagner the inferior of Mendelssohn and Meyerbeer. The great artist finds his foes among the painters and not among the men in the street. It is the Royal Academy that places Mr. Marcus Stone above Mr. Burne-Jones. It is not rational that it should be so, but it is so for all that. The realist at last loses patience with ideals altogether and finds in them only something to blind us, something to numb us, something to murder self in us, something whereby instead of resisting death we disarm it by committing suicide. Here is a note of modernity which Engels was hardly modern enough to appreciate, and yet it was written before he died. Nietzsche, Tolstoy, and a host of minor writers have all had their fling at eternal truths and modern ideals. The battle has long since rolled away from the ground on which Engels fought. His arguments on the dialectic are commonplaces today, which it would be a work of supererogation to explain to anyone except the persistent victim of Little Bethel. The world has come to accept them with the equanimity with which it always accepts long-disputed truths, the sacred right of nationality for which men contended in Engels' youth, as a direct consequence of political eternal truths, has been ruthlessly brushed aside. The philosopher talks of the shameful spoliation of the smaller by the larger nations, a moral view of commercial progress, which an age, grown more impatient of eternal truths than Engels himself simply ignores, and moves on without a qualm to the destruction of free governments in South Africa, backward and unprogressive peoples jeer it is true, and thereby showed their political ineptitude, for even the American Republic, having freed the Negro under the banner of eternal truth, annexes the Philippines and raids Panama in defiance of it, and so since the days of 1875 the world has come to accept the general correctness of Engels' point of view. The enemy which Engels was most anxious to dislodge was mechanical socialism, a naive invention of a perfect system capable of withstanding the ravages of time, because founded upon eternal principles of truth and justice. That enemy has now obeyed the law of the dialectic and passed away. Nobody builds such systems nowadays. They have ceased their building, however, not in obedience to the commands of Fredrick Engels, but because the lapse of time and the change in conditions have proved the dialectic to the revolutionist. With the annihilation of eternal truths, system building ceased to be even an amusing pastime. The revolutionist has been revolutionized. He no longer fancies that he can make revolutions. He knows better. He is content to see that the road is kept clear so that revolutions may develop themselves. Your real revolutionist, for example, puts no obstacle in the path of the trust. He is much too wise. He leaves that to the corrosion of time and the development of his pet dialectic. He sees the contradiction concealed in the system which apparently triumphs, and in the triumph of the system he sees also the triumph of the contradiction. He waits until that shadowy proletariat which haunts the system takes on itself flesh and blood and shakes the system with which it has grown up. But this waiting for the development of the inevitable is weary work to those who want to realize forthwith, so they, unable to confound the logic of Engels, attack the abstractions on which his theory is founded. They still oppose their eternal truths to the dialectic. Thus in England, where the strife between the two parties in the socialist movement has lately been waged with a somewhat amusing ferocity, Engels is charged with a wholesale borrowing from Hegel. In any other country than England this would not be laid up against the writer, but the Englishman is so averse to philosophy that the association of one's name with that of a philosopher, and a German philosopher in particular, is tantamount to an accusation of keeping bad company. But a glance at the following pages should tend to dispose of so romantic a statement, which could, in fact, only have been made by those who know neither Hegel nor Engels. That Hegel furnished the original philosophic impetus to both Marx and Engels is true beyond question, but the impetus once given, the course of the founders of modern socialism tended ever further from the opinions of the idealistic philosopher. In fact, Engels says somewhat self-consciously, not to say boasts, that he and his followers were pioneers in applying the dialectic to materialism. Whatever accusation may be made against Engels, this much is certain, that he was no Hegelian. In fact, both in the present work and in Feuerbach, he is at great pains to show the relation of the socialist philosophy as conceived by himself and Marx to that of the great man for whom he always kept a somewhat exaggerated respect, but from whom he differed fundamentally. Engels' attack upon the philosophy of Dühring is based upon dislike of its idealism, the fundamental thesis upon which the work depends being entirely speculative. Dühring insisted that his philosophy was a realist philosophy, and Engels' serious arguments, apart from the elaborate ridicule with which he covers his opponent, and which is by no means a recommendation to the book, is directed to show that it is not realist, that it depends upon certain preconceived notions. Of these notions some are axiomatic, as Dühring claims, that is, they are propositions which are self-evident to Herr Dühring, but which will not stand investigation. Others again are untrue and are preconceptions so far as they are out of harmony with established facts. Much of Engels' work is out of date judged by recent biological and other discoveries. But the essential argument respecting the interdependence of all departments of knowledge, and the impossibility of making rigid classifications holds good today in a wider sense than when Engels wrote. Scientific truths which have been considered absolute, theories which have produced approximately correct results, have all been discredited. The dogmas of science against which the dogmatic ecclesiastics have directed their scornful contempt have shared the same fate as the ecclesiastical dogmas. Nothing remains certain save the certainty of change. There are no ultimates, even the atom is suspect, and the claims of the elements to be elementary are rejected wholesale with something as closely resembling scorn as the scientist is ever able to attain. The scientific writer has recently said, what is undeniable is that the Daltonian atom has within a century of its acceptance as a fundamental reality suffered disruption. Its proper place in nature is not that formerly assigned to it. No longer in ipso teres ac rotundus, its reputation for inviolability and indestructibility is gone forever. Each of these supposed ultimates is now known to be the scene of indescribable activities, a complex piece of mechanism composed of thousands of parts, a star cluster in miniature, subject to all kinds of dynamical vicissitudes, to perturbations, accelerations, internal friction, total or partial disruption, and to each is appointed a fixed term of existence. Sooner or later, the balance of equilibrium is tilted, disturbance eventuates in overthrow. The tiny, exquisite system finally breaks up. Of atoms, as of men, it may be said with truth quisque suis pater mains, the discovery of radium was in itself sufficient to revolutionize the heretofore existing scientific theories. And the revolution thereby effected has been enough to cause Sir William Crookes to say, there has been a vivid new start. Our physicists have remodeled their views as to the constitution of matter. In his address to the physicists at Berlin, the same scientist said, this fatal quality of atomic dissociation appears to be universal, and operates whenever we brush a piece of glass with silk. It works in the sunshine and raindrops and lightnings and flame. It prevails in the waterfall and the stormy sea, and a writer in the Edinburgh Review remarks in this connection matter he, Sir William Crookes, consequently regards as doomed to destruction. Sooner or later, it will have dissolved into the formless mist of protyle, and the hour hand of eternity will have completed one revolution. The dissipation of energy has then found its correlative in the dissolution of matter. The scope of this revolution may only be gauged by the fact that one writer has ventured to say, and this is but one voice in a general chorus, today no one believes in the existence of elements, no one questions the possibility of a new alchemy, and the actual evolution of one element from another has been observed in the laboratory, observed by Sir William Ramsay in London, and confirmed by a chemist in St. Petersburg. Helium being an evolution of radium, and it is expected furthermore that radium will prove to be an evolution of uranium, and so there is a constant process, as the writer points out, of what was formerly called alchemy, the transmutation of one metal into another. It is clear that in face of these facts the arguments of Engels possess even greater force at the present day than when they were enunciated, and that the old hard and fast method of arguing from absolute truths is dead and done. For early statesmen see fit to still harp on the same phrases which have become as it were a part of the popular mental structure, and by constant appeals to the old watchwords to obscure the fact of change, were one not acquainted with the essential stupidity of the political mind and the lack of grasp which is the characteristic of statesmen. It might be imagined that all this was done with malice aforethought, and that there was a sort of tacit conspiracy on the part of the politicians to delude the people. But experience of the inexcusable blunders and the inexplicable errors into which statesmen are continually driven forces the conclusion that they are in reality no whit in advance of the electorate, and that only now and then a Beaconsfield appears, who can understand the drift of events. Such a man is the revolutionist which Beaconsfield claimed himself to be. But what shall we say of the president of the country that has attained the highest place in industrial progress among the nations, whose whole history is a verification of the truth of the dialectic, and who can still appeal to individualism as a guiding principle of political action? It is a wanton flying in the face of the experience of the last quarter of a century, and such rashness will require its penalty. Back to Kant appears to be the hope of reactionary politicians, as well as of reactionary philosophers. Chapter 11 prefaces the following work is by no means the fruit of some inward compulsion, quite the contrary. When 3 years ago, Herr Dühring suddenly challenged the world, as a scholar and reformer of socialism, friends in Germany frequently expressed the wish that I should throw a critical light upon these new socialist doctrines, in the central organ of the Social Democratic Party. At that time the Volksstaat, they held it as very necessary that new opportunity for division and confusion should not be afforded in a party so young and so recently definitely united. They were in a better condition than myself to comprehend the condition of affairs in Germany, so that I was compelled to trust to their judgment. It appeared furthermore that the proselyte was welcomed by a certain portion of the socialist press, with a warmth which meant nothing more than kindliness to Herr Dühring. But it was seen by a portion of the party press that a result of this kindly feeling towards Herr Dühring was the introduction unperceived of the Dühring doctrine. People were found who were soon ready to spread his doctrine in a popular form among the workingmen, and finally Herr Dühring and his little sect employed all the arts of advertisement and intrigue to compel the Volksblatt to change its attitude respecting the new teachings which put forth such tremendous claims. However, A year elapsed before I could make up my mind to engage in so disagreeable a business to the neglect of my other labors. It was the sort of thing one had to get through as quickly as possible, once it was begun. And it was not only unpleasant, but quite a task. The new socialist theory appeared as the last practical result of a new philosophic system. It therefore involved an investigation of it in connection with this system and therefore of the system itself. It was necessary to follow Herr Dühring over a wide expanse of country where he had dealt with everything under the sun, yet and more also. So there came into existence a series of articles which appeared from the beginning of 1877 in the successor of the Volksstadt, the Vorwärts of Leipzig, and are collected here. It was my object which extended the criticism to a length out of all proportion to the scientific value of the matter and, therefore, of Herr Dühring's writings. There are two further reasons in extenuation of this lengthiness. In the first place, it gave me an opportunity of developing my views, in a positive fashion, with respect to matters which are connected with this, though very different, and which are of more general scientific and practical interest today. I have taken the opportunity to do so in every chapter, and, as this book cannot undertake to set up a system in opposition to that of Herr Dühring, it is to be hoped that the reader will not overlook the real significance of the views which I have set forth. I have already had sufficient proof that my labors have not been altogether in vain in this regard. On the other hand, the system shaping Herr Dühring is by no means an exceptional phenomenon in Germany these days. Nowadays in Germany, systems of cosmogony, of natural philosophy, in particular of politics, of economics, etc., are in the habit of shooting up overnight like mushrooms. The most insignificant doctor of philosophy, nay, even the student, has no further use for a complete system. In the modern state, it is predicated that every citizen is able to pass judgment on all the questions upon which he is called upon to vote. In political economy, it is assumed that every consumer is thoroughly acquainted with all commodities, which he has occasion to buy to maintain himself withal. And the same idea is also held as regards knowledge. Freedom of knowledge demands that a person write of that which he has not learned and proclaim this as the only sound scientific method. But Herr Dühring is one of the most conspicuous types of those absurd pseudoscientists, who today occupy so conspicuous a place in Germany and drown everything with their noisy nonsense. Noisy nonsense in poetry, in philosophy, in political economy, in writing history. Noisy nonsense in the professor's chair and tribune. Noisy nonsense too in the claims to superiority and intellectuality above the vulgar noisy nonsense of other nations. Noisy nonsense, the most characteristic and mightiest product of German intellectual activity, cheap and bad. Like other German products, along with which, I regret to say, they were not exhibited at Philadelphia, so, German socialism, particularly since Herr Dühring set the example, beats the drum, and produces here and there one who prides himself upon a science of which he knows nothing. It is this, a sort of child's disease, which marks the first conversion of the German university man to social democracy and is inseparable from him, but it will soon be thrust aside by the remarkable sound sense of our working class. It is not my fault that I am obliged to follow Herr Dühring into a realm in which I can at the very most only claim to be a dilettante. On such occasions I have for the most part limited myself to placing the plain incontrovertible facts in contrast with the false or crooked assertions of my opponent, as in relation to jurisprudence and many instances with regard to natural science. In other places he indulges in universal views on the subject of natural science theories, and therefore on a field where the professional naturalist must range out of his own particular specialty to neighboring regions where he, according to Herr Firko's confessions, is just as good a half-knower as the rest of us. For slight deficiencies and unavoidable errors in the publication, I hope that the same indulgence will be extended to me as has been shown the other side of the controversy. Just as I was completing this preface, I received the publisher's notice of a new important book by Herr Dühring, New Foundations for Rational Physics and Chemistry. Although I am very well aware of my deficiencies in physics and chemistry, I still believe that I know my Dühring well enough without having read the book, to venture to say that the laws of physics and chemistry there set forth are worthy of being placed alongside of Herr Dühring's former discoveries and the laws of economics, scheme of the universe, etc., examined in my writings and proved to be misunderstood or commonplace, and that the regometer, an instrument constructed by Herr Dühring for measuring temperature, will be found to serve not only as a measure for high or low temperature but of the ignorance and arrogance of Herr Dühring. London, June 17, 1878. It came to me as quite a surprise that a new edition of this work was called for. The special views which it criticized are practically forgotten today. The work itself has not only been placed before many thousands of readers by its serial publication in Vorwärts of Leipzig in 1877 and 1878, but it has also been published in large editions in its entirety. How then can there be any further interest in what I have to say about Herr Dühring? In the first place, I fancy that it is owing to the fact that this book, as indeed all my writings at that time, was prohibited in Germany soon after the publication of the anti-socialist laws. Whosoever was not fettered by the inherited officialdom of the countries of the Holy Alliance should have clearly seen the effect of this measure, the double and treble sale of the prohibited books, and the advertisement of the impotence of the gentlemen in Berlin, who issued injunctions and could not make them effective. Indeed, the amiability of the government was the cause of the publication of several new editions of my shorter writings, as I am able to affirm. I have no time for a proper revision of the text and so allow it to go to press, just as it is, but there is still an additional circumstance. The system of Herr Dühring here criticized spreads over a very extensive theoretical ground, and I was compelled to pursue him all over it and to place my ideas in antagonism to his. Negative criticism thereupon became positive. The polemic developed into a more or less connected exposition of dialectic methods and the socialist philosophy of which Marx and myself are representative, and this in quite a number of places. These are philosophic ideas, have had an incubation period of about 20 years since they were first given to the world in Marx's Mr. de la Philosophie and the Communist Manifesto until they obtained a wider and wider influence through the publication of Capital and now find recognition and support far beyond the limits of Europe in all lands where a proletariat exists together with progressive scientific thinkers. It seems that there is also a public whose interests in this matter are sufficient to induce them to purchase the polemic against Dühring's opinions, in spite of the fact that it is now without an object, and who evidently derive pleasure from the positive development. I must call attention to the fact, by the way, that the views here set out were, for by far the most part, developed and established by Marx, and only to a very slight degree by myself, so that it is understood that I have not represented them without his knowledge. I read the entire manuscript to him before sending it to press, and the 10th chapter of the section on political economy was written by Marx and unfortunately had to be somewhat abbreviated by me. It was our wont to mutually assist each other in special branches of work. The present edition is, with the exception of one chapter, an unchanged edition of the former. I had no time for revision, although there was much in the mode of presentation which I wanted altered. But there is incumbent upon me the duty of preparing for publication the manuscripts which Marx left, and this is much more important than anything else. Then my conscience rebels against making any changes. The book is controversial, and I have an idea that it is unfair to my antagonist for me to alter anything when he cannot do so. I could only claim the right to reply to Herr Dühring's answer. But what Herr Dühring has written with respect to my attack I have not read and shall not do so, unless obliged and theoretically done with him. Besides, I must observe the rules of literary warfare all the more closely as a despicable wrong has since been inflicted upon him by the University of Berlin. It has been chastised for this, indeed. The university which so degrades itself as to refuse permission to Herr Dühring to teach under the known circumstances should not be surprised if a Herr Schwenninger is forced upon it under circumstances just as well known. The one chapter in which I have permitted myself any explanations is the second of the third section theory here, where the sole concern is the presentation of a most important part of the philosophy which I represent. My antagonist cannot complain if I put myself to some trouble to speak popularly and to generalize. This was undoubtedly a special occasion. I had made a French translation of 3 chapters of the book, the first of the introduction, and the first and second of the third section, into a separate pamphlet for my friend Lafargue, and a French edition afterwards served as a basis for one in Italian and one in Polish. A German edition was provided under the title The Development of Socialism from Utopia to Science. The latter has exhausted 3 editions in a few months, and has also made its appearance translated into Russian and Danish. In all these publications only the chapter in question was added to, and it would have been pedantic in me if I had confined myself to the actual wording of the original and the new edition, in spite of the later and international form which it had assumed. Where I wished to make changes had particular reference to 2 points. In the first place, with regard to primitive history, as far as known, to which Morgan was the first to give us the key in 1877. In my book The Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State, Zurich, 1884, one have since had an opportunity of working up material more lately accessible which I employed in this later work. In the second place, as far as that portion which is concerned with theoretical science is concerned, the presentation of the subject is very defective, and a much more definite one could now be given. If I did not allow myself the right of improving it now, I should be in duty bound to pass criticism on myself instead of the other. Marx and I were probably the first to import the well-known dialectic of the German idealistic philosophy into the materialistic view of nature and history. But to a dialectical, and at the same time materialistic view of nature there pertains an acquaintance with mathematics and natural science. Marx was a sound mathematician, but the sciences we only knew in part, by fits and starts, sporadically. After I retired from mercantile pursuits and went to London and had time, I made as far as possible a complete mathematical and scientific molting, as Liebig calls it, and spent the best part of 8 years on it. I was occupied with this molting process when it chanced that I was called upon to busy myself with Herr Dühring's so-called philosophy. If, therefore, I often failed to find the correct technical expression, and am a little awkward in the field of natural science, it is only too natural. On the other hand, the consciousness of insecurity, which I have not yet got over, has made me cautious. Actual blunders respecting facts up to the present known, and incorrect presentations of theories thus far recognized, cannot be proved against me. In this relation just one great mathematician, who is laboring under a mistake, has complained to Marx in a letter that I have made a mischievous attack upon the honor of the square root of -1. As regards my review of mathematics and the natural science, it was necessary for me to reassure myself on some special points, since I had no doubts about the truth of the general proposition, and in nature the same dialectic laws of progress fulfill themselves amid all the apparent confusion of innumerable changes as dominate the apparently accidental in nature. The same laws whose threads traverse the progressive history of human thought, and little by little come to the consciousness of thinking men. These were first developed by Hegel in a comprehensive fashion, but in a mystical form. Our efforts were directed towards stripping away this mystical form and making them evident in their full simplicity and universal reality. It was self-evident that the old philosophies of nature, in spite of all their actual value and fruitful suggestiveness, could be of no value to us. There was an error in the Hegelian form, as shown in this book, in that it recognized no progression of nature in time, no one after another, nacheinander, but merely one besides another, nebeneinander. This was due on the one hand to the Hegelian system itself, which ascribed to the Spiritgeist alone a progressive historical development, but on the other hand, the general attitude of the natural sciences was responsible. So Hegel fell far behind Kant in this respect, for the latter had already by his nebular hypothesis proclaimed the origin, and, by his discovery of the stoppage of the rotation of the earth through the tides, the destruction of the solar system. And finally, I could not undertake to construct the dialectical laws of nature, but to discover them in it and to develop them from it. To do this entirely and in each separate division is a colossal task. Not only is the ground to be covered almost immeasurable, but on this entire ground natural science is involved in such tremendous changes that even those who have all their time to give can hardly keep up with it. Since the death of Marx, however, my mind has been occupied by more pressing duties, and so I had to interrupt my work. I must, for the moment, confine myself to the hints in the work before us and wait for a later opportunity to correct and publish the results obtained, probably together with the most important manuscripts on mathematics left behind by Marx. But the advance of theoretical science makes my work in all probability, in a great measure, or altogether, superfluous. Since the revolution which overturned theoretical science, the necessity of arranging the accumulation of purely empirical discoveries has caused the opposing empiricists to pay more and more attention to the dialectical character of the operations of nature. The old stiff antagonisms, the sharp impassable frontier lines are becoming more and more abolished. Since the last true gases have been liquefied, since the proof that a body can be put in a condition in which liquid and gaseous forms cannot be differentiated, aggregate conditions have to the last remnant lost their earlier absolute character. With the statement of the kinetic theory of gases that, in gases, the squares of the speeds with which the separate gas molecules move are in inverse ratio to the molecular weights, under the same temperature, heat takes its place directly in the series of such measurable forms of motion. 10 years ago, the newly discovered great fundamental law of motion was still understood as a mere law of the conservation of energy, as a mere expression of the indestructibility and uncreatability of motion, and therefore merely on its quantitative side. That narrow negative expression has been more and more subordinated to the transformation of energy, in which the qualitative content of the process is duly recognized and the last notion of an extramundane creator is destroyed. That the quantity of motion of energy, so-called, is not changed when it is transformed into kinetic energy, mechanical force, so-called, into electricity, heat, potential static energy need not now be preached any longer as something new. It served as the foundation, once attained, of many valuable investigations of the process of transformation itself, of the great fundamental process, in the knowledge of which is comprehended the knowledge of all nature, And since biology has been treated in the light of the theory of evolution, it has abolished one stiff line of classification after another in the realm of organic nature. The entirely unclassified intermediate conditions increase in number every day. Later investigations throw organisms out of one class into another, and marks of distinction, which have become articles of faith, lose their individual reality. We have now mammals which lay eggs and, if the news is established, birds also which go on all fours. It was already observed, before the time of Virchow, as a conclusion of the discovery of the cell, that the identity of the individual creature is lost, scientifically and dialectically speaking, in a federation of cells. So the idea of animal, and therefore human individuality, is still further complicated by the discovery of the ambit in the bodies of the higher animals constituting the white blood corpuscles. And these are just the things which were considered polar opposites, irreconcilable and insoluble, the fixed boundaries and differences of classification, which have given modern theoretical science its limited and metaphysical character. The knowledge that these distinctions and antagonisms actually do occur in nature, but only relatively, and that on the other hand that fixity and absoluteness are the products of our own minds. This knowledge constitutes the kernel of the dialectic view of nature. The view is reached under the compulsion of the mass of scientific facts, and one reaches it the more easily by bringing to the dialectic character of these facts a consciousness of the laws of dialectic thought. At all events, the scope of science is now so great that it no longer escapes the dialectic comprehension, but it will simplify the process if it is remembered that the results in which these discoveries are comprehended are ideas, that the art of operating with ideas is not inborn, moreover, and is not vouchsafed every day to the ordinary mind, but requires actual thought, and this thought has a long history crammed with experiences, neither more nor less than the accumulated experiences of investigation into nature. By these means, then, it learns how to appropriate the results of 1500 years' development of philosophy. It gets rid of any separate natural philosophy which stands above or alongside of it, and the limited method of thought brought over from English empiricism. London, September 22, 1885. The following new edition is, with the exception of a very few changes in form of expression, a reproduction of the former, only in one chapter, namely in the XTH of the second section, that on critical history. I have allowed some important emendations, for the following reasons. As has been stated already in the preface to the second edition, this chapter is in all its essentials the work of Marx. In its first form, which was intended as an article in a review, I was compelled to abbreviate the manuscript of Marx very much, particularly in those points in which the criticism of Herr Dühring's propositions is subordinate to the particular development of the history of economics. But these are just the portions of the manuscript which constitute the greatest and most important of, as regards its permanent interest, part of the work. The places in which Marx gives their appropriate place in the genesis of political economy to such writers as Petty, North, Locke and Hume, I consider myself obliged to give as literally and completely as possible, and still more so, his explanation of the economic tableaus by Quenet, the insoluble riddle of the Sphinx to all economists. I have omitted, however, that part which dealt solely with the writings of Herr Dühring as far as the connection permitted. For the rest, I am perfectly well satisfied with the extent to which the views represented in this work have made their way into the minds of the working class and the scientists throughout the world since the publication of the former edition of Engels. London, 23 May, 7894. Chapter 111 Introduction. In general, modern socialism is in its essence the product of the existence on the one hand of the class antagonisms which are dominant in modern society, between the property possessors and those who have no property, and between the wage workers and the bourgeois, and on the other of the anarchy which is prevalent in modern production. In its theoretical form, however, it appears as a development of the fundamental ideas of the great French philosophers of the 18th century. Like every new theory, it was obliged to attach itself to the existing philosophy, however deeply its roots were embedded in the economic fact. The great men in France who cleared the minds of the people for the coming revolution were themselves uncompromisingly revolutionary. They did not recognize outside authority of any kind whatsoever, religion, natural science, society, the state. All were subjected to the most unsparing criticism, and everything was compelled to justify its existence before the judgment seat of reason or perish. Reason was established as the one and universal measure. It was the time when, as Hegel said, the world was turned upside down. First in the sense that the human mind and the principles arrived at by process of thought were claimed as the foundations of all human actions and social relations, but later also in the wider sense, that the reality which contradicted these theories had indeed to be turned upside down. All forms of society and the state existent heretofore, all survivals of old notions, were thrown into the lumber room as unreasonable. Up to that time the world had only allowed itself to be led by prejudice. All that had been done deserved merely pity and contempt. Now for the first time they broke. From now on, superstition, injustice, tyranny and privilege should be replaced by eternal truth, eternal justice. Equality founded on natural rights and the inalienable rights of men. We now know that the rule of reason was nothing more than the rule of the bourgeoisie idealized, that eternal right found its realization in bourgeois justice. That equality was materialized in bourgeois equality before the law, that when the rights of man were proclaimed, bourgeois rights of property were proclaimed at one and the same time, and that the state of reason, Rousseau's social contract, could only come into existence as the bourgeois democratic republic. To such a slight extent could the great thinkers of the 18th century, just as their predecessors, prevail over the limits which their own epoch had placed upon them. But besides the antagonism between feudal baron and bourgeois, there existed the general antagonism between the robbers and the robbed, between the rich idlers and the toiling poor. It was just this antagonism which made it possible for the leaders of the bourgeoisie to pose as the representatives not merely of a special class, but of the whole of suffering humanity. Furthermore, the bourgeoisie was saddled with an antithesis right from the start. Capitalists cannot exist without laborers, and in proportion, as the members of the guilds in the Middle Ages developed into the modern bourgeois, the journeymen of the guilds and the day laborers on their part developed into the proletariat. And though the bourgeois, as a general rule, might claim to represent also the interest of the different working classes of the period, still, independent movements of the latter classes broke out, in connection with each great movement on the part of the bourgeoisie. Such working classes being the more or less developed predecessors of the modern proletariat, thus there came into being at the time of the German Reformation and the Peasant War the party of Thomas Munzer. In the Great English Revolution the Levellers, and in the Great French Revolution, Babeuf. Besides these revolutionary demonstrations of a class still undeveloped, occurred certain theoretical manifestations of a corresponding nature. Thus in the 16th and 17th centuries, utopian pictures of an ideal social condition. In the 18th century, absolutely communistic theories morally and morally. The demand for equality was confined no longer to political rights. It had to be extended to the social condition of individuals. The demand was made for the abolition not merely of class privileges but of class distinctions also. An ascetic communism patterned on that of Sparta was the first form which the new teachings assumed. Then came the three great utopians: Saint Simon, in whose eyes bourgeois aims possessed a certain merit as well as those of the proletariat, then Fourier and Owen, who, in the land of the most highly developed capitalistic production, and under the influence of the antagonisms which arise therefrom, developed in direct relation to French materialism, their proposals which tended to the abolition of class distinctions. One common feature pertaining to all the three is the fact that they did not appear as the representatives of the interests of the proletariat which had been in the meantime developed through the historical process. Like the philosophers, their ambition is not to free a particular class but the whole world. Like them, they wish to introduce the government of reason and eternal justice. But there is a world of difference between their government and that of the philosophers. According to the philosophers, the bourgeois world as it exists is unreasonable and unjust and is destined for the rubbish heap, just as feudalism and all other earlier forms of society. The reason that true justice and reason have not dominated the world is because up to the present man has not properly comprehended them. That a man of genius has appeared and that the truth concerning these things should have now been made clear are not results arising from a combination of historical progress and necessity, but a mere piece of luck. He might just as well have been born 500 years earlier and save mankind the mistakes, conflicts and sorrows of 500 years. This is actually the idea of all English and French socialists, and of the earlier German socialists, Wheeling included. According to this view, socialism is the expression of absolute truth, reason, and justice, and only has to be perceived in order to vanquish the world by reason of its truth. Hence, absolute truth, reason, and justice vary according to each founder of a school, and therefore with each one. The variety of absolute truth, reason, and justice is dependent, in turn, upon the subjective temperament of that founder, his conditions of life, the extent of his knowledge and mental discipline, so that in this conflict of absolute truths there is no possible solution save that they rub each other smooth by mutual contact. Hence nothing could result from it except a sort of eclectic, average socialism, which is, as a matter of fact, up to the present, the prevailing notion in the minds of the great majority of socialist agitators in France and England. A mixture admitting of manifold shades, of a few notable critical utterances, economic teachings and pictures of a future state of society by leaders of different sects, a mixture which flows all the easier in proportion as the sharp, precise corners are rubbed off the separate notions in the stream of debates, just as pebbles become round in a brook. In order that a science can be made out of socialism, it is first necessary that it be placed on a sound basis. Meanwhile, close to and just after the French philosophy of the 18th century, the new German philosophy arose and culminated in Hegel. Its greatest service was the restoration of the dialectic as the highest form of thought. The old Greek philosophers were all natural dialecticians, and the most universal intellect among them, Aristotle, was already the discoverer of the essential forms of dialectic thought. On the other hand, subsequent philosophy, although in it there were brilliant exponents of the dialectic, for example Descartes and Spinoza, was more and more involved in the so-called metaphysical mode of thought, chiefly owing to English influence which completely mastered the French philosophers, at least of the 18th century. Outside of the strict frontiers of philosophy, masterpieces of the dialectic might be found occasionally, of which I can only recall Rameau's Nephew by Diderot, and the treatise upon the origin of human inequality by Rousseau. We now give briefly the essential features of the two modes of thought. We will return to them more fully later, if we examine nature, the history of men, or our own intellectual activities. We have presented to us an endless coil of interrelations and changes in which nothing is constant whatever be its nature, time or position, but everything is in motion, suffers change, and passes away. This original, naive and very nearly correct philosophy of the world, is that of the old Greek philosophers, and was first put in a very clear form by Heraclitus. Everything is and yet is not, since everything is in a state of flux, is comprehended as undergoing constant modification, as eternally existing and disappearing. But this philosophy, correct as it is as regards phenomena in general, viewed as a picture, is insufficient to explain the individual phenomena of which the picture of the universe is composed. And as long as we cannot do that, we are not clear about the general picture. In order to study these individual phenomena, we are obliged to take them out of their natural or social connection, and examine each of them by itself according to its own form and its particular origin and development. This is the task of natural science and historical investigation, branches of discovery to which the Greeks of classical times assigned a subordinate place for very good reasons, since they, first of all, had to collect the material. The beginning of an exact observation of nature was made first by the Greeks of the Alexandrine period, and was later developed further by the Arabs in the Middle Ages. True natural science hence dates from the second half of the 15th century, and from then on has advanced at a constantly growing rate. The dissection of nature into its separate parts, the separation of different natural events and natural conditions into certain classes, the examination of the interiors of organic bodies with respect to their manifold anatomical forms, furnish the fundamental reasons for the progress and knowledge of nature, which the last 400 years have brought in their train. But it has caused us occasionally to drop into the habit of regarding natural phenomena and events as entities, apart from the great universal interrelations, and therefore not as moving but quiescent, not as changeable in their essence but fixed and constant, not in their life but in their death. And hence, just as happened with Bacon and Locke, this point of view has been carried over from science into philosophy, and has constituted the specially narrow view of the last century, the metaphysical mode of thought. For the metaphysician, things and their pictures in the minds, concepts or separate entities, one following the other without any regard to each other, stable, rigid, eternally fixed objects of investigation. The metaphysician thinks in antitheses. His conversation is yea, yea, nay, nay, and whatsoever is more than these cometh of evil. For him a thing exists or it does not exist. A thing can never be itself and something else at the same time. Positive and negative are mutually exclusive. Cause and effect stand in stiff antagonism to each other. This method of thought seems at the first glance to be quite plausible because it is in accordance with sound common sense. But sound common sense, respectable fellow, though he may be in his own home surrounded by his four walls, meets with strange adventures when he betakes himself into the wide world of investigation, and the metaphysical way of looking at things, sound and useful as it is, under given conditions, runs sooner or later into a stone wall, beyond which it is one-sided, stupid and abstract, and loses itself in insoluble contradictions, because it omits to notice the interrelations of the individual phenomena, their existence, their coming and their going, their static and mobile conditions, and so to speak does not see the forest for trees. We know, for example, with sufficient certainty for everyday affairs, whether an animal is alive or dead, but, on closer examination, we find that this is sometimes no easy matter to decide, as jurists know very well, and have gone indeed to great pains to discover a rational border line beyond which the killing of a child in the womb of its mother is murder. It is just as impossible to fix the precise moment of death, for physiology shows that death is not a single and sudden event but a very slow process. Just so is every organic being at the same moment itself and not itself. Every moment it takes up matter coming to it from the outside and throws off other matter, every moment its body cells die and are recreated. Indeed, after a longer or shorter period, the whole material of the body is renewed through the taking up of other particles of matter, so that each organic being is at the same time itself and something else. We find also, if we look at the matter more closely, that the two poles of an antithesis, positive and negative, are just as inseparable as they are antagonistic, and that they, in spite of all their fixed antagonisms, permeate each other. Also that the cause and effect are concepts which can only realize themselves in relation to a particular case. However, when we come to examine this separate case in its general relation to the world at large, they come together and dissolve themselves in face of the working out of the universal problem, for, here, cause and effect exchange places, what was at one time and place effect becoming cause and vice versa. All these phenomena and thought concepts do not fit into the frame of metaphysical philosophy, according to the dialectic method of thinking which regards things and their concepts in relation to their connection with each other, their concatenation, their coming into being and passing away. Phenomena, like the preceding, are so many confirmations of its own philosophy. Nature is the proof of the dialectic, and we must give to modern science the credit of having furnished an extraordinary wealth and daily increasing store of material towards this proof, and thereby showing in the last instance things proceed dialectically, and not in accordance with metaphysical notions. But as the scientists who have learned to think dialectically may be still easily counted, the chaos arising from the confusion between actual results and an antiquated mode of thought is thus explained, and this confusion is too dominant in theoretical science, and drives teachers and pupils, writers and readers to despair. A correct notion of the universe of the human race, as well as of the reflection of this progress in the human mind, can only be had by means of the dialectic method, together with a steady observation of the change and interchange which goes on in the universe, the coming into existence and passing away, progressive and retrogressive modification, and the later German philosophy has proceeded from this standpoint. Kant began his career in this way by abolishing Newton's conception of a stable solar system, which persisted after receiving its first impulse, in favor of a historical process, to wit, the origin of the sun and all the planets from a rotating mass of nebulae. From this concept he drew the conclusion that, granted this origin, the future dissolution of the solar system is inevitable. His theory was mathematically proved by Laplace half a century later. And half a century later still the spectroscope discovered the existence of such glowing masses of gas in space in different stages of condensation. This later German philosophy found its conclusion in the philosophy of Hegel, where for the first time, and this is his greatest service, the entire natural, historical and spiritual universe was regarded as a process, that is, as in constant progress, change, transformation and development. And the attempt was made to show the more subtle relations of this process and development. From this historical point of view, the history of mankind no longer appeared as a barren confusion of mindless forces, all alike subject to rejection before the judgment seat of the most recently ripened philosophy, in which, at the very best, man puts out of his mind as soon as possible, but as the development process of humanity itself, to follow the process of which, little by little, through all its ramifications, and to establish the essential laws of which, in spite of all apparent accidents, is now the task of philosophic thought. It is immaterial at this place that Hegel did not solve this problem. His epoch-making service was to have proposed it. It is a problem, moreover, which no individual can solve. Though Hegel, next to Saint Simon, was the most universal intellect of his time, he was still limited, in the first place, through the necessarily narrow grasp of his own knowledge, and in addition through the limitations of the contemporary conditions of knowledge. There was a third reason, too. Hegel was an idealist, that is, he regarded thought not as a mere abstract representation of real phenomena, but, on the contrary, phenomena and their development appeared to him as the representations of the idea which existed before the world. The result was an inversion of everything. The actual interrelations of the universe were turned completely upside down, and though of these interrelations, many single ones were set out justly and correctly by Hegel, much of the detail is patched, labored, made up, in short, incorrect. The Hegelian system was, to speak briefly, a colossal miscarriage, and the last of its kind. It rested on an incurable contradiction. On the other hand, it actually proclaimed a historical conception according to which human history is a process of development, which, in its very nature, cannot find its intellectual conclusion in the discovery of a so-called absolute truth. On the other hand, it declared itself to be the central idea of just such an absolute truth. An all-embracing and determined knowledge of nature and history is in absolute contradiction with the foundations of dialectic thought, but it is not denied. On the contrary, it is strongly affirmed that the systematic knowledge of the entire external world may from age to age make giant strides. The total perversion of modern German idealism of necessity drove men to materialism, but not, and this is well worth noting, to the mere metaphysical mechanical materialism of the 18th century, in contradiction to the naively simple revolutionary pushing on one side of all earlier history. Modern materialism sees in history the process of the development of society, to discover the laws of whose development is its task, in contradistinction to the conception of nature which prevailed among the French philosophers, as well as with Hegel, as something moving in a narrow circle with an eternal and unchangeable substantial form, as Newton conceived it, and with invariable species of organic beings, as Linnaeus thought. Materialism embraces the more recent discoveries of natural science, according to which nature has also a history and time. For the forms of the worlds, like the species of organisms by which they are inhabited under suitable conditions, come into being and pass away, and the cycles of their progress, in so far as it is permissible to use the term, take on eternally more magnificent dimensions. In either case it is entirely dialectic and no longer forces a static philosophy upon the other sciences. As soon as the demand is made upon each separate branch of science that it make clear its relation to things in general and science as a whole, the individual science thereupon becomes superfluous. Of all philosophy up to the present time, the only peculiar property which remains as its characteristic is the study of thought and the formal laws of thought, logic and the dialectic. All else belongs to the positive sciences of nature and history, while the revolution in natural science was only able to be completely carried out in proportion as investigation furnished the necessary positive material. There were known a multitude of earlier historical facts, which gave a distinct bias to the philosophy of history. In 1831 in Lyon the first purely working-class revolt occurred. The first national working-class movement, that of the English Chartists, reached its height between 1838 and 1842. The class war between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie proceeded historically in the most advanced European countries, just in proportion as the newly developed greater industry has progressed on the one hand, and the political power of the bourgeoisie on the other. The teachings of the bourgeois economists with respect to the identity of the interests of capital and labor and with respect to the universal peace and well-being which would follow as a matter of course from the adoption of free trade were more and more contradicted by facts. All these things could be as little ignored as the French and English socialism, which was their theoretical though very insufficient expression. But the old idealistic philosophy of history, which was as yet by no means laid aside, knew nothing of class wars dependent upon material interests, and nothing of material interests specially. Production, like all economic phenomena, only occupied a subordinate position as a secondary element of the history of civilization. The new facts, moreover, rendered necessary a new investigation of all preceding history, and then it became evident that all history up to then had been a history of class struggles, and that these mutually conflicting classes are the results of a given method of production and distribution at a given period, in a word, of the economic conditions of that epoch. Hence, that the economic structure of society at a given time furnishes the real foundations upon which the entire superstructure of political and juristic institutions, as well as the religious, philosophical, and other abstract notions of a given period are to be explained in the last instance. Idealism was thereupon driven from its last refuge, the philosophy of history. A materialistic philosophy of history was set up, and a path was discovered by which the consciousness of man could be shown as springing from his existence rather than his existence from his consciousness. But the socialism which had existed so far was just as incompatible with the materialistic conception of history as was the naturalistic French materialism with the dialectic and the modern discoveries in natural science. The then existing socialism criticized the prevailing capitalistic methods of production and their results, but it could not explain them, and thus could not match itself against them. It could only brush them on one side as being bad. But it was necessary to show, on the one hand, the capitalistic methods of production in their historical connection, and their necessity at a given historical epoch, and therefore the necessity of their ultimate disappearance. On the other hand, their inner character had to be explained, and this was all the more concealed for criticism had up to then been chiefly engaged in pointing out the evil results flowing from them rather than in destroying the thing itself. This was made clear by the discovery of surplus value. It was shown that the appropriation of unpaid labor is the basis of the capitalistic mode of production, and the robbery of the worker is carried out by its means, that the capitalist, although he buys the labor force of the worker at the full value which it possesses in the market, is a commodity, yet derives more from it than he has paid for it, and that in the last instance, this surplus creates the total amount of value, from which the capital steadily increasing in the hands of the capitalistic class is amassed. The phenomenon not only of capitalistic production, but of the creation of capital, has thus been explained, for these two great discoveries, the materialistic conception of history and the disclosure of the mystery of capitalistic production, we must thank Marx. Granted these, socialism became a science, which thereupon had to busy itself in the working out of these ideas in their individual aspects and connections. Thus matters stood in the realm of theoretical socialism and the dead philosophy of metaphysics when Herr Eugen Dühring, with no slight impressment, sprang up before the public and announced that he had accomplished a complete revolution in political economy and socialism. Let us now see what Herr Dühring promises and how he keeps his promises. 11. What Herr Dühring has to say. Up to now, the notable writings of Herr Dühring are his course of philosophy, his course of political and social science, and his critical history of political economy and socialism. The first work is the one which particularly claims our attention. Right on the first page, Herr Dühring announces himself as one who claims to represent this power of philosophy at the present time and its unfolding in the undiscoverable future. He discovers himself, therefore, as the one true philosopher for the present and the hidden future. Whoso differs from him differs from truth. Many people even before Herr Dühring have thought this about themselves or something like it, but with the exception of Richard Wagner, he is the first who has allowed himself to say it right out. And, as a matter of fact, the truth, as it is handled by him, is a final truth of the last instance. Herr Dühring's philosophy is the natural system, or the philosophy of reality. Reality is so understood as to exclude every sudden impulse towards an unreal and subjectively limited comprehension of the universe. The philosophy is therefore so shaped as to exclude Herr Dühring himself from the somewhat obvious limitations of his own personal, subjective narrowness. It is quite necessary to explain how this miracle is worked, if he is in a position to lay down unquestionable truths of the last instance, though, for our part, we cannot discover any particular merit in them. This natural system of valuable knowledge has with great profundity established the foundation forms of existence. Out of his real critical attitude proceed the elements of a real critical philosophy, based on the realities of nature and life, which does not allow of any merely imaginary horizon, but in its mighty revolutionary progress opens up the earth and heaven of external and inner nature. It is a new method of thought, and its results are from the bottom up. Peculiar results in philosophy system shaping ideas, fixed truths we have in it. Before us a work which must seek its force in the concentrated initiative, whatever that may mean, an investigation reaching to the roots, a rooted science, a severely scientific conception of things and men, a comprehensive thorough effort of the mind, a creative sketch of suppositions and conclusions from overmastering ideas, the absolute, fundamental. In the realm of political economy, he gives us not only historical and systematic comprehensive efforts, of which the historical are moreover distinguished by my presentation of history in the grand style, and those in political economy have produced creative movements, but closes with a special completely elaborated scientific scheme for a future society, which is the actual fruit of a clear and basic theory, and is therefore just as free from the possibility of error and as individual as Dühring's philosophy. For only in that socialistic structure which I have disclosed in my course of political and social science can a true ownership arise in place of the present apparent private property which rests on force. Such an ownership as must be recognized in the future. These flowers of rhetoric from the praises of Herr Dühring by Herr Dühring might be increased tenfold with these. They must cause a doubt to arise in the mind of the reader whether he is reading the words of a philosopher or of a. But we must ask him to withhold his judgment until he shall have learnt the aforesaid grasp of the root of things by a closer acquaintance. We only quote the foregoing flowery remarks to show that we have to do with no ordinary philosopher and socialist who simply speaks what he thinks and leaves the future to decide with respect to their value, but with an extraordinary personality like the Pope, whose individual teachings must be received if the damnable sin of heresy is to be avoided. We have not by any means to deal with the kind of work which abounds in all the socialist writings, and the later German ones in particular, works in which people of varying caliber seek to explain in the most naive fashion their notions of things in general, and for an answer to whom there is more or less material available. But whatever may be the literary or scientific deficiencies of these works, their goodwill towards socialism is always manifest. On the other hand, Herr Dühring presents us with statements which he declares to be final truths of the last instance, exclusive truths, according to which any other opinion is absolutely false. Thus he owns the only scientific methods of investigation, and all others are unscientific in comparison. Either he is right and we are face to face with the greatest genius of our time, the first superhuman, because infallible man, or he is wrong, and then, since our judgment may always be at fault, benevolent regard for his possible good intentions would be the deadliest insult to Herr Dühring. When one is in possession of final truths of the last instance, and the only absolutely scientific knowledge one must have is certain contempt for the rest of erring and unscientific humanity. We cannot therefore be surprised that Herr Dühring employs very abusive terms with regard to his predecessors, and that only a few exceptional people, recognized by him as great men, find favor in face of his comprehension of fundamental truths. Then follows a list of the epithets applied by Dühring to philosophers, naturalists, Darwin, particular, and to the socialist writers. This list has been omitted as it contributes nothing of value to the general discussion, and is only useful for the particular controversial matter in hand. And so on, and this is only a hastily gathered bouquet of flowers from Herr Dühring's rose garden. It will be understood that if these amiable insults which should be forbidden Herr Dühring on any grounds of politeness, are found somewhat disreputable and unpleasant, they are, still, final truths of the last instance. Even now we shall guard against any doubt of his profundity, because we might otherwise be forbidden to discover the particular category of idiots to which we belong. We have but considered it our duty on the one hand to give what Herr Dühring calls the quintessence of the modest mode of expression, and on the other hand, to show that in Herr Dühring's eyes the objectionableness of his predecessors is no less firmly established than his own infallibility. Accordingly, if all this is actually true, we bow in reverence humbly before the mighty genius of modern times. Part I. Chapter IV. Philosophy. A priorism. Philosophy is, according to Herr Dühring, the development of the highest forms of consciousness of the world and life, and embraces, in a wider sense, the principles of all knowledge and volition. Wherever a series of perceptions, or motives, or a group of forms of life becomes a matter of consideration in the human mind, the principles which underlie these forms of necessity become an object of philosophy. These principles are single, or, up to the present, have been considered as single ingredients out of which are composed the complexities of knowledge and volition, like the chemical composition of material bodies. The entire universe may be also resolved into fundamental forms and elements. These elementary constituents and principles serve, when once discovered, not only for the known tangible world, but for that also, which is unknown and inaccessible. Philosophical principles, therefore, constitute the last complement required by the sciences, in order that they may become a uniform system by means of which nature and human life are explained. In addition to the examination of the fundamental forms of all existence, philosophy has only two particular objects of investigation, nature and humanity. And our material may be classified into three main groups: a general scheme of the universe, the teaching of the principles of nature, and finally the principles which regulate humanity. This arrangement at the same time comprises an inner logical order, for the formal principles, which are true for all existence, take precedence, and the concrete realms in which these principles display themselves follow in the gradation of their successive arrangements. So far, this is Herr Dühring's conception of things, given almost in his very words. He is therefore engaged with principles, formal conceptions, which are subjective and not derived from the knowledge of external phenomena, but which are applied to nature and humanity, as the principles according to which nature and humanity must regulate themselves. But how are these subjective principles derived? From thought itself? No, for Herr Dühring himself says, the purely ideal realm is limited to logical arrangements and mathematical conceptions, which latter, as we shall later see, is false. Logical arrangements can only be referred to forms of thought, but we are engaged here only with forms of existence, the external world, and these forms can never be created by thought nor derived from it, but only from the external world. Hereupon the entire matter undergoes a change. We see that principles are not the starting point of investigation, but the conclusion of it. They are not to be applied to nature and history, but are derived from them. Nature and humanity are not steered by principles, but principles are, on the other hand, only correct so far as they correspond with nature and history. That is just the materialistic conception of the matter, and the opposite, that of Herr Dühring, is the idealistic conception. It turns things upside down and constructs a real world out of the world of thought, arrangements, plans and categories existing from everlasting before the world. Just like Hegelianism, as a matter of fact, we prefer Hegel's encyclopedia with all its fever phantoms, to the final truths of the last instance of Herr Dühring. In the first place, according to Herr Dühring, we have the general scheme of the universe, which by Hegel is called logic. Then according to both of them we have the application of this scheme to nature by means of the logical categories, the philosophy of nature, and finally their application to humanity, By what Hegel calls the philosophy of the spirit, the inner logical arrangement of Dühring's scheme brings us therefore logically back to Hegel's encyclopedia, from which it is taken with a fidelity which would move that wandering Jew of the Hegelian school, Professor Michelet of Berlin, to tears. Such a result follows if one takes it for granted that consciousness thought is something which has existed from the beginning in contradistinction to nature. It would then be of the greatest importance to bring consciousness and nature, thought and existence, into harmony, to harmonize the laws of thought and the laws of nature. But one inquires further, what are thought and consciousness, and whence do they originate? It is consequently discovered that they are products of the brain of man, and that humanity is itself a product of nature which has developed in and along with its environment, wherefore it becomes self-apparent that the products of the brain of man, being themselves, in the last instance, natural products, do not contradict all the rest of nature but correspond with it. But Herr Dühring cannot allow so simple a treatment of the subject. He thinks not only in the name of humanity, which would be quite a large affair, but in the name of the conscious and thinking beings of the whole universe. Indeed, it would be a degradation of the foundation concepts of knowledge and consciousness if one should wish to exclude or even to throw suspicion upon their sovereign value and undoubted claims to truth by means of the epithet human, in order that there may be no suspicion that upon some heavenly body or other twice two may make five. Herr Dühring does not venture to call thought a human attribute, and therefore he is obliged to separate it from the only true foundation on which it rests, as far as we are concerned, namely, from man and nature, and thereby falls, without any possibility of getting out, into an ideology which causes him to play baby to Hegel. It is self-evident that one cannot build materialistic doctrines on foundations so ideological. We shall see later that Herr Dühring is compelled to push nature to the front as a conscious agent and, therefore, as that which people in plain English call God. Indeed, our philosopher had other motives in shifting the foundation of reality from the material world to that of thought. The knowledge of this general scheme of the universe, of these formal principles of being, is just the foundation of Herr Dühring's philosophy. If we derive the scheme of the universe not from our own brain, but merely by means of our own brain, from the material world, we need no philosophy, but simply knowledge of the world and what occurs in it, and the results of this knowledge likewise do not constitute a philosophy, but positive science. In such a case, however, Herr Dühring's entire book would have been love labor lost. Further, if no philosophy, as such, is longer required, there is no longer the necessity of any philosophy of nature even. The view that all the phenomena of nature stand in systematic mutual relations compels science to prove this systematic interconnection in all respects, in single cases as well as in the entirety, but in appropriate creative, scientific representation of this mutual connection in such a way as to show the composition of an exact thought picture of the system of the universe in which we live remains not only for us, but for all time an impossibility. Should such a final conclusive system of the interconnection of the various activities of the universe, physical, as well as intellectual and historical, ever be brought to completion at any point of time in the history of the human race, human knowledge would forthwith come to an end, and future historical progress would be cut off from the very moment in which society was directed in accordance with the system, which would be an absurdity, mere nonsense. Man is therefore confronted by a contradiction. On the one hand, he is obliged to study the interconnections of the world system exhaustively, and, on the other hand, he is unable to fully accomplish the task either as regards himself or as regards the system of nature. This contradiction, however, does not consist solely in the nature of the two factors, world and man. It is the main lever also of universal intellectual progress, and is solved every day and forever in an endless progressive development of humanity, just as mathematical problems find their solution in an endless progression of a recurring decimal. As a matter of fact, also every concept of the universe is subject to objective limitations owing to the conditions of historical knowledge, and subjectively in addition owing to the physical and mental makeup of the author of the concept. But Herr Dühring exhibits a mode of thought which is confined in its application to a limited and subjective idea of the universe. We saw earlier that he was omnipresent in all possible forms of the universe. Now we see that he is omniscient. He has solved the final problems of science and has nailed up tight all future knowledge. Herr Dühring considers that he can, as with the fundamental forms of existence, produce a prioristically by means of his own cogitations the whole of pure mathematics without making any use of the experience which is afforded us in the objective world. In pure mathematics, the understanding is engaged in its own free creations and imaginations. The concepts of number and form are self-sufficient objects proceeding from themselves, and so have a value independent of individual experience and actual objective reality. That pure significance independent of particular individual experience is quite true are also the established Facts of all the sciences mathematics has, and indeed of all facts. The magnetic poles, the formation of water from oxygen and hydrogen, the fact that Hegel is dead and that Herr Dühring is alive, are facts independent of my experience or that of any other single individual, and will be independent of that of Herr Dühring himself, as soon as he shall sleep the sleep of the just. But in pure mathematics the mind is not by any means engaged with its own creations and imaginings. The concepts of number and form have only come to us by the way of the real world. The 10 fingers on which men count and thereby perform the first arithmetical calculations are anything but a free creation of the mind. To count not only requires objects capable of being counted but the ability, when these objects are regarded, of subtracting all qualities from them except number, and this ability is the product of long historical development of actual experience. The concept form is, like that of number, derived exclusively from the external world and is not a purely mental product. To it things possessed of shape were necessary, and these shapes men compared until the concept form was arrived at. Pure mathematics considers the shapes and quantities of things in the actual world, very real objects. The fact that these objects appear in a very abstract form only superficially conceals their origin in the world of external nature. In order to understand these forms and qualities in their purity, it is necessary to separate them from their content, and thus one gets the point, without dimensions, the line without breadth and thickness, and b, x and y, constants and variables. And we finally first arrive at independent creations of the imagination and intellect, imaginary magnitudes. Also, the apparent derivation of mathematical magnitudes from each other does not prove their a prioristic origin, but only their rational interconnection. Before one attained the concept that the form of a cylinder was derived from the revolution of a rectangle round one of its sides, he must have examined a number of rectangles and cylinders, even if of imperfect form. Like all sciences, mathematics has sprung from the necessities of men, from the measurement of land and the content of vessels, from the calculation of time and mechanics. But, as in every department of thought, at a certain stage of development, laws are abstracted from the actual phenomena, are separated from them and set over against them, as something independent of them, as laws, which apparently come from the outside, in accordance with which the material world must necessarily conduct itself. So, it has happened in society and the state, so, and not otherwise. Pure mathematics, though borrowed from the world, is applied to the world, and though it only shows a portion of its component factors, is all the better applicable on that account. But as Herr Dühring imagines, that the whole of pure mathematics can be derived from the mathematical axioms, which according to purely logical concepts are neither capable of proof nor in need of any, and without empirical ingredients anywhere, and that these can be applied to the universe, he likewise imagines, in the first place, the foundation forms of being, the single ingredients of all knowledge, the axioms of philosophy, to be produced by the intellect of man. He imagines also that he can derive the whole of philosophy or plan of the universe from these, and that his sublime genius can compel us to accept this. His conception of nature and humanity. Unfortunately, nature and humanity are not constituted like the Prussians of the Manteuffel regime of 1850. The axioms of mathematics are expressions of the most elementary ideas which mathematics must borrow from logic. They may be reduced to two. 1. The whole is greater than its part. This statement is mere tautology, since the quantitatively limited concept, part, necessarily refers to the concept, whole. And that part signifies no more than that the quantitative whole is made up of quantitative parts. Since the so-called axiom merely asserts this much, we are not a step further. This can be shown to be a tautology if we say the whole is that which consists of several parts. A part is that several of which make up a whole. Therefore the part is less than the whole, where the barrenness of the repetition shows the lack of content all the more strongly. 2. If two magnitudes are equal to a third, they are equal to one another. This statement is, as Hegel has shown, a conclusion upon the correctness of which all logic depends, and which is demonstrated therefore outside of pure mathematics. The remaining axioms, with regard to equality and inequality, are merely logical extensions of this conclusion. Such barren statements are not enticing either in mathematics or anywhere else. To proceed, we must have realities, conditions and forms taken from real material things, representations of lines, planes, angles, polygons, spheres, etc., are all borrowed from reality. And it is just naive ideology to believe the mathematicians, who assert that the first line was made by causing a point to progress through space, the first plane by means of the movement of a line, and the first solid by revolving a plane, etc. Even speech rebels against this idea. The mathematical figure of 3 dimensions is called a solid corpus solidum, and hence, according to the Latin, a body capable of being handled. It has a name derived, therefore, by no means from the independent play of imagination, but from solid reality. But to what purpose is all this prolixity? After Herr Dühring has enthusiastically proclaimed the independence of pure mathematics of the world of experience, their a priorism, their connection with free creation and imagination, he says it will be readily seen that these mathematical elements, number, magnitude, time, space, geometric progression, are therefore ideal forms with relation to absolute magnitudes and therefore something quite empiric, no matter to what species they belong, but mathematical general notions are, apart from experience, nevertheless capable of sufficient characterization, which latter proceeds, more or less, from each abstraction, but does not by any means prove that it is not deprived from the actual. In the scheme of the universe of our author, pure mathematics originated in pure thought. In his philosophy of nature, it is derived from the external world and then set apart from it. What are we then to believe? The scheme of the universe, while comprehending existence, is sole. It is sufficient to itself and has nothing above or below it. To associate a second existence with it would be to make it just what it is not, a part of a constituent or all-embracing whole. When we conceive of our idea of soleness as a frame, there is nothing which can enter into this. Nothing which retains twofoldness can enter into this concept of unity. But nothing can alienate itself from this concept of unity. The essence of all thought consists in uniting the elements of consciousness in a unity. The indivisible concept of the universe has arisen by comprehending everything, and the universe, as the word signifies, is recognized as something in which everything is united into one unity. So far Herr Dühring is quoted. The mathematical method, everything must be decided on simple axiomatic foundation principles, just as if it were concerned with the simple principles of mathematics. This method is for the first time here applied. The all-embracing existence is soul, if tautology, simple repetition in the predicate of what has been stated in the subject. If this constitutes an axiom, then we have a splendid specimen. In the subject, Herr Dühring tells us that existence comprehends everything. In the predicate, he explains intrepidly that there is nothing outside it. What is system-shaping thought? It is indeed system-shaping until we find 6 lines further down that Herr Dühring has transformed the soulness of being by means of our idea of unity into its oneness. As the work of all thought consists in the bringing together of all thought into a unity, so is existence, as soon as it is conceived, thought of as a unity, an indivisible concept of the universe. And because existence so conceived is the sole universal concept, so is real existence, the real universe, just as much an indivisible unity, and consequently the beings in the beyond have no further place as soon as the mind has learned to comprehend existence in the homogeneous universality, that is a campaign with which in comparison Austerlitz and Jena, Königgrätz and Sedan sink in insignificance. In a couple of expressions after we have set the first axiom moving, we have abolished, put away, and destroyed all the inhabitants of the spirit world, God, the heavenly hierarchies, heaven, hell and purgatory, as well as the immortality of the soul. How do we arrive at the idea of the unity of existence from that of its soulness? As a matter of fact, we generally conceive it. As we spread our idea of unity as a frame around it, the concept of existence becomes the concept of unity, for the existence of all thought consists in the bringing of elements of consciousness into unity. This last statement is simply false. In the first place, thought consists in the decomposition of objects of consciousness into their elements, as well as in the uniting of mutually connected elements into a unity. There can be no synthesis without analysis. In the second place, thought can, without error, only bring those elements of consciousness into a unity in which or in the actual prototypes of which this unity already existed beforehand. If I comprehend a shoebrush under the class mammal, it does not thereupon become a milk giver. The unity of existence is therefore just a thing which had to be proved in order to justify his concept of thought as a unity. And if Herr Dühring assures us that he regards existence as a unity, and not as twofold, he tells us nothing more than that he himself personally thinks so. To give a clear explanation of his method of reasoning, it is as follows. I begin with existence, therefore I think of existence. The idea of existence is an idea of unity. Thought and existence must therefore belong together. They answer one another. They mutually cover each other. Therefore existence is in reality a unity, and there are no beings beyond. But if Herr Dühring had spoken thus plainly instead of entertaining us with oracular statements, the ideology of his argument would have been completely exposed. To attempt to undertake to prove from the identity of thought and existence the reality of the result of thought, that indeed were one of the fever phantoms of a Hegel. If his entire method of proof were really correct, Herr Dühring would not have gained a single point over the Spiritists. The Spiritists would curtly reply, the universe is simple from our standpoint also. The division into the hither and the beyond only exists from our special earthly original sin standpoint. In its essence, that is God, the entire universe is a unity, and they will take Herr Dühring with them to his beloved heavenly bodies, and will show him one or more where no original sin can be found, and where there is therefore no antagonism between the hither and the beyond, and the oneness of the universe is a demand of faith. The most comical thing about the matter is that Herr Dühring, in order to prove the non-existence of God from his concept of existence, furnishes the ontological proof of God's existence. This runs as follows: if we think of God, we think of him as the concept of complete perfection. To the idea of perfection, existence is a first essential, since a non-existent being is of necessity imperfect. We must therefore add existence to the perfections of God. Therefore God must exist. Thus Herr Dühring reasons exactly. If we think of existence, we think of it as a concept. What is united into a concept is a unity, therefore existence would not correspond with its concept if it were not a unity, therefore it must be a unity, therefore there is no God, etc. If we speak of existence and merely of existence, the unity can only consist in this, that all objects with which it is concerned are exist. They are comprised under the unity of this common existence, and no other, and the general dictum that they all exist cannot give them any further qualities, common or not common, but excludes all such from consideration in advance. For as soon as we take a step beyond the simple fact that existence is common to all things, the distinctions between these separate things engage our attention, and if these differences consist in this, that some are black, some white, some alive, others not alive, some hither and some beyond, we cannot conclude therefrom that mere existence can be imputed to all of them alike. The unity of the universe does not consist in its existence, although its existence is a presumption of its unity. Since it must first exist before it can be a unit, existence beyond the boundary line of our horizon is an open question. The real unity of the universe consists in its materiality, and this is established, not by a pair of juggling phrases, but by means of a long and difficult development of philosophy and natural science. With respect to the subject in hand, the existence which Herr Dühring presents to us is not that pure existence which is self-sufficient and without any other qualities, in fact, only representing the antithesis of no idea or absence of idea. Now we shall very soon see that the universe of Herr Dühring has its origin simultaneously with an existence which is without essential differentiation, progress or change, and is therefore merely in fact a contradiction of absence of thought, therefore really nothing. From this non-existence is developed the present differentiated, changeable universe which represents progressive growth, and when we grasp this idea, only by virtue of this eternal change do we arrive at the concept of the self-sufficing universal existence. We have therefore now the concept of existence on a higher plane, where it comprises within itself stability as well as change, being as well as development. Arrived at this point, we find that species and genera, in fact the special and the general, are the simplest forms of differentiation, without which the constitution of things cannot be grasped. But this is a means of distinguishing quality, and after a discussion of this part of the subject we proceed over against the idea of species stands the idea of the whole, of homogeneity, as it were, in which no differentiation of species can longer be found. So we pass from quality to quantity, and this is always capable of measurement. Let us compare this clear analysis of the actual, universal scheme of things and its real, critical standpoint with the fever fantasies of a Hegel. We find that Hegel's logic begins with existence as does that of Herr Dühring, that existence displays itself as nothing, as with Herr Dühring, that out of this not being, a leap is made into being, and that existence is the result of this. That is a more complete and higher form of being, as with Herr Dühring. Being leads to quality, quality to quantity, just as with Herr Dühring. And in order that no essential shall be lacking, Herr Dühring tells us elsewhere, from the realm of absence of sensation man leaps to that of sensation in spite of all the quantitative steps with but one qualitative leap, from which we can show that he is entirely differentiated from the mere gradation of one and the same quality. This is just the Hegelian standard of measurement, according to which mere quantitative expansion or contraction causes a sudden qualitative change at a given point, as for example with heated or cooled water. There are points where the spring into a new set of conditions is fulfilled under normal circumstances, and where therefore quantity suddenly changes into quality. Our investigation has likewise sought to penetrate to the deepest roots, and discovers the rooted Dühring foundations to be the fever fantasies of a Hegel, the categories of the Hegelian logic, in the first place, teachings in regard to existence after the antique Hegelian method, and an ineffective cloak of plagiarism, and not content with purloining the whole scheme of existence from his despised predecessors. Herr Dühring, after giving the above example of a change of quantity into quality, has the coolness to say of Marx, is it not comical, this appeal of Marx to Hegelian confusion and mistiness, that quantity changes into quality confused mixture, who changes his ground, who is a comical fellow Herr Dühring. All these pretty little statements are not only not axiomatic utterances according to label, but are simply taken from foreign sources, that is, from Hegel's logic of a truth. There is not revealed in the whole chapter the shadow of any inner connection, except so far as it is borrowed from Hegel, and the whole talk about stability and change finally runs out into mere garrulity on the subject of time and space. From existence Hegel comes to substance, to the dialectic. Here he treats of reflex movements, antagonisms and contradictions, positive and negative for example, and thence proceeds to causality, or the conditions of cause and effect, and closes with necessity. Herr Dühring does not vary this method. What Hegel calls the doctrines of existence Herr Dühring has translated into logical properties of existence. These exist, above all else, in the antagonism of forces, an antithesis. Herr Dühring denies the antithesis in toto. But we shall return to this matter later. Then he proceeds to causality and thence to necessity. If Herr Dühring says of himself, "I do not philosophize from a cage," he must mean that he philosophizes in a cage, the cage of the Hegelian arrangement of categories. Chapter V. Natural Philosophy, Time and Space. We now come to natural philosophy. Here again Herr Dühring takes it upon himself to be dissatisfied with his predecessors. He says natural philosophy sank so low that it became barren dregs of poetry, and had fallen into the degraded rubbish of the sham philosophy of a Schelling and the like, grubbing in priest craft and mystifying the public. Disgust has rid us of these deformities, but up to the present it has been succeeded by instability. And what is of concern to the public at large is that the disappearance of a particularly great charlatan merely gives an opportunity to a smaller but more expert successor, who repeats the production in another form. Naturalists have little desire for a flight into the kingdom of the universe comprehending ideas, and therefore indulge too freely in speculations which go to pieces. Thus, complete salvation must be found, and fortunately, Herr Dühring is at hand, in order to comprehend aright the following conclusions respecting the unfolding of the universe in time and its limitation in space. We must again turn our attention to certain portions of the scheme of the universe. Eternity is ascribed to existence, in agreement with Hegel, what Hegel calls tiresome, schlecht eternity, and this eternity is now investigated. The plainest form of an incontrovertible idea of eternity is the piling up of numbers unlimitedly in arithmetical progression. Just as we can give a complete unity to each number without the possibility of repetition, so at every stage of its being it progresses still further, and eternity consists in the unlimited manifestation of this condition. This sufficiently conceived eternity has but one single beginning with one single direction. Although it is not material to our concept to imagine a direction opposite to that in which the progression piles up, this notion of a backward-moving eternity is only a hasty picture drawn by the imagination. Since it must necessarily run in a contrary direction, it would have behind it in each instance an endless succession of numbers. But this would be inadmissible as constituting the contradiction of a calculated infinity of numbers, and so it seems absurd to imagine a second direction of eternity. The first conclusion to be drawn from this conception of eternity is that the chain of cause and effect in the universe must once have had a beginning. An endless number of causes which have followed one another endlessly is therefore unthinkable, because enumerability is thus considered as enumerated, therefore a final cause is proved. The second conclusion is the law of the definite number. The accumulation of identical independent objects of an actual species is only thinkable as being made up of a definite number of these individual objects. Not only must the actual number of the heavenly bodies be definite at a given time, but the total number of all existent objects, the smallest independent particles of matter. This last necessity constitutes the real reason why no composite body is thinkable except as made up of atoms. All actual division has a fixed limit and must have it, if the contradiction of enumerated enumerability is to be avoided. On the same grounds, not only must the revolutions of the sun and earth be fixed as they have occurred up to the present, even if they cannot be indicated, but all the periodical processes of nature must have had a beginning somewhere, and all the distinctions and complexities of nature which succeed each other must similarly have had an origin. This must indisputably have existed from eternity, but such an idea would be excluded if time consisted of real parts and was not arbitrarily divided to accommodate the possibilities of our understanding. It is different with time, self-regarded, but the facts and phenomena of which time is made up being capable of differentiation can be enumerated. Let us conceive of a condition in which no change occurs and which undergoes no alteration in its stable identity. The time concept then becomes transformed into the general notion of existence. What is the result of piling up an empty duration of time is not discoverable. So far, Herr Dühring writes, and he is not a little edified concerning the significance of these discoveries. He hopes that it is perceived as a not insignificant truth, and later on says, One should note the very simple phrases by which we have helped the concept of immortality, and the criticism of it to a point at present unknown. Through the sharpening and deepening of the simple elements of the universal conception of time and space, we have helped this deepening and sharpening. Who are we? In what are we manifest? Who deepens and who sharpens? Thesis: the world has a beginning in time and is bounded by space. Proof: LF1 suppose that the world has no beginning in time. He is bound to grant infinity to each point of time. And so an infinite succession of things has passed away in the universe, but infinity of a series consists in the impossibility of its completion by successive syntheses. Therefore an eternal progression of the world is impossible. Hence beginning of the world is a necessary condition of its existence, which was to be proved. Let us take the other concept. The world now appears as an eternal given whole consisting of things which have a simultaneous existence. Now we can conceive of the mass of a quantity, which can only be regarded under certain conditions, in no other way than by means of the synthesis of its parts. And we can see the totality of the quantity by means of the completed synthesis, or repeated additions of the unity to itself. Thus, in order to conceive of the universe as a whole which fills all space, the successive syntheses of the parts of an infinite universe must be regarded as being completed. That is, an eternity of time must, in calculating all coexisting things, be regarded as having existed, but this is impossible. Therefore an unending aggregate of actual things cannot be regarded as a given whole, and therefore also not as coexistent. The world is therefore extension in space which is not unlimited and which has therefore bounds. And this was the second thing to be proved. These statements are copied from a well-known book which made its appearance in 1781 and is entitled The Critique of Pure Reason, by Immanuel Kant. They can be read there in Part 1, Division 2. Second section, second part. First antinomy of pure reason. To Herr Dühring alone remains the name and fame of having pasted the law of fixed numbers on one of the published thoughts of Kant, and of having made the discovery that there was once a time when time did not exist, but only a universe. For the rest, therefore, when we come across anything sensible in Herr Dühring's exposition, we means Immanuel Kant, and the present is only 95 years old. Quite simple indeed, and unknown until now. But Kant does not establish the above statement by his proof. On the other hand, he shows the reverse, namely, that the universe has no beginning in time and no end in space, and he fixes his antinomy in this: the unsolvable contradiction, that the one is just as capable of proof as the other. People of small caliber might be inclined to think that here Kant had found an insuperable difficulty. Not so our bold author of fundamental results, especially his own. He copies all that he can use of Kant's antinomy and throws the rest away. The matter solves itself very simply. Eternity in time and endlessness in space signify from the very words that there is no end in either direction, forwards or backwards, over or under, right or left. This infinity is quite different from an endless progression, since the latter always has some beginning, a first step. The inapplicability of this progression idea to our object is evident directly we apply it to space. Infinite progression translated in terms of space is a line produced continuously in a given direction. Is infinity in space expressed in this way, even remotely? On the contrary, it requires 6 of these lines drawn from this point in 3 opposite directions to express the dimensions of space, and we should have accordingly 6 of these dimensions. Kant saw this so plainly that he employed his progression merely indirectly in a roundabout way to express the extent of the universe. Herr Dühring, on the contrary, forces us to accept his 6 dimensions of space, and at the same time has no words in which to express his contempt of the mathematical mysticism of Gauss, who would not content himself with the 3 dimensions of space. Applied to time, the series or row of objects, infinite at both extremities, has a certain figurative significance, but let us picture time as proceeding from unity or a line proceeding from a fixed point. We can say then that time has had a beginning. We assume just what we wanted to prove. We give a one-sided half character to infinity of time. But a one-sided eternity split in halves is a contradiction in itself, the exact opposite of a hypothetical infinity, incapable of contradiction. We can only overcome this contradiction by assuming that the unity which we began to count the progression from, the point from which we measure the line, is a unity taken at pleasure in the series, the point taken at pleasure in the line. Hence, as far as the line or series is concerned, it is immaterial where we put it. But as for the contradiction of the counted endless progression, we shall be in a position to examine it more closely as soon as Herr Dühring has taught us the trick of reckoning it. If he has accomplished the feat of counting from minus infinity to 0, we shall be glad to hear from him again. It is clear that wherever he begins to count he leaves behind him an endless progression, and with it the problem which he had to solve. Let him only take his own infinite progression 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 etc., and try to reckon back to 1 again from the infinite end. He evidently does not comprehend the requirements of the problem. And furthermore, if he affirms that the infinite progression of past time is capable of calculation, he must affirm that time has a beginning, for otherwise he could not begin to calculate. Therefore he again substitutes a supposition for what he had to prove. The idea of the calculated infinite series, in other words Dühring's all-embracing law of the fixed number, is therefore a contradiction in eject, is a self-contradiction, and an absurd one. Moreover, it is clear that an infinity which has an end but no beginning is neither more nor less than an infinity which has a beginning but no end. The least logical insight would have compelled Herr Dühring to the statement that beginning and end are mutually necessary to each other, like North Pole and South Pole, and that if one omit the end, the beginning becomes the end, the one end which the series has, and vice versa. The entire fallacy would not be possible if it were not for the mathematical practice of operating with an infinite series. Because in mathematics one must proceed from the given and finite to that which is not given and infinite, all mathematical series, whether positive or negative, begin with a fixed point, otherwise one cannot calculate. The ideal necessities of the mathematician, however, are very far from being a law compulsory upon the universe. Besides, Herr Dühring will never succeed in imagining an infinity without contradiction. In the first place, infinity is a contradiction and full of contradictions. For example, it is a contradiction that infinity should be made up of finite things, and yet such is the case. The notion of a limited universe leads to contradictions just as much as the notion of its unlimitedness, and each attempt to abolish these contradictions leads, as we have seen, to new and worse contradictions. But just because infinity is a contradiction, it is without end, endlessly developing itself in time and space. The abolition of the contradiction would be the end of infinity. Hegel saw that very clearly, and covers the people who entered upon intricate arguments about this contradiction with merited scorn. Let us proceed. Now, time has had a beginning. What was before this beginning? The unchangeable universe, incomparable with anything else. And as no changes occur in this condition, the particular concept time is transformed into the general concept existence. In the first place, we have nothing to do with the transformation which goes on in the brain of Herr Dühring. We are not engaged with the concept of time, but with actual time, of which Herr Dühring cannot so easily dispose. In the second place, no matter how much the concept of time is transformed into the general concept existence, it does not bring us one step nearer the goal. For the fundamental forms of all existence are space and time, and a thing existing outside of time is as silly an idea as that of a being outside of space. The Hegelian past existence, in which there was no time, and the neo-Schelling being beyond the scope of thought, are rational conceptions compared with this being outside of time. For this reason Herr Dühring goes to work very cautiously. Intrinsically it may be called time, but one cannot really call it time, as time does not consist in itself of real parts, but is merely divided by us into parts to suit our own convenience. Only a real filling up of time with distinct facts makes it capable of calculation. It is impossible to see the significance of piling up an empty duration, but it does not matter anyway. The question is whether the universe in this presupposed condition continues, that is, persists, through a period of time. We have long known that it is useless to try and measure such empty space and to calculate without plan or aim, and just because of the tiresomeness of such a proceeding, Hegel calls this infinity miserable. According to Herr Dühring, time exists only by virtue of change, not change in and through time. Because time is different from change and independent of it, we can measure it by the changes, because in order to measure we need something different from that which is to be measured, and the time in which no recognizable changes take place is very far from being no time. On the other hand, since it is free from other ingredients, it is pure, that is to say, true time. Indeed, if we want to contemplate time as a pure concept separated from all foreign admixture, we are obliged to eliminate all the various events which occur in time, either successively or simultaneously, and thus imagine a time in which nothing occurs. By this means we have not permitted the concept time to be overcome by the general concept of existence, but we have thereby arrived at a pure time concept. All these contradictions and impossibilities are mere child's play compared with the confusion into which he plunges the universe with its self-sufficient commencement. If the universe was in a condition in which no change occurred in it, how did it ever manage to get from that state to one of change? Moreover, an absolute condition of absence of change existing from eternity cannot possibly get out of that state unaided so as to pass over to a condition of progress and change. The first cause of motion must therefore have come from the outside, from beyond the universe, which caused the movement. This first cause of motion is clearly only another term for God. The God and the beyond of which Herr Dühring fancied that he had so nicely settled in his scheme of the universe, returned sharpened and deepened in his natural philosophy. Further, Herr Dühring says, where a fixed element of existence is capable of measurement, it will remain in unalterable stability. This is evident from material and mechanical force. The former quotation gives, it may be incidentally mentioned, a good example of Herr Dühring's axiomatic grandiloquence. Fixed quantities remain exactly the same. The quantity of mechanical force, once in the universe, is always the same. We will not dwell on this, so far as it is true. Descartes knew and said it 300 years ago as regards philosophy. While in mechanical science the doctrine of the conservation of energy has been preached for the last 20 years, Herr Dühring has not improved upon it in so far as he limits it to mechanical energy. But where was mechanical energy at the period of unchangeableness? To this question Herr Dühring stubbornly refuses an answer. Where was the unchangeable mechanical force then, Herr Dühring, and what was it busy about? Answer: the original state of the universe, or better, the existence of unchangeable matter, not allowing of any changes in time, is a question which no mind can pass except one which sees the acme of wisdom in the destruction of its own powers. Therefore you must either take my original condition with your eyes shut, or I, the lusty Eugen Dühring, brand you as an intellectual eunuch. Some people might be quite alarmed about this, but we who have seen a few examples of Herr Dühring's powers, can let the elegant abuse pass and reiterate the question, but how about that mechanical energy, Herr Dühring? If you please, Herr Dühring is staggered at once. In fact, he stammers, there is no proof of the actual existence of that original condition. Let us remember that this is also the case with each new step in the series with which we are acquainted. He therefore who will make difficulties in the foregoing case may see that he does not avoid them in the smaller apparent cases. Besides, the possibility exists that there are successively graduated intermediate states inserted, and thus there is a stable bridge by the means of which we can work backwards to the solution of the problem. As a matter of fact, this notion of stability does not assist the main thought, but it is for us the fundamental form of regular progression, and of each transition known so far, so that we have a right to consider it as intermediate between the first original state and its disturbance. But if we consider the independent condition of equipoise from the point of view of mathematical concepts as, admittedly, without independent existence, there is no need of indicating the mode in which matter came into a dynamic condition. Outside of the mechanics of matter, a change in movement of matter depends upon a change in the movement of the most insignificant particles. Up to the present we have no universal principle of knowledge, and we must therefore not be surprised if we are somewhat in the dark as to these matters. That is all that Herr Dühring has to say. And we should seek the very pinnacle of wisdom not alone in the mutilation of the creative faculty, but in blind superstition, if we were to let the matter pass with these foolish evasions and statements. Absolute stability has no power of change in itself. Herr Dühring admits this. The absolute condition of equipoise possesses no means by which it can pass into a dynamic state. What have we then? Just three false and foolish phrases. In the first place, Herr Dühring says that to show the transition from each most insignificant step in the chain of things with which we are acquainted to the next presents the same difficulty. He seems to think that his readers are infants. The proof of the transitions and interrelations of the most insignificant links in the chain of existence is just what constitutes the subject matter of natural science. If there is an impediment anywhere, nobody, not even Herr Dühring, thinks to explain the development as proceeding from nothing, but on the other hand is only proceeding from transition, change, and forward movement from a completed evolutionary stage. Here, however, he undertakes to show with reference to matter that it proceeds from absence of movement and therefore from nothing. In the second place, we have the stable bridge. This does not help us appreciably over the difficulty, but we have a right to use it as a bridge between rigid stability and motion. Unfortunately, stability consists in absence of motion, and the question as to the generation of motion remains as dark a secret as before. And if Herr Dühring shifts his no movement at all to universal movement in infinitely small particles and ascribes to this ever so long a duration of time, we are still not the 1,000th part of an inch further from the place whence we started. Without a creative act we can get nothing from nothing, not even anything as small as a mathematical differential. The bridge of stability is therefore not even a pons asinorum. Herr Dühring is the only person able to cross it. Thirdly, as long as the present theories of mechanics prevail, this constitutes one of Herr Dühring's most reliable props. We cannot indicate how anything passes from a state of quiescence to one of motion. But the mechanical theory of heat teaches us that the movement of the mass depends upon the movements of the molecules, so that even in this case movement proceeds from other movement and not from lack of movement. And this Herr Dühring shyly points out might serve as a bridge between the entirely static, the state of equipoise, and the dynamic, self-movement, but here Herr Dühring leaves us entirely in the dark. All his deepening and sharpening has dug a pit of folly, and we are brought up necessarily in darkness, but Herr Dühring troubles himself very little about that. He says right on the next page, with considerable audacity, that he has been able to endow this self-contained stability with real significance by means of the properties of matter and the mechanical forces. In spite of all these errors and confused statements, we have still an inspiring faith remaining that the mathematics of the inhabitants of other planets cannot rest on any axioms other than our own, cosmogony, physics, and chemistry. Proceeding, we come to theories respecting the mode by which the world, as it is today, came into being. The universal separation of matter from one element was the notion of the Ionic philosophers, but, since Kant, the conception of an original nebulous state has played a new role, and according to this gravitation and heat expansion have built up the worlds, little by little and one by one. The mechanical theory of heat of our time has fixed the origin of the earlier condition of the universe with much greater precision. In spite of all this, the universal condition of the gaseous form can only be a point of departure for serious conclusions if one can define the mechanical system of it more precisely beforehand. If not, the idea becomes not only very cloudy, but the original nebula becomes really in the progress of those conclusions denser and more impenetrable. For the present everything remains in the vagueness and formlessness of an indefinite idea. And so with regard to the gaseous universe we have only an insubstantial conception. The theory of Kant that all existing worlds were created from a mass of rotating vapor was the greatest advance made by astronomy since the days of Copernicus. The idea that nature had no history and time was then shaken for the first time. Up to then the worlds were fixed in bounds and conditions from their very beginning, and though the individual organisms on the separate worlds were transient, the species remained unalterable. Nature was conceived as an apparently limited movement, and its motion seemed to be the repetition of the same movements perpetually. It was in this conception, which is entire accord with the metaphysical mode of thought, that Kant made the first breach, and so scientifically that most of his grounds of proof stand good today. Really, the theory of Kant is a mere hypothesis even today. The Copernican theory of the universe has no longer any weight, and since the spectroscope discovered such glowing gaseous matter in space, all objections have been disposed of, and scientific opposition to Kant's theory has been silenced. Even Herr Dühring cannot produce his universe without the nebulous state, and he takes his revenge by asking to be shown the mechanical system of this nebulous state, and because this cannot be done, he inflicts all sorts of contemptuous remarks upon this nebulous state. Unfortunately, modern science cannot show this system and please Herr Dühring. But there are many other questions which it cannot answer. For example, regarding the question why toads have no tails, it can only answer so far because they have lost them. But if people get angry and say that this is all vague and formless, a mere fanciful idea, incapable of being made definite and a very poor notion, such views would not carry us a step further, scientifically. Such insults and exaggerations are sufficiently numerous. What is there to hinder Herr Dühring himself from discovering the mechanical system of the original nebular state? Fortunately, we are informed that the nebular hypothesis of Kant is far from showing a fully distinct condition of the world, medium, or of explaining how matter arrived at a similar state. This is really very fortunate for Kant, who is to be congratulated on having been able to trace the existing celestial bodies to the nebular condition, and who yet does not allow himself to dream of the self-contained unchanged condition of matter. It is to be remarked, by the way, that although the nebular condition of Kant is supposed to be the original vapor form of matter, this is to be understood merely relatively. It is to be understood on the one hand as the original vapor form of the heavenly bodies, as they are at present, and on the other hand as the earliest form of matter to which we have been able to trace our way backwards. The fact that matter passed through an endless series of other forms before arriving at the nebular state is not excluded from this conception, but is on the other hand rather included in it. Herr Dühring is at an advantage here. Whereas science comes to a halt at the existence of the nebulous state, as quack science carries him back to that condition of the development of the world which cannot be called actually static in the present sense of the word, but most emphatically cannot be called dynamic. The unity of matter and mechanical force which we call the world is, so to speak, a formula of pure logic, to signify the self-contained condition of matter as the point of departure of all innumerable stages of material progress. We have obviously not yet got away from the original self-contained condition of matter. Here it is explained as consisting of mechanical force and matter, and this is a formula of pure logic, etc. As soon then as the unity of matter and mechanical force is at an end, evolution proceeds, The formula of pure logic is nothing but a lame attempt to make the Hegelian categories in sich and for sich of use in a philosophy of realism. In sich, according to Hegel, the original unity of a thing consists, in for sich begins the differentiation and movement of the concealed elements, the active antithesis. We shall therefore depict the original condition as one in which there is a unity of matter and mechanical force, and the transition to movement is the separation and antithesis of these two elements. But we have not thereby established the proof of the real existence of the fantastic original condition, but only this much, that it exists according to the Hegelian category and sich, and just as fantastically disappears according to the Hegelian category. For sich, matter, says Dühring, implies all that is real, therefore there is no mechanical force outside of matter. Mechanical force is furthermore a condition of matter. In the original condition where no change occurred, matter and its mechanical force were unity. Afterwards, when the change commenced, there was a differentiation from matter. Thus we are obliged to be satisfied with these mystical phrases and with the assurance that the self-contained original state was neither static nor dynamic, neither in a state of rest nor of motion. We are still without information with regard to the whereabouts of mechanical force at that period, and how we arrived at a condition of motion from one of rest without a push from the outside. That is, without God. Before the time of Herr, Dühring, materialists were wont to speak of matter and motion. He reduces motion to mechanical force as its necessary original form, and so renders incomprehensible the real connection between matter and motion, which was also not evident to the earlier materialists. Yet the thing is easy enough. Matter has never existed without motion, neither can it. Motion in space, the mechanical motion of smaller particles to single worlds, the motion of molecules as in the case of heat, or as electric or magnetic currents, chemical analysis or synthesis, organic life. Each single atom of the matter of the world, all discover themselves in one or other of the forms of motion, or in several of them together, at any given moment. All quiescence, all rest, is only significant in relation to this or that given form of motion. The body, for example, may be upon the ground in mechanical quiescence, in mechanical rest. This does not prevent its participation in the movements of the Earth and of the whole solar system. Just as little does it prevent its smallest component parts from completing the movements conditioned by the temperature, or its atoms from going through a chemical process. Matter without motion is just as unthinkable as motion without matter. Motion is just as uncreable or indestructible as matter itself. The older philosophy of Descartes proclaimed precisely that the quantity of motion in the world has been fixed from the beginning. Motion cannot be generated, therefore it can only be transferred. If motion is transferred from one body to another, one may, as far as it is regarded as transferring itself, as active, consider it as the original cause of motion, but so far as it is transferred, as passive. This active motion we call force, the passive expression of force. It is therefore just as clear as noon that force is just as great as its expression, because the same motion fulfills itself in both. A motionless condition of matter is therefore one of the hollowest and most absurd notions. The mere delirium. In order to arrive at it, one is obliged to consider the relative absence of motion in the case of a body lying on the ground, as absolute rest, and then to transfer this idea to the entire universe. This is made easier by the reduction of motion in general to mere mechanical force. By the limitation of motion to mere mechanical force, we can conceive of a force as at rest, as confined, as momentarily ineffective. If, for example, in the transference of motion, which transference is very frequently a somewhat complicated process, and the carrying out of which various intermediate steps are necessary, one may stay the actual transference at a chosen point and stop the process, as for example if one loads a gun and delays the moment when the charge shall be set at liberty by the pull of the trigger, through the firing of powder. Therefore one may conceive of matter as being loaded with force in the unprogressive static period, and this Herr Dühring appears to mean by his unity of matter and force, if indeed he means anything at all. This notion is absurd, since it pictures as absolute for the entire universe a condition which is by nature only relative, and to which therefore only a portion of matter can be subjected at one and the same time. Let us look at it from this point of view, and we do not escape the difficulty of explaining first how the universe came to be loaded, and in the second place, whose finger drew the trigger. We may revolve all we please, but under the guidance of Herr Dühring we always come back over and over again to the finger of God. From astronomy our realist philosopher passes on to mechanics and physics, and complains that the mechanical theory of heat has brought us no further in the course of a generation than the point which Robert Mayer reached by his own efforts. Moreover, the whole thing is very obscure. We must always remember that with conditions of the movement of matter statical conditions are also given, and that these last are not measured in mechanical work. If we have earlier typified nature as a great workwoman, and we still hold to the statement, we must now add that the static condition, the condition of rest, does not imply any mechanical labor. We are again without the bridge from the static to the dynamic, and if latent heat, so-called, is up to the present a stumbling block to the theory, we can recognize a lack which may be denied in the cosmic process. This whole oracular utterance is again merely an outpouring of that science which very clearly perceives that it has got itself into a place from which it cannot be saved by creating motion from a state of absolute freedom from motion, and is ashamed to call upon its only Savior, the Creator of heaven and earth. If in mechanics, heat included, there is no bridge to be found from statics to dynamics, from equipoise to motion, why should Herr Dühring be obliged to find bridge from his condition of absence of motion to motion? Thus he would have the luck to escape from his dilemma. In ordinary mechanics, the bridge from statics to dynamics is the push from the outside. If a stone of the weight of 100 grams be lifted 10 meters high and then flung free so that it should remain hanging in a self-contained condition and in a state of rest, you would have to appeal to a public of sucking infants to declare that the existing condition of that body represents no mechanical labor, and that its removal from its earlier condition has no measure in mechanical work. Any passerby would tell Herr Dühring that the stone did not come on the string by its own efforts, and the first good handbook in mechanics would inform him that if he let the stone fall again, the latter in its fall does just as much mechanical work as necessary to lift it to the height of 10 meters. The very simple fact that the stone is suspended represents mechanical force in itself, since if it remain long enough, the string breaks, as soon as it, as a result of its chemical constitution, is no longer strong enough to hold the stone. All mechanical phenomena may, we must inform Herr Dühring, be reduced to just such simple fundamental forms, and the engineer is still unborn who cannot discover the bridge from statics to dynamics as long as he has sufficient initial force at his disposal. It is quite a hard nut and bitter pill for our metaphysician that motion should find its measure in its opposite rest. It is such a glaring contradiction, and every contradiction is an absurdity in the eyes of Herr Dühring. It is nevertheless true that the hanging stone by reason of its weight and its distance from the ground represents a means of mechanical movement sufficiently easily measured in different ways, as for example through gravity direct, through glancing on an incline, or through the undulation of a wave, and it is just the same with a loaded gun. The expression of motion in terms of its opposite rest presents no difficulty at all to the dialectic philosophy. The whole contradiction in its eyes is merely relative, for absolute rest, complete equipoise does not exist. The movement of the particle strives towards equipoise, the movement of the mass in turn destroys the equipoise, so that rest and equipoise where they occur are the results of arrested motion. And it is evident that this motion is capable of being measured in respect of its results, of being expressed in itself, and of being restored in some form or other external to itself. But Herr Dühring would never be satisfied with such a simple explanation of the matter. Like a good metaphysician, he creates a yawning gulf between motion and equipoise which does not really exist, and then wonders if he can find no bridge across the self-created chasm. He might just as well bestride his metaphysical Rosinante and hunt the Ding and Sich of Kant, since it is in the last analysis nothing else than this which stands behind the undiscoverable bridge. But what about the mechanical theory of heat and of latent heat, which is a stumbling block in the path of the theory? If one convert a pound of ice at freezing point under normal atmospheric pressure into a pound of water of the same temperature by means of heat, there vanishes a quantity of heat, which could heat the same pound of water from 0 centigrade to 79 degrees centigrade, or 79 pounds of water 1 degree centigrade. If one heat this pound of water to boiling point, that is, to 100 degrees centigrade, and change it into steam of the heat of 100 degrees centigrade, there vanishes up to the time when the last of the water is changed into steam a sevenfold greater quantity of heat, capable of raising the temperature of 537.2 pounds of water 1 degree. This dissipated heat is called latent. It is transformed, by cooling the steam, into water again, and the water into ice, so the same mass of heat which was formerly latent is again set free, that is, as heat capable of being felt and measured. This setting free of heat by the condensation of steam and the freezing of water is the reason that steam, if it is cooled off at 100 degrees, transforms itself little by little into water, and that a mass of water at freezing point is but slowly transformed into ice. These are the facts. The question is what becomes of the heat while it is latent. The mechanical theory of heat, according to which the heat of a body at a certain temperature is dependent upon the greater or less vibration of the smallest physical parts, molecules of vibration which can, under certain conditions, be transformed into some other form of motion, shows the whole thing completely, that the latent heat has performed work, has been expended in work. By the melting of the ice, the close connection of the separate particles is broken asunder and changed into a loose relationship. By the conversion of water into steam at boiling point, a condition is entered where the separate molecules exercise no noticeable influence upon each other, and under the influence of heat fly from one another in all directions. It is now evident that the separate molecules of the body and the gaseous state are endowed with much greater energy than in the fluid state, and in the fluid state than in the solid. Latent heat is therefore not dissipated. It is merely transformed and has taken on the form of molecular elasticity. As soon as conditions are at an end under which the molecules can exercise this relative freedom with regard to each other, as soon namely as the temperature falls below 100 degrees to 0, this elasticity becomes released and the molecules come together with the same force with which they formerly flew apart, but only to appear again as heat, as exactly the same quantity of heat as was latent before. This explanation is of course a hypothesis, as is the whole mechanical theory of heat, and so far as no one has yet seen a molecule, much less a molecule in motion. Like all recent theories, this hypothesis is full of flaws, but it can at least offer an explanation, which does not conflict with the uncreatability and indestructibility of motion, and it is able to give an account of the whereabouts of the heat in the transformation. Latent heat is therefore by no means an obstacle in the way of the mechanical theory of heat. On the contrary, this theory for the first time provides a rational explanation of the subject, and an obstacle arises from the fact in particular that the physicists make use of the old and ineffective expression latent heat to signify the heat transformed into some other shape by molecular energy. The static conditions of the solid, liquid and gaseous states therefore represent mechanical work in so far as mechanical work is a measure of heat. Thus the solid crust of the earth, like the water of the ocean, represents in its present form a certain quantity of heat set free, which implies the same quantity of mechanical force. By the passing of the vaporous state, which was the original form of the earth, into the fluid state and later into a condition, for the most part solid, a certain quantity of molecular energy was set free in space. The difficulty of which Herr Dühring whispers does not therefore exist. We are frequently brought to a stop in our cosmic observations by lack of knowledge, but nowhere by insuperable theoretical difficulties. The bridge from statics to dynamics is therefore the push from the outside caused by the cooling or heating occasioned by other bodies which influence certain objects in equipoise. The further we explore Herr Dühring's philosophy, the more impossible appear all his attempts to explain rotation from absence of rotation, or to discover the bridge by which that which is purely static, self-contained, can without disturbance come to be the dynamic and motion. We should here be glad to get rid of the whole self-contained condition business. Herr Dühring, however, goes to chemistry and gives us three permanent natural laws established by the philosophy of realism as follows: 1. The constant amount of matter in the universe, 2. The simple chemical elements, and 3. The mechanical forces are unchangeable, therefore the impossibility of creating or destroying matter, the simple forms of its existence as far as they exist, and motion, these old, well-known facts, inadequately expressed. That is the only positive thing which Herr Dühring is in a position to offer us as a result of his real philosophy of the inorganic world. All these things we have long known. But what we have not known is that they are permanent laws and as such natural properties of the system of things. It is just the same thing over again as in the case of Kant. Herr Dühring takes some universally known expressions, pastes the Dühring label on them and calls them fundamentally original results and views, system-shaping thoughts. Profound science. We have not long to hesitate on this account. Whatever deficiencies the most profound science and the best contrived social theories may have. For once Herr Dühring can say precisely the quantity of gold in the universe must always remain the same and cannot be increased or diminished any more than matter in general. But unfortunately Herr Dühring does not tell us what we may buy with this gold, the organic world. From mechanics in rest and motion to the relation of sensation and thought, there is a uniform progression of interruptions with this assurance. Herr Dühring spares himself from saying anything further about the origin of life, though one might reasonably expect that a thinker who has followed the development of the world from its self-contained condition, and who is so much at home with the other heavenly bodies, would be here at home also. Besides, this assurance is only half true in so far as it is not yet completed by means of the log line of Hegel, of which mention has been made already. In all its gradations, the transition from one form of evolution to another remains a leap, a differentiating movement. So in the transition from the mechanics of the worlds to those of the smaller amounts of matter in each single world. Just so also in that from the mechanics of the mass to that of the molecule, the motion, which we examine particularly in physics, so called heat, light, electricity, magnetism, just in the same way also the transition from the physics of the molecule to the physics of the chemical atom is completed by a differentiating leap, and it is just the same with the transition from ordinary chemical action to the chemistry of albumin, which we call life. Within the sphere of life, the changes become less frequent and less remarkable. Therefore, Hegel must again correct Herr Dühring. The idea of purpose furnishes Herr Dühring with his conception of the transition to the organic world. This is again borrowed from Hegel, who in his logic teachings of the concept mingled with teachings of teleology, or of purpose, passes over from chemistry to life. Whichever way we look, we discover Herr Dühring to be in possession of Hegelian lore, which he gives forth without any embarrassment as his own fundamental philosophy. It would be too long a task to find out here just how far the application of the ideas of purpose is correctly stated and applied to the organic world. The application of the Hegelian inner purpose at all events is evident, that is, of a purpose which is imported into nature not through a consciously acting third party, like the wisdom of providence, but which is inherent in matter itself, which among people who are not well versed in philosophy proceeds to the unthinking supposition of a conscious and all-wise agent, the same Herr Dühring who breaks out into unmeasured moral indignation at the least tendency towards spiritism on the part of other people, tells us that sex sensations are certainly mainly directed towards the gratification which is bound up in their exercise. He tells us moreover that poor nature must always hold the objective world in order, and it has besides to perform acts which require more subtlety from nature than we usually attribute to her. But nature knows not only why she does this and that. She has not only her housemaid's duties to perform, she has not only subtlety, which is a very pretty accomplishment, in subjective conscious thought, she has also a will, for we must regard the additional natural desires which occur, such as feeding and propagation, not as directly but as indirectly willed. We now arrive at a consciously thinking and acting nature, and we therefore stand right at the bridge, not indeed between the static and dynamic but between pantheism and deism, or perhaps Herr Dühring is pleased to indulge himself in a little natural philosophical half-poetry, impossible. All that the realistic philosophy has to say on organic nature is limited to a war against this natural philosophical half-poesy, against charlatanism with its wanton superficialities and pseudo-scientific mysticism, against the poetic features of Darwinism. Darwin comes in for a share of blame chiefly because he transferred the Malthusian theory of population from political economy to natural science, because he is entangled by his notions of breeding, so that his work is a sort of unscientific half-poetic attack against design and creation, and that the whole of Darwinism, after what he has borrowed from Lamarck has been deducted, is a piece of brutality aimed against humanity. Darwin had brought home with him as the result of his scientific journeys the conclusion that species of plants and animals are not fixed but are subject to variations. In order to pursue this idea, he entered upon experiments in the breeding of plants and animals. Just for this reason England has become a classic land. The scientists of other countries, Germany, for example, have nothing to offer comparable with England in this respect. Moreover, most of the conclusions belong to the last century, so that the establishment of the facts presented few difficulties. Darwin found that this artificial breeding produced differences in the species of plants and animals greater than occur among those which are universally recognized as belonging to different species. Therefore it was, up to a certain point, proved that species can change, and furthermore, there was established the possibility of a common ancestry. For organisms which partake of the characteristics of different species, Darwin now examined the question whether there were not in nature causes which, without the conscious intention of the breeder, might in the course of time, by means of heredity, produce changes in the living animal analogous to those produced by scientific breeding. These causes he found in the disproportion between the enormous number of germs made by nature and the small number of beings which actually come to maturity. But as the germ struggles for its own development, there is of necessity a consequent struggle for existence, which not only shows itself directly in the wear and tear of the body, but also as a struggle for space and light, as in the case of plants, and it is evident that in this fight those individuals have the best prospect of coming to maturity and reproducing themselves which possess certain qualities, perhaps insignificant, but advantageous in their fight for existence. There is a tendency towards the inheritance of these individual properties, and if they occur in several individuals of the same species, towards development in the direction once taken, by virtue of the accumulated heredity, while the individuals which are not possessed of these qualities succumb more easily and little by little disappear in the struggle for existence. Thus a species naturally changes by the survival of the fittest. Against this theory of Darwin, Herr Dühring urges that the origin of the idea of the struggle for existence is, as Darwin himself confessed, based on the views of the political economist and theorist Malthus on the population question, and he covers it with all the abuse appropriate to the clerical Malthusian views on keeping down the population. Now it happens that Darwin never said that the cause of the struggle for existence theory was to be sought from Malthus. He only said that his theories respecting the struggle for existence are the theories of Malthus, applied to the entire vegetable and animal world. How great a blunder Darwin made when he so naively accepted the teachings of Malthus without examination may be seen from the fact that there is no need to employ the spectacles of Malthus in order to detect the struggle for existence in nature. The contradiction between the innumerable mass of germs which nature produces in such prodigality and the slight number which can manage to reach maturity, a contradiction which resolves itself into an apparently grim fight for existence. And with regard to the law of wages, the Malthusian doctrines are widely advertised, and Ricardo based his contentions upon them, so the struggle for existence in nature may find a standing even without the Malthusian interpretation. Besides, the organisms of nature have their law of population, the establishment of which would decide the theories of the development of species. And who gave the decisive impetus in that direction? Nobody but Darwin. Herr Dühring is on his guard against entering upon the positive side of this question. Instead, he must again find fault with the struggle for existence. There can be no argument about a struggle for existence between plants and the genial eaters of plants in a sufficiently accurate sense. The struggle for existence only occurs within the sphere of brutality, in so far as nourishment depends upon robbery and consumption. And after he has reduced the concept struggle for existence to these narrow limits, he gives his wrath free play as regards the brutality of this conception, which he himself has narrowed down to a brutal conception. But this moral wrath simply reacts on Herr Dühring himself, the inventor of this sort of struggle for existence. It is not Darwin, therefore, who seeks among the lower animals the conditions of the operations of nature. As a matter of fact, Darwin would have included the whole of organic nature in the struggle. But one of Herr Dühring's bugaboos, the expression struggle for existence in particular, excites Herr Dühring's lofty moral scorn. That this actually exists among plants, every meadow, every cornfield, and every wood can show him. We need not trouble about the name, whether one call it struggle for existence or lack of the conditions of existence and want of mechanical realization, but as to how this fact operates as regards the maintenance or transformation of species. With regard to this, Herr Dühring persists in a characteristically stubborn silence. We cannot trouble ourselves any more about natural selection, but Darwinism produces changes and differentiations out of nothing. Darwin thoroughly understands that he is engaged with the causes which have produced changes in individuals, and in the second place, he is engaged with the mode in which such individual differentiations tend to mark off a race, a genus, or a species. Darwin, moreover, was less occupied in discovering these causes, which up to the present are either entirely unknown or on which there is only general information, than in discovering a rational form in which to establish their reality, to embrace their permanent significance. But Darwin ascribed too wide a reach to his discovery in this, that he made it an exclusive means of variation in species and neglected the causes of individual differentiations from the general form. This mistake, however, is common to most people who make a step forwards. Next, if Darwin produces his changes in individual types out of nothing and thereby excludes the wisdom of the breeder on his part must not only display his wisdom, but he must produce out of nothing real changes in plant and animal forms. But who has given the impetus to the investigation as to whence these variations and differentiations proceed? It is again no one but Darwin. Lately the conception of natural selection has been broadened, by Haeckel in particular, and the variation of species has been shown to be the result of actual change owing to adaptation and inheritance, whereby adaptation is considered as the source of variations and heredity as the conserving element in the process. Even this is not correct in Herr Dühring's eyes. Peculiar adaptation to the circumstances of life as they are offered or withheld by nature supposes impulses and facts which answer to the conception. Hence adaptation is only apparent and actual causality does not elevate itself above the lowest steps of physical, chemical, and plant physiology. That is again the name which provokes Herr Dühring. But how does he deal with the matter? The question is if such changes do take place in the species of organic beings or not. And again Herr Dühring has no reply. If a plant in the course of its growth takes a direction by which it gets the most light, the result is nothing but a combination of physical forces and chemical agents. And if we are to call it an adaptation, not metaphorically but strictly, confusion is certain to arise in the motion. This man is so exacting with other people because he is quite well acquainted with the intentions of nature and speaks of the subtlety of nature, even of its will. There is confusion indeed, but with whom? With Haeckel or with Herr Dühring, and the confusion is not only spiritual but logical. We have seen that Herr Dühring put forth all his efforts to make the purpose idea in nature real. The relation of means and end does not by any means show a conscious intention, but what is adaptation without conscious intention, without any intrusion of design of which he complains so loudly? But in unconscious teleology, if the color of tree frogs and leaf-eating insects is as a rule green, and that of beasts that inhabit the desert sand yellow, and that of polar animals white, they have certainly not come into possession of this coloring intentionally or through any kind of mental process. On the contrary, the coloring can only be explained by means of the operation of physical substances and chemical agents. And yet it cannot be denied that by these colors these animals are particularly adapted to the conditions in which they are, and it is certain that they are by their means rendered less visible to their enemies. Just of a similar nature are the organs by which certain plants seize and consume certain insects, the means being on their underside, suited to this purpose and adapted to this end. Now if Herr Dühring insists that the adaptation must be realized through the operation of thought, he only says that the purpose must be carried out through mental operation, must be conscious and intentional. Thus again, just as in the philosophy of realism we arrive at the Creator with a purpose, at God. Formerly this kind of declaration was called deism, and Herr Dühring says that we had not much regard for it. But it now appears that the world has gone backwards in this respect also. From adaptation we come to heredity, and here according to Herr Dühring Darwinism is quite out. The whole organic world, Darwin explained, came from a single germ, is, so to speak, the brood of a single being. Independent similar products of nature according to Darwin do not exist without heredity, and his retrogressive philosophy must come to a full stop when the end of the thread of ancestry is reached, or the original vegetable form. The statement that Darwin traced all existing organisms from one original germ is, to put it politely, a piece of pure imagination on the part of Herr Dühring. Darwin says distinctly on the last page of The Origin of Species, 6th edition, that he regards all living beings not as separate creations but as the descendants in a direct line from some fewer beings, and Haeckel makes a distinct advance on this, describes an entirely distinct source for plants and another for the animal kingdom, and on and between both of them a number of original stems, each of which has developed independently from one single primary monistic form. History of Creation, page 397. This original form of life Herr Dühring discovers solely to bring it into contempt by paralleling it with the first man according to Jewish tradition, Adam. Here, unfortunately for Herr Dühring, he does not know how this original Jew turns out, according to Smith's Assyrian discoveries, to have been the original Semite, and that the entire biblical story of the creation and the flood has been shown to have been taken from legendary store common to the Jews, Babylonians, Chaldeans, and Assyrians. It is brought forward as a severe and irrefutable reproach to Darwin that he is at an end where the thread of descent fails him. Unfortunately, the whole of our science deserves the same reproach. When the thread of descent fails, it is at an end. It has not yet come to the point of creating organic beings without an ancestry. Not even once has it been able to make simple protoplasm or other albuminous bodily forms out of the chemical elements. It can only say therefore with any certainty regarding the origin of life, that it must have come about by a chemical process. But perhaps the philosophy of realism can give us some assistance here, since it is engaged with independent organic natural products, without any descent one from another. How can these come into being? By original creation? But up to the present not even the most audacious advocates of spontaneous generation have claimed to create in this way anything except bacteria, fungi, or other very elementary organisms, but not insects, birds, fish or mammals. If these homogeneous products of nature, it is understood for all this discussion that they are organic or not related through descent, they are their ancestors. Then where the thread of descent breaks, they must have been placed in the world by a separate act of creation, and this again requires a creator, what we call deism. Herr Dühring further explains that it was a piece of superficiality on the part of Darwin to make the mere fact of the sex composition of qualities the foundation for the existence of these qualities. Here, we have again a piece of pure imagination on the part of our profound philosopher. On the contrary, Darwin says that natural selection has to do only with the maintenance of variations, and not with their origin. This new supposition, however, of things which Darwin did not say serves to assist us to this deep idea of Dühring. If a principle of individual variation had been sought in the inner scheme of creation, it would have been an entirely rational idea. For it is natural to unite the idea of universal generation with that of sex propagation, and to regard the so-called original creation from the higher point of view, not as absolutely antagonistic to reproduction, but even as reproduction itself. And the man who could write this is not ashamed to reproach Hegel with writing jargon. Let us call a halt to the vexatious and contradictory babble with which Herr Dühring proclaims his wrath against the advance given to science by the theory of Darwin. Neither Darwin nor his followers among the natural scientists have any idea of belittling Lamarck's tremendous services. In fact, they are the very people who first restored his fame. But we are unable to ignore the fact that in the time of Lamarck science was still far from supplied with competent material to enable it to answer the question of the origin of species other than in a prophetic, or, as it were, anticipatory manner, in addition to the enormous amount of material in the realm of general, as well as of that of anatomical, botany and zoology, accumulated since that time. Two entirely new sciences have since come into existence: the investigation of the development of plant and animal germs, embryology, and the investigation of the organic survivals in the Earth's crust which still remain. There is a distinct similarity between the steps in the development of the organic germ to mature organism, and the successive steps by which plants and animals succeed each other in the history of the world. It is just this similarity which has placed the evolution theory on its most secure foundations. The theory of evolution is, however, still very young, and it is beyond question that upon further investigation the rigid Darwinian ideas upon the origin of species will be considerably modified. But what has the realist philosophy of a positive nature to contribute with respect to the evolution of organic life? The variation of species is an acceptable supposition, but there exists, in addition, the independent order of the products of nature belonging to the same species without any intervention of descent. According to this, we are to conclude that products of unlike species, that is, species which vary, are descended from one another, but those of similar species not. But even this is not altogether correct, for he ventures to say of the varying species, the part played by descent is on the contrary a very secondary activity of nature. There is heredity then, but it is only to be reckoned as a factor of the second class. Let us be glad that heredity, of which Herr Dühring has said so much that is evil and mysterious, is at least let in by the back door. It is just the same with natural selection, since after all his moral indignation with respect to the struggle for existence by means of which natural selection fulfills itself, he suddenly exclaims, the most important constituent is to be found in the conditions of life and cosmic conditions. While natural selection as set forth by Darwin may be considered as secondary, natural selection still exists, even if a factor of the second class, like the struggle for existence and the clerical Malthusian surplus population theory. That is all. For the rest, Herr Dühring refers us to Lamarck. Finally, he warns against misuse of the terms metamorphosis and evolution. Metamorphosis, he says, is a very obscure notion, and the concept of evolution is only admissible in so far as a law of evolution can be really proved. Instead of either of these expressions, we should employ the term composition, and then everything would be all right. It is the same old story over again. Herr Dühring is satisfied if we change the names. If we speak of the evolution of the chicken and the egg, we give rise to confusion because we have only an incomplete knowledge of the law of evolution. But if we speak of its composition, everything becomes clear. We must therefore say no longer this child is growing nicely, but he composes himself splendidly. And we congratulate Herr Dühring upon the fact that he is not only a peer of the author of the Nibelungen Ring in his opinion of himself, but in his own particular capacity is also a composer of the future organic world. Conclusion. One reflects upon our natural philosophical portion of positive knowledge, in order to fix it relatively to all one's scientific hypotheses. Next in importance come all the actual acquisitions of mathematics, as well as the leading principles of exact science and mechanics, physics and chemistry, and particularly the scientific results in physiology, zoology, and antiquarian investigation. Herr Dühring speaks in this confident and decided fashion with respect to the mathematical and scientific scholarship of Herr Dühring. One cannot detect in its meager shape and in its scanty and audacious results the extent of positive knowledge which lies behind. Every time the oracle is consulted for a definite statement as regards physics or chemistry, we get nothing as regards physics, but the equation, which expresses the mechanical equivalent of heat, and concerning chemistry only this, that all bodies are divisible into elements and combinations of elements. He who can speak as Dühring does about gravitating atoms shows at once that he is quite at a loss to understand the difference between an atom and a molecule. Atoms, of course, exist, not with respect to gravitation or any other physical or mechanical form of motion, but only as concerns chemical action. And if the last chapter on organic nature is read, the empty, self-contradictory, assertive, oracular, stupid, circuitous absolute nothingness of the final result led one to the conclusion that Herr Dühring talks about things of which he knows very little, and this conclusion becomes a certainty when we come to his proposal in the course of his writing on organic life, biology, to use the term composition instead of evolution. He who can make such a suggestion is that gives evidence that he is not acquainted with the building up of organic bodies. All organic bodies, the very lowest excepted, develop from small cells by the increment of visible pieces of albumin, with a central cell. The cell generally develops an outer skin and the contents are more or less fluid. The lowest cell bodies develop from one cell. The enormous majority of organic beings are many-celled, and among the lower forms these take on similar, and among the higher forms greater variations of groupings and activities. In the human body, for example, are bones, muscles, nerves, sinews, ligaments, cartilage, skin, all either made up of cells or originating in them. But for all organic bodies, from the ambit, which is a simple, and for the most part unprotected piece of albumin with a cell center in the midst to man, and from the smallest one-celled desmidian to the highest developed plant, the mode is one and the same by which the cells propagate themselves, that is by division. The cell center is first laced across its midst. The lacing which separates the center into two knobs becomes stronger and stronger, and at last they become separated and two cell centers are formed. The same occurrence takes place in the cell itself. Each of the cell centers becomes the middle point of a collection of cell stuff which by knitting ever closer becomes combined with the other, and finally both of them part and live on as separate cells. Through such repeated cell divisions the full-sized animal gradually develops from the germ of the animal egg after fructification, and the substitution of used-up cells in the full-grown animal is brought about similarly. To call such a process composition, and to speak of the term evolution, as a purely imaginary term belongs to one who does not know anything of the matter. Hard as it is to imagine such ignorance at this date, we have still somewhat to say with respect to Herr Dühring's views of life in general. Elsewhere he sets forth the following statement with respect to life. Even the inorganic world is a self-regulated system, but one may undertake to speak of life in the proper sense first when the organs and the circulation of matter through special separate channels from a central point to another germ collection of a minor formation begin. If life begins where the separate organs begin, then we must hold all Haeckel's protozoa, Protist reach, and probably many others as dead. All organisms, at least up to those composed of one cell, and those included, are not capable of life. If the means of circulation of matter through different channels is the distinguishing mark of life, we must place outside of this definition all the upper classes of the Coelenteridae entirely, with the exception of the Medusae, and therefore all the polypi and other plant animals are also to be considered as being outside the class of living creatures. And if the circulation of matter through different canals from an inner point is the distinguishing characteristic of life, we must reckon all animals as dead which either have no heart or several hearts. Besides these there belong also to this category all worms, starfish and ring creatures, annulloids and annulus according to Huxley's definition, a portion of the shellfish, crabs, and finally a vertebrate animal, the lancelet Amphioxus. In all plants, when Herr Dühring therefore undertakes to distinguish life narrowly and strictly, he gives four mutually contradictory modes of distinguishing life, one of which condemns not only the whole of plant life, but about half the animal kingdom to eternal death. No one can accuse him of having deceived us when he promised us peculiar results based on individual ideas. In another place he says there is a simple fundamental type in nature belonging to all organisms from the lowest to the highest, and this type is to be met in the subordinate movements of the most undeveloped plants. This is again an absolutely false statement. The simplest type in the whole of organic nature is the cell, and it lies universally at the foundation of the highest organisms. On the other hand, there is a substance among the lowest organisms lower even than the cell, the protomoba, a single piece of undifferentiated protoplasm, without any differentiation, a complete series of monads, and the entire class of Siphonae. All of these are connected with the higher organisms only by virtue of the fact that protoplasm is its substantial foundation, and that they fulfill the functions of protoplasm. That is, they live and die. Further, Herr Dühring tells us physiologically the concept of existence consists in this, that it embraces a single nerve apparatus. Sensation is therefore the characteristic of all animal organisms, that is, the capacity of conscious subjective recognition of circumstances. The sharp line of differentiation between plants and animals consists in the leap to sensation. This distinguishing line cannot any more be abolished by known forms of transition than it can be brought into existence by the logical necessity of externally distinguishable characteristics, and further plants are totally and eternally without sensation and are devoid of the faculty for it. In the first place, Hegel says that sensation is the specific differentiation, the distinguishing mark of the animal. Thus one of Hegel's erudite statements becomes an indubitable truth of the last instance merely by being copied into Herr Dühring's book. In the second place, we now arrive for the first time at the forms of transition between animals and plants. That these intermediate forms exist, that there are organisms concerning which we are unable to say flatly whether they are plants or animals, that we are therefore unable to fix accurately the frontiers between plant and animal life. All these things make Herr Dühring logically anxious to fix a decisively distinguishing line, which in the next breath, he declares cannot be thoroughly relied on. But there is no need for us to go to the doubtful region, Intermediate between plants and animals are sensitive plants which at the least contact fold their leaves or close their petals. Are insect-eating plants utterly without sensation? Even Herr Dühring cannot make such an assertion without indulging in unscientific half-poetry. In the third place, Herr Dühring is again giving free rein to his imagination when he says that sensation is psychologically existent, even when the nerve apparatus is exceedingly simple. This is found regularly among reptiles, yet Herr Dühring is the first to say that they have no sensation because they have no nerves. Sensation is not necessarily bound up with nerves, but it is bound up with some albuminous substance, the true nature of which has not yet been discovered. In addition, the biological knowledge of Herr Dühring becomes exceedingly evident in that he is not ashamed to fling at Darwin the question, do animals develop from plants? So that it is a question whether he is more ignorant with regard to plants or animals of life in general. Herr Dühring can only tell us the change in the form of matter which fulfills itself by plastic constructive arrangement remains distinguishing characteristic of the individual life process. That is all that we learn of life, and with respect to the plastic creative arrangement we sink knee-deep in the nonsense of Dühring's jargon. If we want to learn what life is, we shall have to look at the problem a little more closely on our own account. That organic change in matter is the most universal and distinctive evidence of life has been declared by physiological chemists and chemical physiologists times without number during the last 30 years, and their utterances are translated by Herr Dühring into his own clear and elegant language. But to define life as an organic change of matter is simply to define life as life, for organic change of matter, or change of matter with plastic creative arrangement, is a statement which must itself be explained by life, and the explanation in its turn by the difference between organic and inorganic, that is between that which is alive and that which is not alive. So that with this explanation we do not get at the problem. Organic change, as such, is frequently found where life does not exist. There are a whole series of processes in chemistry, which by the proper combination of the elements, produce again their own conditions, so that thereby a certain body is the creator of a process. Thus in the manufacture of sulfuric acid by the burning of sulfur, there is created in this process sulfuric dioxide, and if one adds steam and nitric acid thereto, the sulfuric dioxide takes up the water and the oxygen and becomes H. Nitric acid gives off oxygen and becomes nitric oxide. This nitric oxide simultaneously takes up new oxygen from the atmosphere and is transformed into a higher oxide of nitrogen, and from this acid sulfuric dioxide is again given off and made by the same process, so that, theoretically, an infinitely small amount of nitric acid should be effective to transform an unlimited quantity of sulfuric dioxide, oxygen and water into sulfuric acid. Change in matter regularly occurs through the passing of fluids through dead organic and inorganic membranes, as in the artificial cells of Traub. It therefore appears that there is no progress by the way of organic change, for the quality of organic change which was to explain life must itself be explained by life. We must therefore seek it elsewhere. Life is a mode of existence of protoplasm, and consists essentially in the constant renewal of the chemical constituents of this substance. Protoplasm is here understood in the modern chemical sense, and comprises under this name all substances analogous to the white of an egg, otherwise called protein substances. The name is not satisfactory, for the ordinary white of egg plays the least active role of all transformed substances, since it only serves as mere nourishment for the yolk, for the self-developing germ. As long, however, as so little is known of the chemical constituents of protoplasm, the name is better than any other because more inclusive. Whenever we discover life, we also find it bound up with protoplasm, and when we find a piece of protoplasm not in solution, there we find also life, without exception. Doubtless the presence of other chemical constituents is necessary to a living body, to produce the various differentiations of these elements of life. They are not necessary to life in itself, hence they enter as food and become transformed into protoplasm. The lowest forms of life with which we are acquainted are nothing but simple pieces of protoplasm, and yet they have all the appearance of living objects. But in what consist these signs of life which are common to all living objects? In this, that the protoplasm takes from its surroundings other matter suitable to itself and assimilates it, while other former portions of the body become decomposed and are thrown off. Other things, not living bodies, decompose or make combinations, but cease thereby to be what they were. The rock worn by atmospheric action is no longer rock, the metal which becomes oxidized goes off in rust. But what causes the destruction of dead bodies is the essential of the existence of living protoplasm, from the very moment when the unbroken interchange in the constituents of protoplasm ceases. The continual interchange of receiving and throwing off, from that moment the protoplasmic substance itself ceases, becomes decomposed, that is, dies. Life, The mode of existence of protoplasmic substance, therefore consists in this, that at one and the same moment it is itself and something else. And this is not the result of a process to which it is compelled by external agency, since this may happen also with objects which are dead. On the contrary, life, which is change of matter, is consequent upon nourishment and throwing off, is a self-fulfilling process inherent in its medium, protoplasm, without which it cannot exist hence. It follows that if chemistry should ever discover how to make protoplasm artificially, this protoplasm must show some signs of life, even if very insignificant. It is, of course, doubtful if chemistry will discover the proper food for this protoplasm at the same time as the protoplasm, through the changes in matter produced by nourishment and throwing off, as actual functions of the protoplasm, and through its own plasticity, proceed all the other most simple factors of life, sensibility which consists in the interchange between the protoplasm and its food, contractibility which shows itself at a very low stage in the consumption of food, possibility of growth which is shown in the lowest stages of development by splitting, and internal motion without which neither the consumption nor assimilation of food is possible. Our definition of life is, of course, very incomplete, since in order to include all the widely differing manifestations of life, it must confine itself to the most universal and simple. Definitions are of little scientific worth. In order to determine what life is, we must examine all forms of its manifestation from the lowest to the highest. For ordinary use, such definitions are very convenient and in a certain sense indispensable, and they can do no harm as long as their inevitable deficiencies are not forgotten. The remainder of this section simply teases Herr Dühring. Chapter VI Morals and Law Eternal Truths. We refrain from offering examples of the hodgepodge of stupidity and sham solemnity with which Herr Dühring regales his readers for 50 full pages as fundamental knowledge on the elements of consciousness. We merely quote the following: He who merely conceives of thought through the medium of speech has never understood what is signified by abstract and true thought. Hence, animals are the most abstract and true thinkers, for their thought is never obscured by the importunate interference of speech. With regard to Herr Dühring's thought in particular, it may be perceived that they are but little suited to speech, and that the German language in particular is quite inadequate to express them. The fourth part of his book, however, possesses some redeeming features, for here and there it offers us some comprehensible notions on the subject of morals and law in spite of the tedious and involved rhetoric. Right at the beginning we are invited to take a journey to the other heavenly bodies. Thus, the elements of morality are to be found among superhuman beings among whom exist an understanding of things and a regular system of the harmonious conduct of life. Our share in such conclusions must then be small. But there always remains a beneficent and enlarging idea in picturing that even in other spheres individual and social life follows one purpose which cannot be escaped or evaded by any intelligent living creature. There is good reason for our altering the position of the statement that Herr Dühring's truth is good for all possible worlds from the close to the beginning of the chapter. When once the correctness of Herr Dühring's notions of morals and law have been established so as to apply to all world, the beneficent notion may easily be extended to all time. Here again, however, we run across another final truth of last instance. The moral universe has, just as well as that of universal knowledge, its general principles and simple elements. Moral principles are beyond history and the national distinctions of today, which in the course of development the fuller moral consciousness, and so to speak, conscience itself is derived, can, as far as their origin is investigated, claim a similar acceptation and extent to that of mathematics and its applications. Real truths are immutable, and it is folly to conceive of correct knowledge as liable to the attacks of time or of change in material conditions. Hence the certainty of sound knowledge and the sufficiency of general acceptation forbid to doubt the absolute correctness of the fundamental the various truths from principles of knowledge. Continual doubt is in itself an evidence of weakness and is merely the expression of a barren condition of confusion, which although conscious of possessing nothing still seeks to maintain the appearance of holding on to something. Regarding morals, it denies universal principles with respect to the manifold variations in moral ideas owing to geographical and historical conditions, and thinks that with the admission of the unavoidable necessity of evil and wickedness there is no need for it to acknowledge the truth and efficiency of moral impulses. This modern skepticism, which is not directed against any false doctrine in particular, but against human capacity to recognize morality, resolves itself finally into nothingness. It is no more than mere nihilism. It flatters itself that it can attain supremacy, and give free rein to unprincipled pleasures by destroying moral ideas and creating chaos. It is greatly deceived, however, if merely pointing at the inevitable fate of the intellect with respect to error and truth is sufficient to show by analogy that natural liability to error does not exclude the arriving at a correct decision but rather tends to that end. Up to now, We have not commented upon Herr Dühring's pompous opinions on final truths of the last instance, sovereignty of the will, absolute certainty of knowledge, and so forth, until the matter could first be brought to an issue. Up to this point, the investigation has been useful to show how far the separate assertions of the philosophy of realism had sovereign validity and unrestricted claim to truth, but we now come to the question if any and what product of human knowledge can have in particular sovereign validity and unrestricted claims to truth. If I speak of human knowledge, I do not do so as an affront to the dwellers in other worlds whom I have not the honor to know, but only because animals have knowledge also, not sovereign however. The dog recognizes a divinity in his master, who may however be a great fool. Is human thought sovereign? 11. Before we can answer yes or no, we must first examine what human thought is. Is it the thought of an individual man? No. It exists only as the individual thoughts of many millions of men, past, present, and to come. If I now say, having comprehended the thought of all men in the future also under my concept, that it is able to understand the entire universe, if men only last long enough, and the organs of perception are unlimited, and the objects to be comprehended have no limits upon their comprehensibility, my statement is banal and barren. The most valuable result of such a conclusion would be to cause in us a tremendous distrust of present-day knowledge, because, to all appearance, we are just standing at the threshold of human history, and the generations which will correct us will be much more numerous than those whose knowledge often with little enough regard we ourselves correct. Herr Dühring himself explains the necessity of consciousness, knowledge and perception, only becoming apparent in a collection of separate individuals. We can only apply the word sovereignty to the thought of these individuals in so far as we do not know of any force which can defeat thought. But we all know that there is no significance to nor power of interpretation of the sovereign power of the knowledge of the thought of each individual, and, according to our experience, there is much more that requires improvement and correction in it than not. In other words, the sovereignty of thought is realized in a number of highly unsovereign men capable of thinking. The knowledge which has unlimited pretensions to truth is realized in a number of relative blunders. Neither the one nor the other can be fully realized except through an endless eternity of human existence. We have here again the same contradiction as above between the necessary, as an absolute conceived characteristic of human thought, and its reality in the very limited thinking single individual, a contradiction which can only be solved in the endless progression of the human race, that is endless as far as we are concerned. In this sense, human thought is just as sovereign as not sovereign, and its possibility of knowledge just as unlimited as limited. It is sovereign and unlimited as regards its nature, its significance, its possibilities, its historical end. It is not sovereign and limited with respect to individual expression and its actuality at any particular time. It is just the same with eternal truths. If mankind only operated with eternal truths and with thought which possessed a sovereign significance and unlimited claims to truth, mankind would have arrived at a point where the eternity of thought becomes realized in actuality and possibility. Thus the famous miracle of the enumerated innumerable would be realized. But what about those truths which are so well established that to doubt them is to be, as it were, crazy? That twice 2 is 4, that the 3 angles of a triangle are equal to 2 right angles, that Paris is in France, that a man will die of hunger if he does not receive food, etc. Do we not perceive then that there are eternal truths, final truths of last instance? Quite so. We can divide the entire field of knowledge in the old-fashioned way into 3 great divisions. The first includes all the sciences which are concerned with inanimate nature and which can be treated mathematically, more or less mathematics, astronomy, mechanics, physics, and chemistry. If one liked to use big words to express simple things, it may be said that certain results of these sciences are eternal truths, final truths of last instance, whence they are called the exact sciences. But all the results are by no means of this character. With the introduction of variable quantities and the extension of the variability to the infinitely small and the infinitely large, mathematics, otherwise erect, meets with its fall. It has eaten of the apple of knowledge, and there has been opened up to it the path of limitless progress as well as that of error. The virgin condition of absolute purity, the undisturbable certainty of all mathematics has vanished forever, a period of controversy has intervened. And we have now arrived at the state of affairs in which most people carry on the operations of multiplication and division, not because they really understand what they are engaged in, but from mere belief because the operation has so far always given correct results. Astronomy and mechanics, physics and chemistry are in a still more confused state, and hypotheses crowd one another thick as a swarm of bees. It cannot be otherwise. In physics we investigate the movements of molecules, in chemistry the development of molecules from atoms. And if the theory of light waves should not be correct, we have no absolute knowledge that we even see these interesting things. The lapse of time produces a very thin crop of final truths of last instance. In geology, we are in a still more embarrassing situation, for we are here involved in the study of preceding epochs in which, as a matter of fact, neither we ourselves nor any other human being ever existed. Here there is much labor spent in the harvesting of truths of last instance, and they are a scanty crop withal. The second division of knowledge is occupied in the investigation of living organisms. In this field, the changes and causalities are so complex that not only does the solution of each question bring about the rise of an unlimited number of new questions, but the solution of each of these separate new questions depends upon years, frequently centuries of investigation, and can then be only partially completed, so that the need of systematic arrangement of the various interrelations continually surrounds the final truths of the last instance with a prolific and spreading growth of hypotheses. Look at the long succession of progressive steps from Galen to Malpighi necessary to establish correctly so simple a thing as the circulation of the blood of mammals. Yet how little we know of the origin of blood corpuscles, and how many mistakes we make in, for example, rationally connecting the symptoms and cause of a disease. Besides, there are frequently discoveries like those of the cell, which compel us to entirely revise all hitherto firmly established truth of the last instance in biology, and to lay numbers of such truths aside for good and all. He who would therefore in this science undertake the proclamation of absolute and immutable truths must be content with such platitudes as the following: all men must die, all female mammals have mammary glands, etc. He will not even be able to say that the greater animals digest their food by means of the stomach and bowels and not with the head, because the centralized system of nerves in the head is not adapted to digestion. But things are worse with regard to final truths of last instance in the third group of sciences, the historical. These are concerned with the conditions of human life, social conditions, forms of law and the state with their idealistic superstructure of philosophy, religion, art, etc., in their historic succession and in their present-day manifestations. In organic nature we have at least to do with a succession of regular phenomena, which regularly repeat themselves as far as our immediate observation goes. Within very wide limits, organic species have remained on the whole unaltered since the time of Aristotle. In social history, on the other hand, repetitions of conditions are the exception, not the rule. Directly we leave behind the prehistoric conditions of humanity, the Stone Age, so-called, where such repetitions do occur. Moreover, they never recur under precisely similar conditions, as for example the occurrence of early tribal communism among all peoples anterior to civilization and the form of its breakup. As regards human history, then, as far as science is concerned, we are at a greater disadvantage than in biology. Furthermore, when the intimate relations existing between a social and political phenomenon come to be recognized, it is not, as a rule, perceived until the conditions are actually on the way to decay. Knowledge is therefore entirely relative, since it is limited to a given people and a given epoch, and their nature under transitory social and political forms. When it examines relations and forms conclusions, he who therefore is after final truths of last instance, pure and immutable, will only manage to catch flat phrases and the most arrant commonplaces. Like these men cannot, generally speaking, live without working. Up to the present men have for the most part been divided into masters and servants. Napoleon died on May 5, 1821. And things of that sort. It is worth noting that in this department of knowledge pretended final truths of last instance are met with most frequently. Only the person who wishes to show that there are eternal truth, eternal morality, and eternal justice in human history, and that these are similar in scope and application to those of mathematics, will proclaim that twice two is four, and that birds have beaks and the like to be eternal truths. We can also certainly rely upon the same friend of humanity taking the opportunity to explain that all former inventors of eternal truths have been more or less asses or charlatans, that they have been circumscribed by error and have made mistakes. The fact of their error, however, is natural and proves the existence of the truth, and that it can be reached, and the newly arisen prophet has a ready-to-hand stock of final truths of last instance, eternal law and eternal justice. This has happened hundreds, nay, thousands of times, so that it is a wonder that men are still sufficiently credulous to believe it not only of others, but even of themselves. Here we find a prophet clad in the armor of righteousness who proclaims in the old-fashioned way that whoever else may deny, there is still one left to declare final truths of last instance. Denial, nay, doubt even, is a weakness, bearing confusion, mole-like skepticism, worse than blank nihilism, confusion worse confounded, and other little amiabilities of this sort. As with all prophets, there is no scientific investigation, but merely offhand condemnation. We might have made mention of the sciences which investigate the laws of human thought, logic and dialectics. Here we are, however, no better off as regards eternal truths. Herr Dühring explains that the dialectic proper is pure nonsense, and the many books which have been and are still being written on logic prove clearly that final truths of last instance are more sparsely distributed than many believe. Moreover, we are not at all alarmed because the step of science upon which we today stand is not a bit more final than any of the preceding steps. Already it includes an immense amount of material for investigation and offers a great chance for specialization and study to anyone who desires to become expert in any particular branch. Whoever expects to find final and immutable truths in observations which in the very nature of things must remain relative for successive generations, and can only be completed piecemeal, as in cosmogony, geology and human history, which must always be incomplete owing to the complexity of the historical material, shows perverse ignorance even where he does not, as in the present case, set up claims of personal infallibility. Truth and error, like all such mutually antagonistic concepts, have only an absolute reality under very limited conditions, as we have seen, and as even Herr Dühring should know by a slight acquaintance with the first elements of dialectics, which show the insufficiency of all polar antagonisms. As soon as we bring the antagonism of truth and error out of this limited field, it becomes relative, and is not serviceable for new scientific statements. If we should seek to establish its reality beyond those limits, we are at once confronted by a dilemma. Both poles of the antagonism come into conflict with their opposite. Truth becomes error and error becomes truth. Let us take, for example, the well-known Boyle's law, according to which, the temperature remaining the same, the volume of the gas varies as the pressure to which it is subjected. Reynaud discovered that this law does not apply in certain cases. If he had been a realist philosopher, he would have been obliged to say, Boyle's law is mutable, therefore it does not possess absolute truth, therefore it is untrue. Therefore it is false. He would thus have made a greater error than that which was latent in Boyle's law. His little particle of truth would have been drowned in a flood of error. He would in this way have elaborated his correct result into an error compared with which Boyle's law with its particle of error fastened to it would have appeared as the truth. Reynaud, scientist as he was, did not trouble himself with such childish performances. He investigated further and found that Boyle's law is only approximately correct, having no validity in the case of gases which can be made liquid by pressure when the pressure approaches the point where liquefaction sets in. Boyle's law therefore is shown only to be true within specific bounds. But is it absolute, a final truth of last instance within specific bounds? No physicist would say so. He would say that it is correct for certain gases and within certain limits of pressure and temperature. And even then within these somewhat narrow limits, he would not exclude the possibility of a still narrower limitation or change in application as the result of further investigation. This is how final truths of last instance stand in physics, for example. Really scientific works as a rule avoid such dogmatic expressions as truth and error, but they are constantly cropping up in works like the philosophy of reality, where mere loose talking vaunts itself the supreme result of sovereign thought, but a naive reader may say, whereas Herr Dühring expressly stated that the content of his philosophy of reality is final truth of the last instance. 11. Well, for example, in his De Theorem on his system which we quoted above, and again where he says moral truths, as far as they are known, are as sound as those of mathematics, does not Herr Dühring explain that by reason of his powers of criticism and searching investigations, the fundamental philosophy has been brought to light and that he has thus bestowed upon us final truths of last instance? But if Herr Dühring does not set up such a claim either on his own behalf or that of his time, if he says that sometime in the misty future final truths of last instance will be established, and that therefore his own statements are merely accidental and confused, a kind of mole-like skepticism and barren confusion, what is all the fuss about? And what useful purpose is served by Herr Dühring? If we gain no ground in the matter of truth and error, we gain less in respect of good and evil. Here we have an antagonism of ethical significance, and ethics is a department of human history in which final truths are but slight and few. From people to people, from age to age, there have been such changes in the ideas of good and evil that these concepts are contradictory in different periods and among different peoples. But someone may remark, good is still not evil and evil is not good. If good and evil are confused, all morality is abolished, and each may do what he will. When the rhetoric is stripped away, this is the opinion of Herr Dühring. But the matter is not to be disposed of so easily. If things were as easy as that, there would be no dispute about good and evil. Everybody would know what was good and what was evil. How is it today, however? What system of ethics is preached to us today? There is first a Christian feudal, a survival of the early days of faith, which is as a matter of fact subdivided into Catholic and Protestant, of which there are still further subdivisions, from the Jesuit, Catholic and Orthodox Protestant to loosely drawn ethical systems. There figure also the modern or bourgeois, and still further the proletarian future system of morality, so that the progressive European countries alone present three contemporaneous and coexistent actual theories of ethics. Which is the true one? No single one of them, regarded as a finality, but that system assuredly possesses the most elements of truth, which promises the longest duration, which existent in the present is also involved in the revolution of the future. The proletarian. But if we now see that the three classes of modern society, the feudal aristocracy, the bourgeoisie and the proletarian, have their distinctive ethical systems, we can only conclude therefrom that mankind consciously or unconsciously shapes its moral views in accordance with the material facts upon which in the last instance the class existence is based upon the economic conditions under which production and exchange are carried on. But in the three above-mentioned systems of ethics there is much which is common to all three of them. And might not this at least constitute a portion of an eternally stable system of ethics? These ethical theories pass through three distinct steps in their historical development. They have therefore a common historical basis and hence necessarily much in common. Further, for approximately similar economic stages there must necessarily be a coincidence of similar stages of economic development, and ethical theories must of necessity coincide with a greater or less degree of closeness. From the very moment when private property and movables developed there had to be ethical sanctions of general effect in all communities in which private property prevailed. Thus, "Thou shalt not steal." Is this commandment then an eternal commandment? By no means. In a society in which the motive for theft did not exist, stealing would only be the practice of the weak-minded. And the preacher of morals who proclaimed "Thou shalt not steal" as an eternal commandment would only be laughed at for his pains. We here call attention to the attempt to force a sort of moral dogmatism upon us as eternal, final, immutable moral law, upon the pretext that the moral law is possessed of fixed principles, which transcend history and the variations of individual peoples. We state, on the contrary, that up to the present time all ethical theory is in the last instance a testimony to the existence of certain economic conditions prevailing in any community at any particular time. And in proportion as society developed class antagonisms, morality became a class morality and either justified the interest and domination of the ruling class, or as soon as its subject class became strong enough justified revolt against the domination of the ruling class and the interest of the subject class. That, by this means, there is an advance made in morals as a whole, just as there is in all other branches of human knowledge, there can be no doubt. But we have not yet advanced beyond class morals. Real human morality superior to class morality and its traditions will not be possible until a stage in human history has been reached in which class antagonisms have not only been overcome but have been forgotten as regards the conduct of life. Now the colossal egotism of Herr Dühring may be understood when it is seen that, on the eve of a revolution, which will bring about a state of society devoid of classes, he claims from the midst of an old and class-divided society to proclaim an eternal system of morals independent of time and material change. He himself declares what up to the present has been hid from the rest of us, that he understands the structure of this future society at least as regards its salient features. In conclusion, he makes a revelation which is essentially original, but none the less fundamental respecting the origin of evil. We have the fact that the type of the cat with its inherent treachery is pictured as the representative animal type, and this also displays a form of character to be found also in men. There is no mystery, then, about evil if one can detect a mysticism in the cat or any other beast of prey. Evil is the cat. Goethe was evidently wrong when he introduced Mephistopheles as a black dog, instead of a cat similarly colored. This is ethics suited not only to all worlds, but to cats also. Equality. By dint of experience we have come to learn Herr Dühring's method. It consists in separating each department of knowledge into what are assumed to be its most simple elements, then of making so-called self-evident axioms with regard to these simple elements, and thereupon operating with the results obtained in this way. Thus a sociological question is to be decided on simple axiomatic principles, just as if it were a matter of elementary mathematics. Thus the application of the mathematical method to history, ethics and law gives mathematical certainty to the final results which appear as pure and immutable truths. This is only another form of the old ideological, a priori method so called, which learned the properties of an object not from the object itself, but derived them by proof from the concept of the object. First you derive a concept of the object from the actual object, then you turn the spit and measured the object in terms of its derivative, the concept. The concept is not shaped after the pattern of the object, but the object after the pattern of the concept. In Herr Dühring's method, the simplest elements, the last abstractions to which he can attain do duty for the concept which is unchangeable. The simplest elements are under the best conditions purely imaginary in their nature. The philosophy of realism hence appears to be mere ideology, and has no derivation from real life but is absolutely dependent upon the imagination. When such an ideologist proceeds to construct his system of morals and law from his concept of the so-called simplest elements of society instead of from the real social conditions of the men about him, where does he get his material for construction? The material evidently consists of two kinds. Firstly, the slim vestiges of reality which are still present in every fundamental abstraction, and secondly in the actual content which our ideologist evolves from his own consciousness. And what does he discover in his consciousness? For the most part moral and ethical philosophic ideas, and these constitute an expression corresponding more or less closely, whether positive or negative, harmonious or hostile, with the social and political conditions which environ him. Besides, he probably has notions derived from literature pertaining to these conditions, and finally he has possibly personal idiosyncrasies. Let our ideologist dodge all that he can. The historical reality which he has thrown out of doors comes in again at the window, and although he may fancy that he is employed in the manufacture of moral and legal doctrines good for all worlds and all ages, he is actually making a distorted counterfeit of the conservation or revolutionary tendencies of his time, because torn from its real place. As things seen in a concave mirror are upside down, Herr Dühring therefore resolves society into its simplest elements and discovers accordingly that the most elementary society consists of at least two human beings. He thereupon operates with these two human beings to produce his axiom. Then he delivers himself of the fundamental maxim of morals. Two human wills, as such, are entirely identical, and the one can in consequence make no positive demands upon the other. Here the foundation of moral law is apparent. So in order to develop the principal concepts of justice we require two human beings under absolutely simple and elementary conditions. That two human wills or two human beings are just alike is not only no axiom, it is a glaring exaggeration. In the first place, two human beings may differ as regards sex, and this simple fact shows us, if we look at childhood for a moment, that the elements of society are not two men, but a little man and a little woman, which constitute a family, the simplest and earliest form of association for productive purposes. But Herr Dühring cannot by any means agree to this. On the one hand, the two constituents of society might very possibly be made alike, and on the other, Herr Dühring would not be able to construct the moral and legal equality of man and woman from the original family. Therefore, one of two things must take place. Either the molecules of Herr Dühring's society, from the multiplication of which all society is built up, is merely a priori and destined to fail, since two men cannot produce a child, or we must consider them as two heads of families. In this case, the entire foundation is made its very opposite. Instead of the equality of men, we have at the most the equality of two heads of families, and since women are not comprehended, we have the consequent subjection of women. We are sorry to warn the reader that these two notorious men cannot be got rid of. For a long time, they take up in the realm of social conditions the role heretofore played by the dwellers in the other world, with whom it is to be hoped we have now finished. Should any question of political economy, of politics, or any other such matter require solution, out come the two men and make the thing axiomatic forthwith. This is a remarkable, clever, and system-shaping discovery of our system-shaping philosopher. But to give the truth its due, we are regretfully bound to say that he did not discover the two men. They are common to the whole of the 18th century. They appear in Rousseau's treatise on equality, 1754, where, by the way, they serve to prove axiomatically the direct opposite of Herr Dühring's contentions. They play an important part in political economy from Adam Smith to Ricardo, but here they are so far unequal that they follow different trades, principally hunting and fishing, and they exchange their mutual products. They serve through the entire 18th century principally as mere illustrative examples, and the originality of Herr Dühring consists in the fact that he elevates this method of illustration to a fundamental method for all social science and to a measure of all historical instruction. There is no easier way to arrive at a really scientific philosophy of things and men. In order to create the fundamental axiom, the two men and their wills are mutually equal, and neither has any right to lord it over the other. We cannot find two suitable men. They must be two men who are so free from all national, economic, political, and religious conditions, from sex and personal peculiarities, that nothing remains of either of them but the mere concept man, and then they are entirely equal. They are therefore two fully equipped ghosts conjured up by that very Herr Dühring who particularly ridicules and denounces spiritistic movements. These two phantoms must of course do all that their wizard wants of them, and so their united productions are a matter of complete indifference to the rest of the world. Now let us follow Herr Dühring's axiomatic utterances a little further. These two men cannot make positive demands upon each other. The one who does so and enforces his demand thereupon performs an unjust act, and with this idea as a foundation Herr Dühring explains the injustice, the tyranny, the servitude, in short all the evil happenings of history, up to the present time. Now Rousseau has in the work above mentioned proved the contrary just as axiomatically, by means of two men. It cannot forcibly enslave B except by putting B in a place where he cannot do without A. This is far too materialistic an idea for Herr Dühring. He has accordingly put the same matter somewhat differently. Two shipwrecked men being by themselves on an island form a society, their wills are, theoretically speaking, entirely equal, and this is acknowledged by both. But in reality the inequality is tremendous. It is resolute and energetic. B inert, irresolute and slack. A is sharp, B is stupid. How long will it be before A imposes his will upon B? First by taking the upper hand, and keeping it habitually, under the pretense that B's submission is voluntary. Whether the form of voluntariness continues or force is resorted to, slavery still is slavery. Voluntary entering into a state of slavery lasted all through the Middle Ages in Germany up to the 30 Years' War, when serfdom was abolished in Prussia after the defeats of 1806 and 1807, and with it the duty of the nobility to take care of their subjects in need, sickness and old age. The peasants thereupon petitioned to be allowed to remain in slavery, for who would care for them when they were in trouble? The concept of the two men is just as applicable to inequality and slavery as it is to equality and mutual aid, and since, under the penalty of extinction, men must assume the headship of a family, hereditary slavery may be foreseen in it. Let us put this view of the case on one side for a moment. We assume that we are convinced by Herr Dühring's maxim, and that we are zealous for the full equalization of the two wills, for the universal sovereignty of man, for the sovereignty of the individual, magnificent expressions, in comparison with which Stirner's individual with his private property is a mere bungler, though he might claim his modest part therein. Then we are all free and independent. Oh, no, not even now. There are still occasional dependent relations, but these are to be explained on grounds which must be sought not in the action of two wills as such, but in a third consideration. In the case of children, for example, in the inadequateness of their self-assertion. Indeed, the foundations of independence are not to be sought in the realization of the two wills as such, naturally not, since the realization of one of the wills is thus interfered with. But they must be sought in a third direction. And what is the third direction? The actual fixing of a subjected will as an inadequate one. So far has our realistic philosopher departed from reality that will, the real content, the characteristic determination of this will serve him as a third ground for abstract and indefinite speech. However this may be, we must agree that equality has its exceptions. It does not apply to a will which is infected with inadequateness of self-expression. Further, where the animal and the human are intermingled in one person, can one in the name of a second fully developed human being demand the same actions as in the case of a single human being? Our supposition is here of two morally unequal persons, of which one has a share of purely animal characteristics, in a certain sense the typical fundamental conception which characterizes the differences in and between groups of men. Now the reader may see by these modest excuses in which Herr Dühring turns and wins like a Jesuit priest to establish a casuistical position, how far the human can prevail over the bestial human, how far he can employ deceit, warlike, keen terrorizing means of deceit against the latter without overstepping immutable ethical bounds. Therefore, if two persons are morally unequal, there is an end of equality. It was therefore not worth while to conjure up two fully equal men, since there are no two individuals who are morally equal. But inequality consists in this, that one is a human being, and the other has some part of the animal in his composition. It is evident that since man is descended from the animal creation, he is not free from animality. So that as regards man, degrees of animality can only be differentiated to a greater or less degree. A division of men into two sharply differentiated groups, into humans and human beasts, into good and bad, into sheep and goats, even Christianity, let alone the realist philosophy, is aware, implies a judge who makes the distinction. But who shall be judged as regards the realist philosophy? We must follow the practice of Christians, according to which the pious little sheep undertake to act as judges of the universe against their unworthy neighbors the goats, with results which are too well known. The sect of the realist philosophers, supposing it ever comes into existence, will certainly not give up anything quietly. This is indeed a matter of small concern to us, but we are interested in the confession that is a conclusion of the moral inequality between men. Equality no longer exists, Again, if the one acted in accordance with truth and science, but the other in accordance with his superstition or prejudice, a mutual disagreement would generally occur. At a certain stage of incapacity, barbarism or an evil tendency of character must in all circumstances produce an antagonism. Force is the last resort. Not alone with children and incapables. The peculiar characteristics of whole classes of men, whether in a state of nature or civilized, may render necessary the subjection of their inimical will, due to their own impotency, in order to bring them into harmony with social arrangements. But such a man has challenged his own equality by the perversity of his inimical and hurtful actions, and if he suffers at the hands of his superior force, he only reaps the recoil of his own actions. Thus not only moral but spiritual inequality is sufficiently potent to do away with the full equality of two wills and to furnish an ethical rule by which all the shameful acts of civilized plundering states against backward peoples down to the atrocities of the Russians and Turkestan may be justified. When General Kaufmann, in the summer of 1873, fell upon the Tartar tribes of the Jamutin, burnt their tents, mowed down their wives and families, as the command ran, he explained that the destruction was due to the perversity, the inimical minds of the people of the Jamutin, and was employed for the purpose of bringing them back to the social order, and the means used by him had been the most efficient. But he who wills the end wills also the means. But he was not so cruel as to insult the Jamutin people in addition, and to say that he massacred them in the name of equality, that he considered their wills equal to his own. And again in this conflict the select, those who pose as champions of truth and science, the realist philosophers in the last instance, must be able to distinguish superstition, prejudice, barbarism, evil tendencies of character, and when force and subjection are necessary to bring about equality. So that equality now means equalization by means of force, and the will of one recognizes the will of the other as equal by overthrowing it. The phrase that an external will in its bringing about equalization by force is only to be regarded as producing equality is nothing but a distortion of the Hegelian theory that punishment is a right of the criminal. That punishment is to be regarded as implying a right to it in accordance with which the criminal is respected as a rational being. Rechtsful. 100. We may pause here. It would be superfluous to follow Herr Dühring any further in the piecemeal destruction of his axiomatically established equality, universal human sovereignty, etc., to observe how he brings society into existence with two men and produces yet a third in order to establish the state, because, to put the matter briefly, no majority can be had without the third, and without him, that is, without the domination of the majority over the minority, no state can exist. There is no need either for us to observe how he launches his future social state on the more peaceful waters of construction, where we may have the honor some fine morning of beholding it. We have seen so far that the complete equality of two wills only exists as long as they do not will anything. That as soon as they cease to become human wills as such and to be converted into real individual wills, into wills of real persons, that is, equality ceases. That childhood, idiocy, animality, so-called superstition, prejudice, supposed lack of power on the one hand, and supposed humanity and insight into truth and science on the other hand. That therefore every difference in the quality of the two wills, and in the degree of intelligence accompanying it, justifies an inequality which may go as far as subjection. Why should we seek further, since Herr Dühring has brought his own edifice of equality which he so laboriously constructed tumbling to the ground? But if we are now prepared to meet Herr Dühring's silly and incompetent consideration of equality of rights, we are not yet ready to take issue with the idea itself, which through the influence of Rousseau has played a theatrical part, and since the days of the Great Revolution a practical and political part, and now plays no insignificant role in the agitation carried on by the socialist movement of all countries. The establishment of its scientific soundness has a value for the proletarian agitation. The idea that all men have something in common as men, and that they are equal with respect to that common quality, is naturally older than history. But the modern doctrine of equality is something quite different than that. This derives from the property of humanity, common to man, the equality of men, as men, or at least of all citizens of a given state or of all members of a given society. Until the conclusion of equality of rights in the state and society was deduced from the original notion of relative equality, and until this conclusion was to be stated as something natural and self-evident, many thousands of years had to pass, and indeed have passed. In the oldest and most elementary communities, it may be said that equality of rights among the members existed in the highest degree, women, slaves, and foreigners, however, being excluded. Among the Greeks and Romans, inequality existed to a greater degree. Greeks and barbarians, freemen and slaves, citizens and subjects, Roman citizens and Roman subjects, to employ a comprehensive expression. That these should have any claim to equality of political rights would have been regarded by the ancients necessarily as madness. Under the Roman Empire there was a complete elimination of all these distinctions with the exception of those of freemen and slaves. There arose therefore as far as the freemen were concerned that equality of private individuals upon which Roman law was founded and developed as the most perfect system of jurisprudence based on private property with which we are acquainted. But while the contradiction of freemen and slaves existed, there could be no statement based upon the universal equality of men as such. As was recently shown in the slave states of the Northern American Union, Christianity recognized one equality on the part of all men, that of an equal taint of original sin, which entirely corresponded with its character as a religion of slaves and the oppressed. In the next place it recognized completely the equality of the elect, but it only declared this at the beginning of its teaching. The traces of common property and possessions which may be found occasionally in the earliest days of the religion was based rather upon the mutual assistance which persecuted people hold out to each other, than upon any real concepts of human equality. Very soon the establishment of the antithesis between the priesthood and the laity put an end to even this expression of Christian equality. The inundation of Western Europe by the Germans abolished for centuries all concepts of equality by the creation of a universal, social and political gradation of rank of a much more complicated nature than had existed up to that time. Contemporaneously with this Western and Middle Europe entered upon a historical development, shaped for the first time a compact civilization, and a system which was on the one hand dynamic and on the other conservative, the leading national states. Thereupon a soil was prepared for the declaration of the equality of human rights so recently made. The feudal Middle Ages moreover developed the class in its womb destined to be the apostle of the modern agitation for equality, the bourgeois class. In the beginning, even under the feudal system, the bourgeois class had developed the prevalent hand industry and the exchange of products even within feudal society to a high degree considering the circumstances. Until with the close of the 15th century, the great discoveries of lands beyond the seas opened before it a new and individual course. The trade beyond Europe, which up to that time had been carried on between the Italians and the Levant, was now extended to America and the Indies and soon exceeded in amount the reciprocal trade of the European countries as well as the internal commerce of any particular land. American gold and silver flooded Europe and like a decomposing element penetrated all the fissures, crevices and pores of feudal society. The system of hand labor was no longer sufficient for the growing demand. It was replaced by manufacture in the leading industries of the most highly developed peoples. A corresponding change in the political structure followed this powerful revolution in the economic conditions of society, but by no means immediately. The organization of the state remained feudal in form, while society became more and more bourgeois. Trade, particularly international, and to a greater degree world commerce, demanded for its development the free and unrestricted possessors of commodities, who have equality of right to exchange commodities at least in one and the same place. The transition from hand labor to manufacture presupposes the existence of a number of free laborers, free on the one hand from the fetters of the guild and on the other free to employ their labor force in their own behalf, who could make contracts for the hire of their labor force to the manufacturers and therefore face him as if endowed with equal rights as contracting parties. At last then there arose equality of rights and actual equality of all human labor. For labor force finds its unconscious but strongest expression in the law of value of modern bourgeois economy, according to which the value of a commodity finds its measure in the socially necessary labor incorporated in it. But where the economic circumstances render freedom and equality of rights necessary, the political code, guild restrictions and peculiar privileges oppose them at every step. Local provisions of a legal character, differential taxation, exceptional laws of every description, interfere not only with foreigners or colonials, but frequently enough also with whole categories of citizens in the nation itself. Guild privileges in particular constituted a continual impediment to the development of manufacture. The cause was nowhere open and the chances of the bourgeois victory were by no means equal. But to make the cause open was the first and ever more pressing necessity. As soon as the demand for the abolition of feudalism and for the equality of rights was set on the order of the day, it had necessarily to take an ever-widening scope. As soon as the claim was made in behalf of commerce and industry, it had also to be made in behalf of the peasants who, being in every stage of slavery from serfdom, labored for the most part without any return for the feudal lords and were obliged in addition to perform innumerable services for them and for the state. Also it became desirable to abolish feudal privileges, the immunity of the nobility from taxation, and the superiority which attached to a certain status. And as men no longer lived in a world empire like the Roman, but in an independent system with states which approximated to a similar degree of bourgeois development and which had intercourse with one another on an equal footing, The demand took on necessarily a universal character, reaching beyond the individual state, and freedom and equality were thus proclaimed as human rights. But as regards the special bourgeois character of these human rights, it is significant that the American Constitution, which was the first to recognize these rights of men, in the same breath established slavery among the colored people. Class privileges were cursed, race privileges were blessed. As is well known, the bourgeois class, as soon as it escaped from the domination of the ruling class in the cities, by which process the medieval stage passes into the modern, has been steadily and inevitably dogged by a shadow, the proletariat. So also the bourgeois demands for equality are accompanied by the proletarian demands for equality. Directly the demand for the abolition of class privileges was made by the bourgeois, there succeeded the proletarian demand for the abolition of classes themselves. This was first made in a religious form and was based upon early Christianity, but later derived its support from the bourgeois theories of equality. The proletarians take the bourgeois at their word. They demand the realization of equality not merely apparently, not merely in the sphere of government, but actually in the sphere of society and economics. Since the French bourgeoisie of the Great Revolution placed equality in the foreground of their movement, the French proletariat has answered it blow for blow with the demand for social and economic equality. And equality has become the special battle cry of the French proletariat. The demand for equality is made by the proletariat has a double significance. Either it is, as was particularly the case at first, in the peasants, or, for example, a natural reaction against social inequalities which were obvious, against the contrast between rich and poor, masters and slaves, luxurious and hungry. And as such it is simply an expression of revolutionary instinct finding its justification in that fact and in that fact alone. On the other hand, it may arise from reaction against the bourgeois claims of equality, from which it deduces more or less just and far-reaching claims, serves as a means of agitation to stir the workers, by means of a cry adopted by the capitalists themselves, against the capitalists, and in this case stands or falls with bourgeois equality itself. In both cases the real content of the proletarian claims of equality is the abolition of classes. Every demand for equality transcending this is of necessity absurd. We have already given examples and can furnish many more when we come to consider Herr Dühring's prophecies of the future, so the notion of equality, in its proletarian as well as in its bourgeois form, is itself a historic product. Certain circumstances were required to produce it, and these in their turn proceeded from a long anterior history. It is therefore anything but an eternal truth, and if the public regards it as self-evident in one sense or another, if it, as Marx remarks, already occupies the position of a popular prejudice, it is not due to its being an axiomatic truth, but to the universal broadening of conception, in accordance with the spirit of the 18th century. If Herr Dühring then can set up his two famous men in housekeeping on the grounds of equality, it is apparent that the prejudices of the mass of men in its favor is an antecedent condition. In fact, Herr Dühring calls his philosophy the natural because it proceeds from generally recognized things, which appear to him to be entirely natural. But why they seem to him to be natural he does not take the trouble to inquire. Freedom and necessity. The former part of this section is taken up with the criticism of Herr Dühring's knowledge of law, of which he had boasted. It is a purely technical discussion and is of merely local interest. Having disposed of Dühring's juristic claims, Engels proceeds to discuss freedom and necessity as follows. One cannot deal properly with the question of morals and law without a discussion of free will, human responsibility, and the limits of necessity and freedom. The realistic philosophy has not only one but two solutions of these questions. One must substitute for false theories of freedom the actual conditions in which reason on the one hand and instinct on the other unite upon a middle ground. The fundamental facts of this sort of dynamics are to be learned from observation, and as regards the calculation in advance of phenomena which have not yet occurred, we must judge of them in general terms according to their special qualities. In this way the silly speculations with respect to the freedom of the will, which have wasted thousands of years, are not only entirely removed, but are replaced by something positive, something useful for practical life. So freedom of the will consists in this, that reason impels men to the right and irrationality to the left, and according to this parallelogram of forces the true direction is that of the diagonal. Freedom would therefore be the average between insight and impulse, between understanding and lack of understanding, and its degree would, to use an astronomical expression, be empirically established by the personal equation. But a few pages later we read, we establish moral responsibility upon freedom, by which we only mean susceptibility to known motives, according to the measure of natural and acquired reason. All such motives, in spite of antagonism, realize themselves in action with the inevitability of natural law. But we count upon this inevitable necessity when we deal with morals. This second definition of freedom, which is quite opposed to the first, is nothing but a very weak paraphrase of Hegel's notions on the subject. Hegel was the first man to make a proper explanation of the relations of freedom and necessity. In his eyes, freedom is the recognition of necessity. Necessity is blind only in so far as it is not understood. Freedom does not consist in an imaginary independence of natural laws, but in a knowledge of these laws, and in the possibility, thence derived, of applying them intelligently to given ends. This is true both as regards the laws of nature and of those which control the spiritual and physical existence of man himself, two classes of laws which we can distinguish as an abstraction, but not in reality. Freedom of the will consists in nothing but the ability to come to a decision when one is in possession of a knowledge of the facts. The freer the judgment of a man, then in relation to a given subject of discussion, so much the more necessity is there for his arrival at a positive decision. On the other hand, lack of certainty arising from ignorance, which apparently chooses voluntarily between many different and contradictory possibilities of decision, shows thereby its want of freedom. It's controlled by things which it should in reality control. Freedom, therefore, consists in mastery over ourselves and external nature founded upon knowledge of the necessities of nature. It is, therefore, necessarily a product of historical development. The first human beings to become differentiated from the lower animals were in all essentials as devoid of freedom as these animals themselves, but each step in human development was a step towards freedom. At the threshold of human history stands the discovery of the transformation of mechanical motion in heat, the generation of fire by friction. At the close of development up to the present stands the discovery of the transformation of heat into mechanical motion, the steam engine. In spite of the tremendous revolution in the direction of freedom, which the steam engine has produced in society, it is not yet half complete. There is no question that the production of fire by friction still surpasses it as an agent in the liberation of humanity. Because the production of fire by friction for the first time gave man power over the forces of nature and separated him for ever from the lower animals. The steam engine can never bridge so wide a chasm. It appears, however, as the representative of all those productive forces by the help of which alone a state of society is rendered possible in which no class subjection or pain will be produced by reason of the lack of means for the sustenance of the individual, in which, moreover, it will be possible to speak of real human freedom as arising from living in accordance with the recognized laws of nature. But considering the youth of humanity, it would be absurd to wish to impute any universal absolute validity to our present philosophical views. And it follows from the mere facts that the whole of history up to the present time is to be regarded as the history of the period extending from the time of the practical discovery of the transformation of mechanical movement into heat to that of the transformation of heat into mechanical movement. The above constitutes a reply to the view which regards history simply as the record of human error and is followed by a discussion of Dühring's opinions in that regard. Chapter VI: The Dialectic Quantity and Quality. Here Herr Dühring contends the first and most important statement with respect to the foundation logical properties of existence points to the exclusion of contradiction. Contradiction is a category which can belong to thought alone, but which can pertain to nothing real. There are no contradictions in things. In other words, the law of contradiction is itself the crowning point of absurdity, to which Engels replies as follows. The thought content of the foregoing passages is contained in the statement that contradiction is an absurdity and cannot occur in the actual world. This statement will have for people of average common sense the same self-evident truth as to say that straight cannot be crooked nor crooked straight. But the differential calculus shows, in spite of all the protests of common sense, that under certain conditions straight and crooked are identical, and reaches thereby a conclusion which is not in harmony with the common sense view of the absurdity of there being any identity between straight and crooked. Considering moreover the significant role which the so-called dialectic of the contradiction played in the ancient Greek philosophy, a stronger opponent than Herr Dühring would be obliged to meet it with better arguments than a mere affirmation and a number of epithets. As long as we regard things as static and without life, each by itself separately, we do not run against any contradictions in them. We find certain qualities sometimes common, sometimes distinctive, occasionally contradictory, but in this last case they belong to different objects and are hence not self-contradictory. While we follow this method, we pursue the ordinary metaphysical method of thought. But it is quite different when we consider things in their movement, in their change, their life and their mutually reciprocal relations. Then we come at once upon contradictions. Motion is itself a contradiction, since simple mechanical movement from place to place can only accomplish itself by a body being at one and the same moment in one place and simultaneously in another place by being in one and the same place and yet not there. And motion is just a continuous establishing and dissolving the contradiction. Here we have a contradiction which is objective, and so to speak corporeal in things and events. And what does Herr Dühring say about it? He affirms that in rational mechanics there is no bridge between the strictly static and the dynamic. Finally, the reader is able to see that there is behind this pretty little phrase of Herr Dühring nothing more than this: that the metaphysical mode of thought can absolutely not pass from the idea of rest to that of motion because the aforesaid contradiction intervenes. Motion is absolutely inconceivable to the metaphysician, because a contradiction. And as he affirms the inconceivability of motion, he admits the existence of this contradiction against his will and therefore admits that it constitutes an objective contradiction in actual facts and events, and is moreover an actual fact. But if simple mechanical motion contains a contradiction in itself, still more so do the higher forms of motion of matter and to a high degree organic life and its development. We saw above that life consists chiefly in this, that a being is at one and the same time itself and something different. Life itself then is likewise a contradiction contained in things and events, always establishing and dissolving itself, and as soon as the contradiction ceases, life also ceases, death comes on the scene. Thus we saw also that we cannot put an end to the contradictions in the realm of thought, and how, for example, the contradiction between the intrinsically unlimited possibilities of human knowledge and its actual existence in the persons of human beings with limited faculties and powers of knowledge, is dissolved in the, for us at least, practically endless progression of the race. In unending progress, we stated just now that higher mathematics holds as one of its basic principles that straight and crooked may be identical under certain circumstances. It shows another contradiction, that lines which apparently intersect yet are parallel from 5 to 6 centimeters from the point of intersection, should be such as should never intersect although indefinitely produced, and yet, notwithstanding these and even greater contradictions, it produces not only correct results but results which are unattainable by lower mathematics. But even in the latter there is a host of contradictions. It is a contradiction, for example, that a root of a should be and actually is a power of a to the power of 1/2 equals the square root of a. It is contradiction. That a negative magnitude should be the square of anything, since every negative magnitude multiplied by itself gives a positive square. The square root of -1 is therefore not only a contradiction, but an absurd contradiction, a veritable absurdity. And yet the square root of -1 is in many instances the necessary result of correct mathematical operations. Nay further, where would mathematics higher or lower be if one were forbidden to operate with the square root of -1? Mathematics itself enters the realm of the dialectic, and significantly enough it was a dialectic philosopher, Descartes, who introduced this progressiveness into mathematics. As is the relation of the mathematics of variable magnitudes to that of invariable quantities, so is the relation of the dialectic method of thought to the metaphysical. This does not prevent the great majority of mathematicians from only recognizing the dialectic in the realms of mathematics, a condition of things satisfactory to those who operate in the antiquated, limited, metaphysical fashion by methods attained by means of the dialectic. Dühring, having made an attack upon Marx's Capital because of its reliance upon the dialectic, and having indulged in the epithets to which he is too prone with respect to this work, Engels takes up its defense in that respect as follows: It is not our business to concern ourselves at this point with the correctness or incorrectness of the investigations of Marx as regards economics, but only with the application which he makes of the dialectic method. So much is certain, that it is only now that the readers of Capital will by the aid of Herr Dühring understand what they have read properly, and among them Herr Dühring himself, who in the year 1867 was still in a position, as far as possible to a man of his caliber, to review the book rationally. He did not then, it may be noted, first translate the arguments of Marx into Dühring's, as now seems indispensable to him. Even if he at that time made the blunder of identifying the Marxian dialectic with that of Hegel, he had not altogether lost the ability to distinguish methods from the results attained by them and to comprehend that an abuse of the former is no contradiction of the latter. Herr Dühring's most astonishing observation is that from the Marxian standpoint, in the last analysis everything is identical, that therefore in the eyes of Marx, for example, capitalists and wage workers, feudal, capitalistic and social methods of production are all one. In order to show the possibility of such sheer stupidity, it only remains to point out that the mere word dialectic makes Herr Dühring mentally irresponsible and makes what he says and does so inaccurate and confused as to be in the last analysis all one. Herr Dühring remarks, how comical, for example, is the declaration based upon Hegel's confused notions that quantity becomes lost in quality and that money advanced, that is for productive purposes, it becomes capital when it reaches a certain limit merely through quantitative increase. To which Engels replies thus: This seems peculiar when presented in this washed-out fashion by Herr Dühring. On page 313, second ed., Capital, Marx, after an investigation of fixed and variable capital and surplus value, derives from his investigations the conclusion that not every amount of gold, or value capable of being transformed into capital is so transformed. Rather, a certain minimum of gold or of exchange value is presupposed to be in the possession of the individual owner of gold or goods. He thereupon gives an example, thus. In a branch of industry the worker works 8 hours per day for himself. That is in order to produce the value of his wages, and the following 4 hours for the capitalist in producing surplus value to go into their pockets. One must have sufficient values to permit of the setting up of 2 workmen, with raw material, means of labor and wages, in order to live as well as a workman. But since capitalistic production is not undertaken for mere livelihood, but for increase of wealth, our individual with his 2 workmen would still be no capitalist. If he lives twice as well as an ordinary workman and transforms half of the surplus value produced into capital, he will have to employ 8 workmen and possess 4 times the aforementioned amount of value. And only after this and other examples for the purpose of illustrating and establishing the fact that not every small amount of value can effect a transformation of itself into capital, but that each period of industrial development and each branch of industry has its own minimum, fixed. Marx remarks here, as in nature, the correctness of the law of logic, as discovered by Hegel, is established. That mere quantitative changes at a certain point suddenly take on qualitative differences. One may remark the elevated and dignified fashion in which Dühring makes Marx say the exact opposite of what he did say. Marx says the fact that a given amount of value can only transform itself into capital as soon as it has attained a definite minimum, varying with circumstances, in each individual case. This fact is proof of the correctness of the law of Hegel. Herr Dühring makes him say because, according to the law of Hegel, quantity is transformed into quality, therefore a sum of money when it has reached a certain amount becomes capital. He says just the opposite. We have seen above in the scheme of the universe that Herr Dühring had the misfortune to acknowledge and apply, in a weak moment, this Hegelian system of calculation, according to which at a given point quantitative changes suddenly become qualitative. We then gave one of the best known examples, that of the transformation of the form of water which at C changes from a liquid to solid and at 100 degrees C from liquid to gaseous. Where thus at both these points of departure a mere quantitative change in temperature produces a qualitative change in the water, we might have cited from nature and human society 100 more such facts in proof of this law. Thus the whole 4th section of Marx's Capital, entitled Production of Relative Surplus Value in the Realm of Cooperative Industry, the Division of Labor and Manufacture, Machinery and the Great Industry, goes to show innumerable instances in which qualitative change alters the quantity of the thing, and where also, to use Herr Dühring's exceedingly odious expression, quantity is converted and transformed into quality, so also the mere cooperation of large numbers, the melting of several diverse crafts into one united craft, to use Marx's expression, produces a new industrial power which is substantially different from the sum of the individual crafts. Marx, in the interest of the entire truth, has remarked, in complete contrast to the perverted style of Herr Dühring, the molecular theory employed in modern chemistry, first scientifically developed by Laurent and Gerhardt, rests upon no other law. But what does Herr Dühring care for that? He knows that the eminently modern constructive elements of scientific thought make just the same mistake as was made by Marx and his rival Lassalle. Half-knowledge and a touch of pseudo-philosophy furnish the tools necessary for a display of learning, while with Herr Dühring elevated notions of exact knowledge in mechanics, physics and chemistry are, as we have seen, the foundations. But that the public may be in a position to decide, we shall examine somewhat more closely the examples cited by Marx in his note. Here we have, for example, the homologous series of compounds of carbon, of which many are known and each has its own algebraic formula. If we, for example, according to the practice of chemistry, represent an atom of carbon by C, an atom of hydrogen by H, an atom of oxygen by O, and the number of atoms contained in each combination of carbon by N, we can express the molecular formula of each one of the series thus: series of normal paraffin, CHO series of primary alcohol, CHO series of the monobasic oleic acids. Let us take, for example, the last of the series and set one after the other N2, etc. We get the following results omitting the compounds: CHO, formic acid, boiling point 100 degrees, melting point 1 degree; CHO acetic acid, boiling point 118 degrees, melting point 17 degrees; CHO propionic acid, boiling point 140 degrees, melting point; CHO butyric acid, boiling point 162 degrees, melting point; CHO valerianic acid boiling point 175 degrees melting point, and so on to CHO milicic acid, which melts first 30-60-21 at 180 degrees, and which has no boiling point, because it does not evaporate without splitting up. Here we see therefore a whole series of qualitatively different bodies, produced by single quantitative additions of the elements and always in the same proportions. This occurs absolutely where all elements of the combinations change their quantity in the same proportions, so with normal paraffin, CH, the lowest is CH, the gas. The highest known is CH, a body forming a hard colorless crystal, which melts at 21 degrees and boils at 278 degrees. In both the series each new step is reached through the introduction of CH, an atom of carbon and 2 atoms of hydrogen, to the molecular form of the preceding step. And this quantitative change in the molecular form brings about a qualitatively different body, 2n plus 2 inches. These series are merely obvious examples. Almost universally in chemistry, particularly in the different oxides of nitrogen, in the oxyacids of phosphorus or sulfur, one can see how quantity suddenly changes into quality and how this so-called confused Hegelianism is, so to speak, inherent in things and events, and no one is ever confused or beclouded by it, except Herr Dühring. If Marx is the first to observe this, and if Herr Dühring points this out without understanding it, since he could not let so unheard of a crime pass, he should explain which of the two Marx or Dühring is without elementary conceptions of natural science and the established principles of chemistry, and do it without boasting about his own ideas on natural philosophy. In conclusion, let us call attention to a witness on the change of quantity into quality, namely Napoleon. He describes the conflicts between the French cavalry, bad riders but disciplined, with the Mamelukes who, as regards single combat, were better horsemen but undisciplined, as follows: 2 Mamelukes were a match for 3 Frenchmen, 100 Mamelukes were equal to 100 Frenchmen. 300 Frenchmen could beat 300 Mamelukes, and 1,000 Frenchmen invariably defeated 1,500 Mamelukes, just as in the statement of Marx, that a certain amount of money, variable in amount, is necessary as a minimum to make its transformation into capital possible, so, according to Napoleon, a certain minimum number of cavalrymen is required to bring into being the force of discipline inherent in military organization, to make them evidently superior to greater numbers of individually better riders and fighters, cavalry at least as brave, though irregular. But what effect has this argument on Herr Dühring? Was not Napoleon utterly defeated in his conflict with Europe? Did he not suffer defeat after defeat? And why? Simply as a result of his introduction of confused Hegelian ideas into cavalry tactics, negation of the negation. The historical sketch of the so-called original accumulation of capital in England is comparatively the best part of Marx's book, and it would be even better if it had been developed scientifically, and not by means of the dialectic. The Hegelian negation of the negation is called upon to serve here as a midwife, in default of anything better and clearer, and by means of it the future is brought into existence from the present. The abolition of private property, which is shown to have been going on since the 16th century, is the first negation. Another negation must follow, which is characterized as the negation of the negation, and therefore the restoration of individual private property, but in a higher form, founded on the common ownership of land and instruments of labor. If this new individual private property is called also social property by Herr Marx, the higher Hegelian unity is here manifested, in which the contradiction will be destroyed. That is, in accordance with this juggling of words, be destroyed and preserve the dispossession of the dispossessor is, as it were, in this case the automatic product of historical reality in its material external form. It would be difficult for a cautious man to convince himself of the necessity of communism in land and property on the credit of Hegel's shiftiness, of which the negation of the negation is an example. The confusion of the Marxian philosophic notions will not be strange to him who knows what can be done by means of the Hegelian dialectic, or rather what cannot be done. For those who do not know the trick, it must be noted that the first negation of Hegel is the teaching of the Catechism with respect to the fall, and the second is a higher unity leading to the redemption. On these analogies, which pertain to religion, no logic of facts can be established. Herr Marx consoles himself in the midst of his simultaneously individual and social property, and leaves his disciples to solve his profound dialectic puzzle. Thus far Herr Dühring is quoted. So Marx cannot prove the necessity of the social revolution, the restoration of the common property in land and the means of production, except by a reliance upon Hegel's negation of the negation. And, since he founds his socialistic theories upon analogies pertaining to religion, he comes to the conclusion that in future society simultaneously individual and social property will prevail, as the Hegelian higher unity of the contradiction destroyed, let us leave the negation of the negation for a little and look at the coexistent individual and social property. This will be called by Herr Dühring a cloud realm, and, strange to say, he is really right in this regard. But sad to say, it is not Marx who is found to be in the cloud realm, but on the contrary Herr Dühring himself. Since by virtue of his wonderful versatility in the vagaries of Hegel, he does not experience any difficulty in telling us the necessary contents of the as yet unpublished volume of Capital, so, after setting Hegel right, he is able to correct Marx without any trouble, in that he ascribes to him a higher unity of a private property of which Marx has not said a word. Marx says it is the negation of the negation. This re-establishes private property, but on the basis of the acquisitions of the capitalistic era, of the cooperation of free laborers and their common ownership of the land and the means of production. The transformation of the private property of individuals, depending upon the labor of individuals, into capitalistic property is naturally a process much more tedious, hard and difficult than the transformation of capitalistic private property, as it now exists, resting upon social production, into social property, that is all. The condition attained by the dispossession of the dispossessor is here shown as the restoration of individual private property, resting however on a basis of social property in the land and means of production. For people who can understand English, the meaning of this is that social property extends to the land and means of production, and private property to the products, therefore to consumption. And that the matter should be evident even to infants Marx shows on page 56. A society of free men who labor with social means of production, and consciously expend their individual labor power as social labor power, therefore a socialistically organized society. And he says further, the total product of the society is a social product. A portion of this product serves again as a means of production. It remains social, but another portion is consumed by the members of the society. It must therefore be distributed among them, and that ought to be clear, even to Herr Dühring, in spite of his having Hegel on the brain. The coexistent individual and social property, this confused and indefinite thing, this nonsense proceeding from the Hegelian dialectic, this misty world. This deep dialectic puzzle which Marx leaves his pupils to solve is merely a creation of Herr Dühring's imagination. Marx, as a so-called Hegelian, is obliged, as a result of the negation of the negation, to furnish a correct higher unity, and since he does not do this in accordance with the taste of Herr Dühring, the latter has to take a lofty stand and to smite Marx in the interest of the full truth of things upon which Herr Dühring holds a patent. What attitude did Marx take to the negation of the negation? On page 761 and following he states the conclusion with respect to his economic and historical investigations into the so-called accumulation of original capital, extending over the 50 preceding pages. For the capitalistic era in England, at least, small production existed, based upon the private property of the worker and his tools. The so-called accumulation of capital consists in the expropriation of these immediate producers, that is, in the abolition of private property resting on the labor of individuals. This was possible because the aforesaid small production is only compatible with the narrow and primitive stage of production and of society, and at a certain grade of development furnishes the means of its own suicide, the suicide. The transformation of individual and divided modes of production into social production constitutes the early history of capitalism. As soon as the workers are transformed into proletarians and their means of labor into capital, as soon as the capitalistic methods of production are firmly established, the growing association of labor and the further transformation of the land and other means of production, and hence the further expropriation of the owners of private property takes on a new form. There is no longer the self-employing worker to expropriate, but the capitalist who expropriates many workers. This expropriation fulfills itself through the play of laws immanent in capitalistic production itself, through the concentration of capital. One capitalist kills many hand in hand with this concentration, or the expropriation of many capitalists by a few. There develop continually the conscious technical application of science, the deliberate organized exploitation of the soil, the transformation of the instruments of labor into instruments of labor which can only be employed collectively, and the economizing of all means of production through their employment as the common means of production of combined social labor. With the constantly diminishing numbers of capitalist magnates who usurp and monopolize all the advantages of this process of transformation, grows the mass of misery, pressure, slavery, degradation and robbery, but there grows also revolt and the constant progress in union and organization of the working class brought about through the mechanism of the capitalistic process of production. Capitalism becomes an impediment to the methods of production developed with and under it. The concentration of the means of production and the organization of labor reach a point where it comes into collision with its capitalistic covering. It is broken. The hour of capitalistic private property strikes. The expropriators are expropriated, and now I'll ask the reader, where are the dialectic twists and twirls, the intellectual arabesques, where the confused thought the result of which is the identity of everything, where the dialectic mystery for the faithful, where the dialectic hocus pocus, and the Hegelian intricacies, without which, Marx, according to Herr Dühring, cannot develop his own ideas. Marx simply pointed to history and showed briefly that just as the small industry necessarily produced the conditions of its own downfall, by its own development, that is to say by the expropriation of the small holders of private property, so now the capitalistic method of production has itself developed likewise the material circumstances which must cause its downfall. The process is a historical one, and, if it is at the same time dialectic, it is not to the discredit of Marx that it happens to be so fatal to Herr Dühring in the first place. Since Marx is ready with his historical economic proof, he perceives the capitalistic method of production and method of appropriation, that is to say capitalistic private property, is the first negation of individual private property founded on labor of individuals. The negation of capitalistic production will be self-produced with the necessity of a natural process, etc., as quoted above. Although Marx therefore shows the occurrence of this event as negation of the negation, he has no intention of proving by this means that it is a historical necessity. On the contrary, after he has shown that the actual fact has partially declared itself, and has as yet partially to declare itself, he shows it also as a fact which fulfills itself in accordance with a certain dialectic law, that is all. It is therefore again merely supposition on Herr Dühring's part to assert that the negation of the negation must act as a midwife, by whose means the future is brought out of the womb of the present, or that Marx wants to convince anyone of the necessity of social ownership of land and capital upon the credit of the negation of the negation. It shows a complete lack of comprehension of the nature of the dialectic to regard it as Herr Dühring does, as an instrument of mere proof, just as one can after a limited fashion employ formal logic, or elementary mathematics. Formal logic is itself more than anything else a method for the discovery of new results, for advancing from the known to the unknown, and so, but in a much more distinguished sense is the dialectic, which, since it transcends the narrow limits of formal logic, attains a more comprehensive philosophical position. It is the same with mathematics. Elementary mathematics, the mathematics of constant quantities, proceeds within the limits of formal logic, at least as a rule. The mathematics of variable quantities, which is peculiarly concerned with calculations running to the infinite, is substantially nothing but the application of the dialectic in mathematics. Mere proof becomes secondary before the manifold application of the method to new fields of investigation. But nearly all the proofs of higher mathematics from the first of the differential calculus are, strictly speaking, false from the standpoint of elementary mathematics. This cannot be otherwise, if one, as is here the case, wishes to establish results won in the realm of dialectics by means of formal logic. For a crass metaphysician like Herr Dühring to want to prove anything by means of the dialectic would be the same wasted labor as Leibniz and his pupils went through when they tried to establish the thesis of calculation to infinity by means of the mathematics of their time. The differential gave them the same spasms as the negation of the negation gives Herr Dühring, and it played a role in it, as we shall see. They admitted it at last, at least as many as did not die first, not because they were convinced but because it always worked out right. Herr Dühring is, as he says, just in his 40s, and if he attains old age, as we hope he will, he may also experience the same. But what is this dreadful negation of the negation which makes life so bitter to Herr Dühring, and which is to him what the unpardonable sin, the sin against the Holy Ghost, is to Christianity? It is a very simple process, and one, moreover, which fulfills itself every day, which any child can understand when it is deprived of mystery, under which the old idealistic philosophy found a refuge, and beneath which it will pay unprotected metaphysicians to take refuge from the stroke of Herr Dühring. Let us take a grain of barley. Millions of such grains of barley will be ground, cooked and brewed and then consumed. But let such a grain of barley fall on suitable soil under normal conditions. A complete individual change at once takes place in it under the influence of heat and moisture. It germinates. The grain, as such, disappears, is negated. In its place rises the plant, the negation of the grain. But what is the normal course of life of this plant? It grows, blossoms, bears fruit, and finally produces other grains of barley, and as soon as these are ripe the stalk dies, and becomes negated in its turn. As the result of this negation of the negation, we have the original grains of barley again, not singly however, but 10, 20 or 30-fold. Forms of grain change very slowly, and so the grain of barley remains practically the same as 100 years ago. But let us take a cultivated ornamental plant, like the dahlia or orchid. Let us consider the seed and the plants developed from it by the skill of the gardener, and we have in testimony of this negation of the negation, no longer the same seeds but qualitatively improved seed which produces more beautiful flowers. In every repetition of this process, every new negation of the negation, increases the tendency to perfection. Similarly, this process is gone through by most insects, butterflies for example. They come out of the egg by a negation of the egg. They go through certain transformations till they reach sex maturity, they copulate and are again negated, since they die as soon as the process of copulation is completed. And a female has laid her innumerable eggs. That the matter is not so plainly obvious in the case of other plants and animals, seeing that they produce seeds, plants, and animals not once but oftener, does not affect us in this case. We are now only concerned in showing that the negation of the negation actually does occur in both kingdoms of the organic world. Besides, all geology is a series of negated negations, one layer after another following the destruction of old and the establishment of new rock foundations. First, the original crust of the earth, through the cooling of the fluid mass, and through oceanic, meteorological, and chemical atmospheric action, being broken up into small parts, these broken masses form layers in the seas. Local elevations of the seas, through the ebb and flow of the waters, bring portions of these layers afresh under the influence of rain, the warmth of the seasons, and the oxygen and carbon in the atmosphere. Melted and almost cooled masses of rock from the interior of the earth underlie these and break through the layers. Through millions of centuries new layers are continually being formed, always to a large extent destroyed and serving again as building materials for new layers. But the result of the process is always positive, the restoration of a piece of ground made up of exceedingly diverse chemical elements to a condition of mechanical pulverization, which is the cause of a most abundant and diverse vegetation. It is the same also in mathematics. Let us take an ordinary algebraic quantity a, let us negate it, then we have a minus a. Let us negate this negation, that is, let us multiply a by a and we have plus a, that is the original positive quantity, but in a higher form, that is to the second power. It does not matter that we can attain the same a by the multiplication of a positive by itself. The negated negation is established so completely in a that under all circumstances it has two square roots and a. And this impossibility, the negated negation, the getting rid of the negative root in the square, has much significance in quadratic equations. The negation of the negation is more evident in the higher analyses, in those unlimited summations of small quantities, which Herr Dühring himself explains as being the highest operations of mathematics, and which are usually called the differential and integral calculus. How do these forms of calculation fulfill themselves? I have, for example, in a given problem two variable quantities x and y, of which one cannot vary without causing the other to vary also under fixed conditions. I differentiate x and y, that is, I consider x and y as being so infinitesimally small that they do not represent any real quantities, even the smallest, so that of x and y nothing remains, except their reciprocal relations. A quantitative relation without any quantity, therefore dx dy, the relation of the two differentials of x and y is oo, but oo is fixed as the expression of yx. That this relation between two vanished quantities, the fixed moment of their vanishing, is a contradiction, I merely mention in passing. It should give us as little uneasiness as it has given mathematics for the 200 or so years past. What have I done except to negate x and y, not as in metaphysics so as not to trouble myself any further about them, but in a manner demanded by the problem? Instead of x and y, I have therefore their negation dx and dy in the formal or equations before me. I now calculate further with these formal. I treat dx and dy as real quantities, as quantities subject to certain exceptional laws, and at a certain point I negate the negation, that is, I'll integrate the differential formula. I get instead of dx and dy the real quantities x and y again, and am thereby no further forward than at the beginning. But I have thereby solved the problem over which ordinary geometry and algebra would probably have gnashed their teeth in vain. It is not otherwise in history. All civilized peoples began with common property in land. Among all peoples which pass beyond a certain primitive stage, the common property in land becomes a fetter upon production in the process of agricultural development. It is cast aside, negated, and, after shorter or longer intervening periods, is transformed into private property. But at a higher stage, through the development still further of agriculture, private property becomes in its turn a bar to production, as is today the case with both large and small land proprietorship. The next step, to negate it in turn, to transform it into social property, necessarily follows. This advance, however, does not signify the restoration of the old primitive common property, but the establishment of a far higher, better developed form of communal proprietorship, which, far from being an impediment to production, rather, for the first time is bound to put an end to its limitations, and to give it the full benefit of modern discoveries in chemistry and mechanical inventions. But again, ancient philosophy was primitive naturalistic materialism. In the state of thought at that period it was, as such, incapable of clear conceptions of matter. But the necessity of clearness on this point led to the doctrine of a soul, which could leave the body, then to the idea of the immortality of the soul, finally, to monotheism. The old materialism was therefore negated by idealism. But in the further development of philosophy, idealism became untenable, and is negated by modern materialism. This, the negation of negation, is not the mere re-establishment of the old, but unites, with the surviving foundations, the whole thought content of its 2,000 years, development of philosophy and science, as well as the history of these 2,000 years. It is in a special sense no philosophy, but a single concept of the universe, which has to prove and realize itself not in a science of sciences apart, but in actual science. Philosophy is here also cast aside, that is destroyed and preserved, destroyed as to its form, preserved as to its real content, where Herr Dühring only sees word jugglery and all real content is brought to light by the newer point of view. Finally, even the Rousseau doctrine of equality, of which that of Herr Dühring is only a feeble and false plagiarism, has no existence unless the Hegelian negation of the negation served it as a midwife. Although it originated 20 years prior to the birth of Hegel, far from being ashamed of this, it bears in plain sight the stamp of its dialectic derivation in its earliest manifestation. In a state of nature and savagery men were equal, and, since Rousseau regards speech as a falsifying of natural conditions, he is quite right in predicating equality of animals of one species as far as this reaches. And the same also with regard to those speechless animal men, recently hypothetically classified by Haeckel as allali. But these equal animal men had one quality beyond the other animals, perfectibility, the power of further development, and this was the reason of inequality. Rousseau sees therefore in the existence of equality a step forward, but this advance was self-contradictory, it was at the same time a retrogression. All further advances beyond the primitive stage were so many steps, seemingly in the development of individual men, but actually in the decay of the species. Working in metals and agriculture were the two arts whose discovery brought about this great revolution, the transformation of the primitive forest into cultivated lands, but also the introduction of poverty and slavery together with private property. The poets hold that gold and silver, the philosophers that iron and corn have civilized men and ruined the human race. Each new advance of civilization is at the same time an advance of inequality. All contrivances with which society endows itself by means of civilization are in direct opposition to their original purpose. It is beyond question and a foundation principle of the entire public law that people made rulers to defend their liberties, not to destroy them. And yet these rulers become of necessity the oppressors of the people, and they carry the oppression to the point where inequality is brought to a climax and, then, transformed into its opposite, again becomes the reason of equality. For to despots all are equal, that is equally of no account. Here is the extreme of inequality, the crowning point which closes the circle, and touches the point from which we have proceeded. Here all private individuals are equal, since they are of no account, and subjects have no law other than the will of their master. But the despot is master only as long as he has the power, and for this reason he cannot complain of the use of force if he is banished. Force upholds him, force throws him down. Everything goes according to a straight and naturally appointed path, and thus again inequality is transformed into equality, but not into the old materialistic equality of speechless, primitive men, but into the higher equality of organized society. The oppressor is oppressed, it is negation of the negation. We have then, as regards Rousseau, not merely a method of thought which is quite analogous to that pursued in Marx's Capital, but also a whole series of single dialectic turns of which Marx avails himself, processes, which are antagonistic in their nature, containing a contradiction in themselves, are transformed from one extreme to its opposite finally, as the quintessence of the whole, negation of the negation. Although Rousseau in 1754 could not speak the jargon of Hegel, he was then, at a period 23 years before the birth of Hegel, deeply infected with the Hegel contagion, the dialectic of contradiction, doctrine of logic, theology, etc. And if Dühring in his misapplication of Rousseau's theory of equality, operates with his two victorious men, he having lost his feet, falls, of necessity into the arms of the negation of the negation. The conditions under which the equality of the two men flourishes, and which is set forth as an ideal condition is shown on page 271 of the Philosophy is the original condition. This original condition on page 279 is of necessity destroyed by the robber system first negation. But we have now, thanks to the philosophy of reality, arrived at the point of abolishing the robber system and substituting for it the economic commune discovered by Herr Dühring. Negation of the negation. Equality on a higher plane. What is the negation of the negation, therefore? It is a very far-reaching and, just for this reason, a very important law of development of nature, human history and thought, a law which we see realized in the animal and vegetable kingdoms, in geology, in mathematics, in history and philosophy, and which Herr Dühring himself, in spite of his opposition and resistance, must follow after his own fashion. It is evident that I say nothing of the special development of the grain of barley from the germ to the crop-bearing plant, if I say it is negation of the negation. Since the integral calculus is likewise negation of the negation, with the other assertion I should only affirm that the life process of a grain of barley is integral calculus or even socialism. But that is just the kind of thing which the metaphysicians push off on the dialectic. If I say that all these processes constitute negation of the negation, they'll embrace them all under this one law of progress, and leave the distinctive features of each special process without particular notice. The dialectic is, as a matter of fact, nothing but the science of the universal laws of motion, and evolution in nature, human society and thought. At this point, however, the objection may be urged that the final negation is no true negation. I negate a grain of barley also when I grind it, an insect when I crush it, a positive quantity when I eliminate it, etc. Where I negate the statement the rose is a rose if I say the rose is no rose, and what happens if I negate this negation again and say but the rose is a roselle? These objections are in fact the chief arguments of the metaphysicians against the dialectic and are quite worthy of this idiotic method of reasoning. To negate in the dialectic is not simply to say no, or to describe a thing as non-existent, or to destroy it after any fashion that you may choose. Spinoza says omnis determinatio est negatio, every limitation or determination is at the same time a negation. Furthermore, the sort of negation here is shown first by means of the universal, and in the second place by means of the distinctive nature of the process. I must not only negate but I must also restore the negation again. I must therefore so direct the first negation that the second remains possible or shall be so. How? Just according to the peculiar nature of each particular case. I grind a grain of barley, I crush an insect. I have certainly fulfilled the first act but have made the second impossible. Every species of things has therefore its own peculiar properties to be negated in order that a progression may proceed. And every species of properties and ideas is precisely the same in this regard. In infinitesimal calculations the negation is brought about after a different fashion than in the restoration of positive powers from negative roots. That has to be learnt like everything else. With the mere knowledge that the stalk of barley and infinitesimal calculation fall under the principle of the negation, I cannot cultivate more barley nor can I differentiate and integrate, just as I cannot play the violin by virtue of a mere knowledge of the laws of harmony. But it is evident that a merely childish negation of the negation, such as writing down and erasing it, or by affirming that a rose is a rose and that it is not a rose, leads to no conclusion other than to show the silliness of the people who undertake processes so tedious. And yet metaphysicians would inform us that that is the right way to carry out the negation of the negation. Herr Dühring is therefore a mystifier when he asserts that the negation of the negation was an analogy made by Hegel derived from religion, and built up on the story of the fall and the redemption. Men thought dialectically a long time before they knew what the dialectic really was, just as they spoke prose a long time before the term prose was used. The law of the negation which operates in history, and which until it is once learned goes on in our brains unconsciously to ourselves, was first clearly formulated by Hegel. And if Herr Dühring desires to employ it in secret but cannot stand the name, he should discover a better name. But if he insists on expelling it from the processes of thought, he must first be good enough to expel it from nature and from history, and find a system of mathematics in which a multiplied by does not give us plus, and where the differential and integral calculus are both forbidden by law. Conclusion. In this short section Engels leaves the general discussion, in order to again pay his respects to the shortcomings and deficiencies of Herr Dühring. The matter possesses no general interest, for Engels merely teases his opponent upon the magnificence of his claims and the slightness of his performances. Part 11. Chapter Value Political Economy L. Objects and Methods.